Chapter 151, The Space Transformation of the Suitcase. Good morning, my little witch. Ron and Hermione, who were sitting in the chair, hugged gently. Are you done with your work? When he was about to let go, Miss Hermione whispered in his ear. She looked at Ron's brown eyes with anticipation. Of course, everything is done. Almost reincarnated Senior Tom from the dirt. Ron nodded with a chuckle, and gave an answer that satisfied the little witch. The reincarnation of filthy soil requires living sacrifices and Tom's DNA. I don't know if Tom, who is in a state of soul, can pluck off a hair. In short, there is no way to complete it now. After all, it is not every day that fugitives appear in Nocturne Alley. And the resurrected Senior Tom, he hasn't decided where to send it. Have a honey muffin and a glass of milk. Under Hermione's dissatisfied gaze, Ron ordered a rich dessert breakfast. Eating dessert again. The little girlfriend looked at her little boyfriend helplessly. What happened to Ron? After cutting a honey muffin 22, he looked at the listless Ron, turned his head and asked Hermione. Although Ron knew what happened to Manager Ron last night, it was better to pretend he didn't know and ask. Professor McGonagall looked for him for one night yesterday, and he slept in his bed the next day. That's all Harry told me. With that said, Hermione snatched a muffin from Ron with a silver-patterned fork. Sure enough, he shouldn't be allowed to eat too many sweets. Taking a bite of the honey-filled muffin, Hermione couldn't help but narrow her eyes. So sweet. I don't know either. I didn't find him last night. Harry also looked at Ron, who was sleeping on the table, in confusion. As a result, he suddenly appeared on the bed the next morning, and his face was pale. He didn't even know where he went last night. Someone cast the oblivion spell on Ron? Clever Hermione guessed. The curse of forgetting nothing, Ron once taught her in the room of requirement. So Hermione remembered this spell right away. I do not know either. Harry shook his head. You might as well take Ron to the infirmary. Ron took a sip of milk and then said to Harry. He also has a general understanding of Ron's situation. It should be that Tom has been controlling his body, which caused Ron to have no memory of yesterday. Okay, I'll ask you to help Ron and me take a break from the potions class in the morning. Harry didn't hesitate. He just shook Ron awake and was about to leave the table. Looking at the back of the to leaving, Ron always felt that Harry looked quite happy. Is it because you don't have to take Snape's class? Things that can be solved with a single drop of the mother's drowning spring. After breakfast, the two of them went to the potions class hand in hand. Snape's mood has recovered a lot in recent days, so the little wizards don't need to panic. After all, in the first few classes, many wizards blew up their cauldrons because of Snape's gaze. In this class, maybe he didn't see the ragged face similar to James, so Snape was in a better mood. Of course, Gryffindor points will still be deducted. Hesitant Harry and Ron are both gone, and Hermione can do anything. So this time the points were deducted from Neville. Every time I take Snape's class, I always get deducted. Hermione looked sullen. This year, thanks to Snape's unremitting efforts, Gryffindor has become the last place again. Although so far it has not broken the bottom record of the previous year. Didn't you add it all later? Because the weather was a bit hot today, Ron put his and Hermione's robes into the divine space. Only the white shirt and tie inside were exposed. Miss Hermione's low ponytail was also twisted into a small ball, which looked like Professor McGonagall. Did you know that Professor McGonagall is called Little Hermione? Ron pointed to her hairstyle and couldn't help joking. You talk too much. Hermione wanted to grab that finger but fluttered in the air. She could only rub her little tiger teeth and look at Ron. After fighting for a while, the two decided to stay in the room of requirement. Because it's too hot today. Even Miss Hermione rolled up her white sleeves, her white forehead was full of sweat. Cool as the wind. Ron snapped his fingers, and a cool wind surrounded the two of them. This spell is just the most basic life spell, and it can be cast even without a wand. This spell is good, teach me tonight. Hermione was affected by the cool wind around her, and her brown eyes sparkled. No problem. Ron nodded. He got this spell from Senior Tom. Hogwarts spells class didn't teach this spell. Walking on the ancient stone stairs of Hogwarts, surrounded by lush green grass, with the hot wind blowing, it is like a layer of heat waves. Ron glanced at the portrait of the fat lady on the 8th floor and smiled kindly. Humph. But after seeing the nasty little couple, the fat lady turned her head away. She's been like this since she didn't close the door last time. Hermione explained with a light smile covering her mouth. But it's early, and she doesn't often sleep in Gryffindor's dormitory. I will tell Professor McGonagall sooner or later that you are not going home at night. The fat lady made a face at Hermione, and it saw Hermione take her wand and aim it at her. Beautiful Miss Granger, you know I'm just joking. I didn't expect Mrs. Fat to be such a person. Ron is a long-term acquaintance. Come on, let's go to the hut. Hermione smiled happily. Night falls. Inside the room of requirement on the 8th floor of Hogwarts. Since it was also very hot at night, Hermione only wore a light off-white dress. She was sitting on the sofa taking notes from charms and transfiguration classes. Ron, on the other hand, rolled up his white sleeves and carefully transformed a suitcase with his wand. He remembered that a certain Hufflepuff senior had a suitcase with all kinds of creatures. Let's see if we can find a way to put the basilisk in it. After all, keeping the basilisk in the secret room is not an option. It is even more likely that Dumbledore will find it in the Forbidden Forest. I have to say that this space-extending leather case is really not easy to make. Looking at the suitcase full of runes written in his hand, Ron's handsome face showed a satisfied look. Chapter 152, The Upcoming Valentine's Day. There's still something. Ron, who was sitting on the sofa fiddling with his suitcase, said to himself. The traceless stretching charm was not too difficult for him, and soon the space in the entire suitcase was as wide as an auditorium. And then use the rune to fix this huge space, so that it will not collapse suddenly. As the suitcase was ready, Miss Hermione also came over curiously, and a pair of white feet wearing slippers lightly stepped on the wooden floor. Why did you make this? Her beautiful eyes blinked, and she looked curiously at the suitcase in Ron's hand. This huge space is like bare land, only the earth-colored ground has no other colors. I remember that the untraceable extension spell seems to be considered illegal by the Ministry of Magic. If you don't tell me, I won't tell you. No one knows we broke the law. Ron was funny and prepared to pinch Miss Beaver's nose, but was directly avoided by the other party. Yes, yes. We both broke the law. Hermione pounced on him from behind and rubbed Ron's cheek with her small head. The curly hair was still itchy to the touch, but the floral fragrance was very strong. Smelling it out, Miss Hermione has a unique fondness for the scent of jasmine. It's itchy. Hermione picked up a strand of brown curly hair and tipped the tip of his nose. A slight smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. After the space with the suitcase was completely stabilized, Ron finally found out what was missing. Some lights and green plants and water. Lights can be solved with magic, and as for green plants and water sources, Hogwarts can be found everywhere. But it will take some time. Closing the suitcase and putting it in the corner, Ron grabbed Hermione, who was about to run to the bed. Where do you want to go? Ron asked with a chuckle. It's too late, I want to go to bed! Hermione's smile froze, she knew the retribution was coming. Sleep. Ron exerted a little force and pulled her over with Hermione's exclamation. You didn't look sleepy just now. Under the moonlight, Hermione looked at those azure blue eyes that were as charming as sapphire, and subconsciously moved closer. However, before she got close, she was held back by Ron's hand. "What are you doing?" Hermione pouted angrily. "Obviously the atmosphere is so good. Every time you take the initiative, this time it's me." No. The next day. The weather has been getting hotter recently. So the two took off the robes representing the academy and walked out of the room of requirement wearing only plain clothes. Maybe it was last night. When she woke up this morning, Hermione turned her head away from Ron. It looks like a little girlfriend who is emotional. This look made Ron very interested. After reaching the auditorium, Harry saw the two at a glance. "Have you two quarreled?" Harry's tone was somewhat curious, not worried at all. "If you quarrel with Ron, I can't even quarrel with Ron." Hermione said something angrily. "I and Ron, can I be the same as you and Ron?" Harry shrugged from his seat. Listening to the meaning of Hermione's words made him and Ron a couple. "Good morning, Ron," Hermione. Sitting next to Harry was Ron, who had just been discharged from the hospital today. His complexion was much more ruddy than yesterday. "It looks like you are recovering well." Ron looked at Ron, who was in good spirits, and asked, "It's all right." Ron looked at Ron's gaze a bit dodging. After all, after he woke up, the diary disappeared. "Good morning, little wizards." At this moment, Lockhart, with bright blonde hair, came over. A confident smile appeared on his face again, as if he had completely accepted his identity. Professor Lockhart. Although Lockhart is a veritable parallel importer, he is also a professor after all. However, Ron gave Lockhart a strange look, not knowing what he was doing here at this time. And Lockhart also noticed Ron's gaze and smiled at him. "I'm going to find Harry Potter. Remember to come to my office after class today." After speaking, Lockhart left with a mysterious smile. "What does Lockhart have for you?" After Lockhart left, Ron hurriedly asked his good friend. "Maybe. Is it because I'm going to help him reply some letters?" Speaking of this matter, Harry's face was helpless. "Reply to the letter?" Ron asked suspiciously. "When I was looking for Ron the night before yesterday, I was caught by Lockhart, and he threatened me." Harry glanced at the confused Ron and said, "He asked me to go to his office to reply to some fans who sent him messages. A letter. I will go with you." Hearing that Harry was caught trying to find him, Ron naturally couldn't ignore it, and immediately said to Harry, "It's just some letters." Harry shrugged nonchalantly. Harry and Ron are finished. Hermione suddenly leaned over to Ron's side and said softly, "What's wrong?" Ron asked curiously. "It's just replying to some letters. It's not that difficult, is it? Last time I saw Hart's letter, there were dozens of owls delivering letters for him." Hermione half squinted her eyes. "Dozens of owls?" Ron was stunned for a moment, then he looked at the two little lions who disagreed. "That's horrible. Why are there so many?" he asked involuntarily. Ron remembered that there were not so many letters from owls to Lockhart. "Because it's Valentine's Day in a few days. You won't forget, will you, my dear Mr. Gerald?" Saying that, Hermione took Ron's hand under the table with one hand and whispered softly, "Valentine's Day?" Ron looked at the smile of the little witch beside him, and immediately reacted. "How could I have forgotten? Isn't this a surprise for you? Right, my dear Miss Granger?" Chapter 153, Do You Want to See Fireworks? Valentine's Day is coming soon. Ron was wearing a white shirt with a black patterned tie, and finally a Slytherin wizard robe with a green base. Looking at the handsome face and blonde hair in the mirror, he nodded with satisfaction. Regarding the hint from Miss Hermione a few days ago, Ron had prepared the gift in advance. To this end, He even went to the Weasley brothers and asked them to help make some fireworks. For this request, the two readily agreed immediately. It is not difficult for them to make some good-looking fireworks. After Ron walked slowly to the auditorium, he saw the little witch who had been waiting for him. "Happy Valentine's Day," Ron said, and took out the gift he prepared for Miss Hermione from the cameo space. A bouquet of roses and a chocolate. Very standard Valentine's Day gift, but Hermione was very happy. The rose is enchanted, which means never withering. And Ron also received a gift from Hermione. Some exquisite candies and various sweets are his favorite snacks. After sitting at the dining table, Ron saw Harry and Ron lying on the table. 733 These two people have unrequited expressions on their faces. Failed to confess on Valentine's Day? Ron asked in confusion. No, they're just going to keep replying to Lockhart fans today. Holding the bunch of roses, Hermione explained with great interest. No, you'll never know how crazy Lockhart's fans are. Thinking of the letters he read in the past 2 days, Harry couldn't help rubbing his arms and complaining, those words are so numb. I even saw a letter from Mrs. Weasley. Speaking of this, Harry also glanced at Ron next to him. After these few days of rest, Ron's condition has long since recovered. Coming. But after hearing Harry's words, his complexion turned pale again. My mother is like an avid fan. I really don't know what Lockhart's book is good for. Ron said weakly. 300 letters, the two of us have responded to 300 letters in the past 2 days. Harry couldn't help shaking his hands when he remembered helping Lockhart reply to fans these past few nights. It's really hard. CCFF. Might as well let Filch take him to the confinement. Just as the two kept complaining, today's owls flew in from the skylight of the auditorium. Miss Hermione's owl brought her a letter from the Grangers and a copy of the Daily Prophet. On the other hand, there are more things on Ron's side. A small gift box is beautifully packaged, and there is a pink envelope sealed with wax into a love heart. There are about a dozen or so. Both Ron and Harry were stunned. Mr. Geralt, you have so many suitors. Hermione came over and hugged his arm, and said sourly. You know, I like you alone. After Ron glanced at those Valentine's Day gifts, he shook his head helplessly. Although Ron knew that many little witches were staring at him, he was inseparable from Hermione almost every day, and there was no chance for other little witches to intervene. However, even so, there are many little witches who are ready to give it a try. So, are you going to reply to them one by one? Hermione asked with half-closed eyes. She didn't expect that so many people would dig her corners. I don't have that much time to reply. Ron shook his head and said. Then he put these gifts into the Shenway space. After all, those who gave the gifts were watching him, and it was not good to leave them on the table in person. Hey, Harry, you actually got a love letter too? At this moment, Ron suddenly shouted in surprise. I saw that Harry was staring blankly at a letter in his hand, and the tone on it proved that it was a love letter. It turns out that someone likes you too? Quickly take it apart and see. Ron urged from the side. Don't be in a hurry. Harry slowly opened the letter brought by Hedwig with anticipation. However, after seeing the contents of the first line, he was stunned. His face gradually turned red. What's wrong? Hermione asked curiously. It's just a letter, so you shouldn't be so shy, right? See for yourself. Harry took a deep breath and placed the letter in his hand in the center of the table. His eyes are green like a freshly pickled toad, and he is as black and handsome as a blackboard. I hope he is mine. He is really handsome and a warrior who conquers the dark devil. Are you sure this is a love letter? Ron couldn't help laughing when he saw the first sentence. The green eyes are like toads, and I don't know how Snape will feel when he sees this love letter. You know, The only thing Harry has in common with his mother is his emerald green eyes. Even Miss Hermione, who was beside her, pressed the corners of her mouth that gradually turned up. Can this really be called a love letter? Does this handwriting look familiar? Ron muttered softly. It must have been written by Malfoy and the others. Harry angrily looked at the Slytherin table opposite, where Malfoy was chatting and laughing with Goyle and Crabbe playing Hearthstone. Night. Inside the house upon request. Ha 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 ha, that letter was written by Ginny, not Malfoy. As soon as she walked into the room, Hermione lay on the bed and couldn't help chuckling. She had seen Ginny's notes, which were exactly the same as the letter Harry received today. Then if you don't tell Harry, he probably has a grudge against Malfoy again now. Ron hung their robes on the hanger, looked at the little witch crawling on the bed, and said softly. After hearing Ron's muttering, he immediately guessed who wrote the love letter to Harry. Who else but Ron's sister Ginny? Gujang? After the two dawdled for a while, Ron glanced at the watch in his hand, and then put out the candle in the room. What do you want? Hermione asked nervously. The time is almost up. Ron leaned against the window and pulled over the panicked Miss Hermione. Do you want to watch fireworks? Specially prepared for you, fireworks. Hermione's brown eyes couldn't help looking out the window. On the lawn at Hogwarts, where the window of the room of requirement faced the clearing, a wisp of golden light dragged the smoke into the air. Chapter 154, Animagus. Fireworks? Hermione looked out the window with a pair of smart eyes, and the eyes that were close to her gradually lost their minds. The golden light spots dragging the tail smoke are very conspicuous in the night sky. When they were about to reach the dark clouds, golden fireworks exploded, like golden stars in full bloom. Brilliant and beautiful. As the first fireworks exploded, dozens of light spots of different colors flew one after another. For a time, all the wizards at Hogwarts saw this gift from Valentine's Day night. Colors, reds, and golds are reflected in the Black Lake. In the office, Professor McGonagall stopped the quill in his hand, looked up at the fireworks in full bloom, and a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. It's nice to be young. Look, there are people setting off fireworks outside. Ron Matsushita held the quill and said loudly to Harry, who was still trying to reply. Don't look at the fireworks yet, we still have dozens of letters, we haven't finished answering them yet. Looking at the trembling hands, Harry sighed helplessly. Valentine's Day is lively, but there is no place for the two of them. Thinking of this, Harry couldn't help but think of the letter from this morning. He clenched the quill tightly. Malfoy, I have written down this hatred. And this time. Miss Granger was leaning on Ron's arms, looking at the fireworks prepared for her outside with a pair of blurry eyes. A variety of colors, under the Weasley brothers' technique, were slowly drawn into a colorful curtain, replacing the pitch-black night like a witch's veil. Is this the surprise you were talking about? The little witch murmured softly. Like or not? Ron was very satisfied with the fireworks. After all, Fred and the others had studied fireworks a long time ago. Like. Miss Hermione nodded vigorously. The brown curly hair scattered behind her also swayed. Valentine's Day fireworks are destined to become a hot topic among little wizards. After Cedric found out that it was Fred and the others who made the fireworks, he immediately ran to the table in Gryffindor. Help me customize a Gujang one. The price is not a problem. Cedric said directly. This sentence caught the tired Harry's sideways. Sure. Of course, Fred would not refuse Gingallion, who came to the door. It's just a firework, it's not too difficult for the two of them, and it can be regarded as creating a new business for Fairy Tale. Thinking of this, Fred's eyes lit up. Hermione and Ron sat next to them. Thinking of those fireworks yesterday, Miss Hermione couldn't hold back her smile. What a great gift for Valentine's Day. And Ron was propping his chin, engraving runes on a sheepskin. It was a new place for Senior Tom. After all, he couldn't be left in the enchanted drawer all the time. Before finding a life sacrifice, it's better to prepare a book cover for Tom to disable the spell. No way, Tom is too dangerous. He is looking forward to it now. When the young Tom meets the old noseless in the future, it must be very interesting at that time. Transfiguration class. When Ron came to the classroom with the book in his arms, he saw the tabby cat lying on the table at a glance. After staying in this academy for almost 2 years, all the second-year little wizards don't know this cat. Professor McGonagall, good morning. Ron greeted politely. The fireworks last night were very good. Professor McGonagall changed from a tabby cat, looked at him with interest and said. She had already received news from her little lion. I have to admit that Geralt is the smallest and most romantic little wizard she has ever seen. Maybe, in the next few days, you will get tired of watching those beautiful fireworks. Ron said with a chuckle. Because this morning, almost 5 or 6 senior wizards found Fred and they made fireworks. As you can imagine, the night at Hogwarts will be shrouded in fireworks for the next few days. Really? Professor McGonagall narrowed her eyes. She could hear what Ron meant. It seems that there is time to talk to Fred and the others. Interpunct flowers interpunct Miss Granger isn't with you? Professor McGonagall turned her head to look behind him, but couldn't find the inseparable little witch. She couldn't help saying, "This is really rare." She went to the bathroom, so I came early. Ron picked up the 2 thick books in his hand and explained. Your transformation spell is very good. Looking at Lorne, who was about to return to his seat, Professor McGonagall suddenly said, "But you must not learn Animagus alone. It is still very dangerous for you." In Professor McGonagall's view, this talented little wizard is more proficient in the use of transfiguration spells than some wizards who are about to graduate. At the end of the metamorphosis spell, there is only one Animagus, who represents the highest achievement. The transformation process of Animagus is very difficult, and even accompanied by danger. Professor McGonagall didn't want to see such a talented wizard have an accident because of Animagus. If you want to study, you can come to me in the 4th grade. Mag's eyes were serious. I understand, Professor. Ron nodded and replied with a smile. He could hear that Professor McGonagall was worried about him. However, Animagus. Ron thought for a while. What are you thinking, so fascinated? A pair of small white hands waved twice in front of him. Think, don't say you miss me. Before Ron could say anything, Miss Hermione pinched his face with her cold little hands. You always say this. No, I'm just thinking that the 2 of us might be separated for a while during the holidays. Ron shook his head, looking at Hermione with pale blue eyes. After all, he has a lot of things to do this holiday. The first step is to resurrect Tom Riddle, and then he has to practice Animagus for months or even years. Besides, the least potions shop has also expired. However, Ron had the intention to buy it. Holiday? Hermione died suddenly. Chapter 155, You are the only free professor in Defense Against the Dark Arts. It just so happens that you're not going on a trip during your vacation? Ron knew that Miss Hermione had received an envelope from Mr. Granger. Hermione told him all the above. I didn't want to go, Hermione said helplessly. But since Lorne has her own business to do during the holiday, she won't go over and make trouble. The holiday is only 2 months away, We will meet soon. Ron spread the book in his hand and whispered softly. After all, he would stay at Nocturne Alley for the past 2 months, if nothing else happened. And taking Hermione with her was obviously not a good choice. I'll come back to bring you a present. Holding Ron's hand under the table, Hermione smiled. With the bell tolling, Professor McGonagall's 737 lesson began. Unlike last semester, Professor McGonagall did not directly say the content of the final exam in his first class. According to her, this year's final exam is to choose one from the usual practice. This caused many little wizards to frown, because there were too many transfiguration spells to learn this semester. Like turning a coin into a bird, a glass of water into a snake. But this is not difficult for Ron, he learned it as early as the 1st grade. Even when Hermione stayed with him, she was all taught. In other words, the exam this semester is not difficult for them. Whether it's magic spells, potions, or even the history of magic, it's the same. Although Ron did not listen carefully to the history of magic class, Hermione, who was diligent, would always write down all kinds of knowledge of magic history in a notebook, very detailed. As time slowly entered May, the weather at Hogwarts was getting hotter and hotter, and many little wizards took off their college robes and wore only a cool shirt. Ron also left his green robe in the dormitory. He was wearing a black slim-fit shirt and was reviewing the exam content with Hermione in the corner of the library. There is still a month left before the end of semester exam. So the library, which was usually empty, was now full of young wizards who were studying hard, and even Fred and George came. How do I review the defense against the dark arts class? Halfway through the study, Hermione suddenly realized that she had no notes from Lockhart at all. Because his class was so watery that he couldn't take notes. Because Lockhart taught and read according to his own biography. He also learned a few little magic spells that were not very practical this semester. Some spells were even taught by Professor Flitwick. He's not going to test those things about himself, right? Harry asked worriedly. Speaking of Lockhart's exam, he remembered that the first class was full of useless ghost questions. It was simply torture. I can't. Hermione was stunned. Don't worry, Lockhart won't take those tests. Ron shook his head and said at this time. A few days ago, Lockhart had looked for him and told Ron a message. He will be leaving at the end of the semester, because he has successfully entered the Ministry of Magic with a good relationship. And also an opposition. When he said this, Lockhart also showed a confident smile. He really has no other means of attack except a master-level forgetting spell. But now is different. The 10 magic rings in Lockhart's hand are combined with the undead body reincarnated from the dirt. With these 2 things in addition to the contacts he has accumulated over the years, he has the confidence to directly enter the high level of the Ministry of Magic. After listening to Lockhart's smug description, Ron couldn't help but give him a high look. Unexpectedly, Lockhart has already conceived the path behind. But that's fine. Save him the task of arranging. After all, during the recent vacation, Ron was also a little busy. That means Lockhart is leaving? Hermione blinked her beautiful eyes, her long eyelashes curled up. After hearing Ron's words, Harry's face brightened. Great, Lockhart is finally leaving. God knows how much he was tortured at Lockhart. After writing a reply every day, he was dragged to take pictures. During that time, Harry could be said to follow Lockhart to the newspaper every day. Does that mean that our defense against the dark arts class has no exam content? Even Ron leaned over and asked. You need to ask Headmaster Dumbledore about this kind of thing. Ron didn't know what to do with the final exam. After all, Lockhart didn't tell him about it. The headmaster's room at Hogwarts. Gyrold, are you sure you want to leave Hogwarts? Dumbledore looked at Lockhart, who was holding the suitcase in front of him, and asked in a relatively soft voice. "Yes, Headmaster Dumbledore." Lockhart gave a familiar smile. "You know I'm very talented, so the Ministry of Magic gave me an invitation." "Oh, really? That's a pity. I also want to discuss with you how to turn a werewolf back into a wizard." Dumbledore's eyes, hidden behind the lens, glanced at Lockhart thoughtfully. "That spell is very difficult, and I used it subconsciously in times of crisis." Lockhart froze for a moment, then forced a smile and shrugged. It seems that Dumbledore has some doubts about his biographies, and it is better to leave Hogwarts early. 5.5 he thought happily. "Since you insist, I will let the elf send you the salary." Dumbledore looked at Lockhart deeply, and when he looked a little hairy, he handed over the resignation paper in his hand. "If there's nothing else, I'll leave." Lockhart resisted and walked slowly towards the door. However, just as he was about to open the door, Dumbledore's serious voice sounded from behind. "You are the only professor in Defense Against the Dark Arts class who has been fine for so many years. Are you sure you don't want to stay for another year?" "Fine?" Lockhart's mouth twitched. His own body was burned to ashes by Ron. Is this all so-called nothing happened? Not to mention that his soul is being played with by that second-year wizard. Chapter 156, The End of the Semester and the Midsummer Train. In the end, Lockhart left Hogwarts overnight. Lockhart's departure also suspended the Defense Against the Dark Arts class again. Headmaster Dumbledore even announced at the dinner that the final exam of the Defense Against the Dark Arts class was officially cancelled. This made a group of little wizards cheer. The month of the exam is in June, which is already the season of entering the midsummer. The scorching sun hangs high in the sky, and the whole Hogwarts looks very sultry. Lochmione carefully poured the potion in the crucible into the bottle, and the green viscous liquid smelled bitter. Seeing the taste and color of this potion, the little witch's brown eyes lit up. Then put it on the table, waiting for Snape's acceptance. This is the last exam at the end of this semester, the chaotic potion of the potions class. And beside Hermione, there was a cooled crucible, which was Ron's position. He was the first to cook it. Excellent quality, Miss Granger. When he came to Hermione's side, Snape took a look and gave his evaluation in a nasal tone. 22. Hearing these two words, a smile appeared on Hermione's face. Just now, Ron also received an excellent evaluation. This means that their two potions class grades are the same. I have won this game. Hermione clenched her fists and walked out of the dark potions classroom. The light like broken gold fell on her face, causing Hermione to narrow her eyes. How's the grade? A voice suddenly came from her ear. Not bad. Hermione smiled with her head sideways. Today's Hermione is wearing a black plaid shirt and a grey pleated skirt that reaches the knee. He looks full of energy and youth. Do you think you've won this competition? Ron smiled and pinched her little face with his fingers. Don't forget, my grade's in the History of Magic class. If nothing else happens this time, I'm also an O. Feeling the touch on her cheek, Hermione couldn't help puffing out her mouth, and quickly got rid of Ron's fingers. Then we are at most a draw. At this time, Harry also walked out of the classroom with a dismal face, looking downcast. Did you blow up the crucible? Hermione opened her eyes wide, looking at Harry in front of him and asked suspiciously. Harry's face was now black and green. I couldn't control the fire, and then it exploded. Harry said helplessly. If nothing else, he should be another monster this time. Then you may have to rebuild it, said Hermione. Perhaps you can drink some potion and ask Snape for mercy. Ron couldn't help suggesting. Does it work? Harry looked moved. Probably it's the best one. After all, you've already experimented in the potions class. Hermione whispered from the side. I always feel that these two have bad intentions. Looking at the young couple, Harry couldn't help thinking. But why don't you try to beg for mercy with a potion? After all, he couldn't bear to repeat Snape's lessons all the time. After chatting for a while, Ron and Hermione went to the auditorium. Harry, on the other hand, was waiting for his good friend Ron on the spot, and by the way, he was thinking about whether he should become Harry and go to Snape to beg for mercy. Auditorium at night. Today is my last night at school, and tomorrow the Hogwarts train to King's Cross will leave. As Professor McGonagall finally closed the door of the auditorium, the final dinner of the semester officially began. Dumbledore stood in the central podium position. In front of him were 4 hourglasses filled with gemstones of different colors. Gryffindor is ruby, Ravenclaw is sapphire, Slytherin is emerald, and Hufflepuff is diamond. Among the 4 hourglasses, the emerald hourglass is the most. That means Slytherin is the winner of this year's Academy Cup again. Under Snape's originally indifferent face, a rare smile appeared. Since he became the Dean of Slytherin, Slytherin has nearly won the Academy Cup for nearly 10 times. This is indeed a good honor. And the transcripts that belonged to everyone were also distributed to the little wizard. I remember that you didn't fry the crucible? Ron glanced at Harry's report card and couldn't understand it. But why did you get an A pass? Hearing Ron's words, Harry blushed and hesitated to answer. He couldn't say that he turned into Harry, and he went to Snape to plead for the result, right? This matter was originally very outrageous, and what was even more outrageous was that Snape agreed after hesitating for a while. Harry really didn't understand what attracted Snape's attention after taking the potion. We two are tied. Ron glanced at Hermione's report card and showed his score with a chuckle. Both of them have O's in their grades. This semester is a draw. However, in the Academy Cup, Lorne won again. Happy holidays, little wizards. Dumbledore also finished speaking at this time, and with the movement of his hand, a series of rich dinners appeared on the table. This is the last meal. The next morning, Ron had already received the salute of the two of them in the divine space, and then set foot on the Hogwarts train to go home. It feels like time flies so fast. Hermione leaned on the 737 on the soft seat, and the Hogwarts castle gradually became smaller and smaller in her view, until it finally disappeared into the fields. Yes, in 2 years, Miss Hermione is getting better and better. Ron leaned forward slowly, and gently brushed a strand of curly hair from the corner of her mouth behind her ear. Compared to the shy little girl you met for the first time, you have grown a lot now. Can you perform that? Speaking of the first meeting, Hermione seemed to remember something and asked softly. Performance? Ron thought about the scene where the two met for the first time in the wand shop. A withered golden tree? Ron picked up the wand made of his ptarmigan tail feathers, and used lightning to draw a golden tree in midair, surrounded by tiny fallen leaves. Hermione looked at the golden tree with a smile in her eyes, and then she got up and sat beside Ron. This is a reward for you. Looking at the little witch who slowly closed her eyes, Ron let out a laugh. He could see some redness at the base of the girl's ears. But I accept your reward. Ron leaned over with a chuckle. The sea of clouds surged under the blue sky, and the train in midsummer was slowly crossing the vast plain. The new holiday has begun, asking for flowers, asking for a monthly pass. Tom and Lily will come out later. Chapter 157, The Frog Cubs Return from Pirates of the Caribbean. King's Cross in the evening. With a melodious flute, the Hogwarts train stopped at platform 9 3/4. The terminal has arrived. Ron gently shook the little witch who was sleeping soundly on his lap to wake up. Hermione half opened her hazy eyes and yawned sleepily. Are you here yet? Well, we're at King's Cross Station. With Ron's help, Hermione slowly stood up, staring at the dark platform outside the car window with beautiful eyes. Another semester is over. And most importantly, this vacation will be 2 months apart from Ron. You must remember to write to me. Just as Ron took out Hermione's suitcase, he heard this sentence. Certainly. He smiled and nodded. When leaving the carriage, Miss Hermione hugged Ron hard. After getting out of the Hogwarts train, the little witch saw the Granger couple in the crowd at a glance, and they were beckoning to this side. Remember to write to you, don't worry. Looking at Miss Granger, who was still exhorting, Ron interrupted her with a laugh. After receiving Ron's assurance, Hermione nodded happily, and then trotted with the suitcase to find the Grangers. In the distance, Mr. Granger waved at Ron in a friendly way. With the figure of the little witch completely leaving King's Cross Station, Lorne is also preparing to return to his home where he has lived in London for 11 years. The spatial coordinates were set up when I went home in the first semester, so I didn't waste much time before I got home. When Ron stepped on the wooden floor, the room was filled with dust in an instant. Clean up new. He frowned and covered his mouth and nose, and cleaned the whole room with his wand. Looks like I need to raise a house elf. But when it comes to house elves, Ron can't help but think of Dobby, who almost killed Harry alone. It's just that after the Quidditch match, he never saw the elf again, and he didn't know if he was summoned back by Lucius. Turning on the lights in the room, Ron took the suitcase out of the cameo space and threw it in the corner. At the same time, there are 3 different photos in his hands. It was sent to Frog Cub after another trip last month. The date of return is written on it, which is 11 o'clock this evening. The first photo shows a rough sea, and a schooner sailing is riding the wind and waves on the sea. I can't see anything strange. However, Ron didn't know much about the world of the sea, and only knew a few. There is nothing special about the second photo. It was a photo of his own frog cub with a monkey in clothes. In the background, a group of sailors in tattered clothes could be seen busy with their posts. On the contrary, the third photo is especially weird. When he saw this photo, Ron was stunned. It was on a pitch-black sea, and the only light was the bright moonlight in the night sky. His own frog cub stood on the mast, and below it stood a group of skeletons armed with sharp blades or flintlock guns that seemed to be fighting and celebrating. Even the monkey turned into a skeleton, standing beside the frog cub with a creepy smile. Pirates of the Caribbean? Ron had some impressions. If he guessed correctly, the brig was the Black Pearl. And those skeletons are the undead cursed by gold coins. What can the frog cub bring back? Those cursed gold coins? Ron glanced at the horse charm on his neck. Those skeleton curses should have no effect on him. Moreover, the curse of the undead is not as useful as his Dirty Earth reincarnation. At least Dirty Earth reincarnation has its own sense of taste. Let's wait until the frog cub comes back at 11 o'clock. Before that, I still think about how to deal with the basilisk and Senior Tom. When he left Hogwarts, Ron stuffed the basilisk into a suitcase he made in advance and took it away. And Senior Tom didn't speak at all in recent months, as if he had fallen into a deep sleep. There's nothing wrong with pretending to be dead. Because Ron's next plan is to find a way to reincarnate Tom into the dirt. It's really a pity that this kind of talent is not used by me. However, there is currently a problem, that is, whether Tom's soul can extract some hair or the like. After all, the reincarnation of filth requires some DNA of the resurrected. Thinking of this, Ron narrowed his eyes and thought. It's a little troublesome. Looking at the book cover with the forbidden spell runes on it, he couldn't help shaking his head. Throwing the diary on the table, Ron sat on the sofa and turned on the black and white TV. This made the originally quiet house a little lively. 11 o'clock at night. Quack quack. With a rapid frog croaking, Ron looked up quickly. I saw my frog cub kicking upright and paralyzed on the table. I don't know when the original lotus leaf hat was replaced by a three-cornered hat made of leather, and there was a telescopic tube on his back. So, you brought back a telescope this time? Ron walked over and poked the lying frog cub with his fingers, and asked curiously. He thought he could bring back a cursed gold coin this time. Guck. The frog cub untied the package behind him and opened it to Ron. As the package was opened, an octagonal compass the size of a palm, Jiao Hotsao, lay quietly on the table. This is... Ron opened his eyes wide and picked up this somewhat worn compass. The news of the appraisal soon appeared in his perspective. Jack Sparrow's compass, a special and precious product from the world of Pirates of the Caribbean. Song, function. The direction pointed by this compass pointer is what the owner wants most in his heart. If you don't have the desired goal, the pointer will have no direction. Use. Frog Cub successfully established a deep plastic friendship with Captain Jack. When he left the free ocean, he took this magical compass away. When using it, he meditated on what he thought, and then turned on the compass and followed the pointer to move forward. It is good. Jack's compass. Ron looked at the tired frog cub in disbelief. You were chased and killed by Jack Sparrow like this? Chapter 158, Find a Death Eater and Give a Werewolf. Looking at the frog cub lying on the table, Ron's expression was complicated. He really didn't expect that this compass was actually stolen from Jack Sparrow. Looking at it like this, it is estimated that he was chased and killed all the way. Guck. The frog cub pointed to his mouth, and uttered a cry with obvious meaning. Thanks for your hard work. Ron put the butter bread that had been prepared earlier beside it. The special product he brought back this time was beyond his expectations. Because this can only a compass that points to what you need in your heart is too precious. With this compass, many of Ron's current problems have been solved. Just like the sacrifices and the most important DNA tissue that Senior Tom needs to resurrect. When a person lives in this world, he will definitely leave some traces. Ron couldn't believe that with this compass, he couldn't find half of Tom's hair. He opened the octagonal compass, and the needle on it turned rapidly, and soon stopped at a certain position. Southeast. There is what he needs most right now. Seeing the pointer that stopped, Ron showed a 740 smile. Sure enough, the living sacrifice that Tom needs is over at the leaky cauldron. Looking at the palm-sized compass, Ron thought about it and aimed at it with his wand. Shrink down quickly. With the casting of the shrinking charm, the compass that was originally the size of a palm quickly became the size of a pendant. After tying it with a length of black rope, Ron tied it around his wrist. Originally, he wanted to hang it in front of his chest, but he already had a horse charm around his neck. Putting the compass away, Ron turned off the TV that was still playing, and then went to the bedroom to sleep. Waiting until tomorrow is the beginning of the action. Get up early in the morning. Ron ate a simple breakfast, and then went out to the leaky cauldron. The weather is hot today, so he only wore a light short jacket. With the appearance of the vortex of divine power, Ron's figure was slowly inhaled. Because the spatial coordinates have been set near the leaky cauldron before, there is no need to take a trip by car. I have to say that Kamui's space ninjutsu is very convenient in terms of rushing. Knocked open the wall of the leaky cauldron with a wand, and walked into Diagon Alley in the long-term future. Maybe it's because of the severe heat in recent days, so not many wizards stay on the street. Ron found a shady corner and turned on the octagonal compass on his wrist. After the needle of the compass rotated a few times, it pointed to a location. Following the pointer, he soon came to a dark alley. The entrance to Nocturne Alley. Ron has been here twice, and he is familiar with this place. If you want to find Death Eaters, you still have to find them in Nocturne Alley, where there are many talented people. Half-squinting light blue eyes, He walked slowly into the cold alley. Compared with Diagon Alley, Nocturne Alley has a lot more wizards, but the atmosphere is extremely depressing. Every wizard passing by has an indifferent face. Ron's blonde hair and handsome face attracted dark eyes from many corners. He also felt these gazes, but he didn't take it to heart. Just a bunch of sewer rats. It is not a threat to the current Tron at all. But if they were to do it, then, save yourself the trouble of looking for live sacrifices. When Ron thought of this, the corners of his mouth twitched slightly. The position of the pointer kept changing as it got closer and closer to the target, which meant that the Death Eater he was looking for was also moving. Is it here? After walking for a while, Ron stopped. This is the northernmost position of Nocturne Alley. There are collapsed houses everywhere, and even some unknown tombstones can be seen in the corners. Is there such a place in Nocturne Alley? Ron had been wandering around the Borgen store all the time, and even the last time he arrested Marcel, he hadn't gone so deep into Nocturne Alley. Got you. Ron looked at the compass in his hand and chuckled lightly. Without any precautions, he detoured to the back of a collapsed house. However, before he got close, he heard a rapid roar. Selwyn, you are deceiving me. This is not a wolf poison at all. Selwyn and the wolf poison potion? Ron took a step. He heard the little witch give him popular science about this family, which, like Malfoy, is one of the 28 pure blood families. When Voldemort first rose, their family was a well-deserved fanatical follower. As for the wolf venom, it seems that Selwyn was dealing with a werewolf. Morris, you have to know that the wolf poison potion developed by Belby is not so easy to get. What's more, the things you do for me, the despicable werewolf, are not worth hundreds of gold galleons. A voice with a sneer tone sounded. It sounded like a middle-aged man. Did the transaction fail? Hearing this, Ron understood almost. However, the existence of a werewolf here was beyond his expectations. A werewolf. Ron looked down at the horse charm on his chest and narrowed his eyes. It just happened that the curse on a werewolf didn't work. Thinking so, Ron closed the compass and walked out from the collapsed house. Who are you? The sudden appearance of a figure made both people present stunned. Oh, a little wizard who made a mistake. After seeing Ron's appearance clearly, one of the middle-aged men in a gorgeous dress laughed. The gold-encrusted scepter in his hand was aimed at his head, and a green light appeared. This is not the place you should be, Selwyn, you really can do it. A man in a black robe next to him gritted his teeth and pointed his wand at Selwyn. As expected of a Death Eater. Being pointed at by the wand, Ron didn't look flustered at all, and snapped his fingers gently in his hand. Thunder. What are you talking nonsense about? Selwyn frowned at the strange blonde wizard, but before he could finish speaking, he saw a golden thunder fall from the air. Boom. Selwyn, who was still very arrogant at first, had lost consciousness. He was lying on the ground in a mess. His limbs were still twitching. Carl, who was wearing a black robe, saw this scene. His lips were trembling and he couldn't tell, and the magic wand in his hand fell to the ground. Chapter 159, Please make me your loyal dog. Looking at the figure on the ground breathing weakly, Morris couldn't help shivering. The wand in his hand had just fallen to the ground because of the fright. The power of this spell is stronger than the 3 unforgivable spells. And it's unheard of to be able to summon thunder and lightning without using a spell. That blonde wizard. What the hell is he? Morris couldn't help but glance at his eyes hidden under the black robe, and was squatting on the ground to check the life and death of Selwyn. His handsome face looked very friendly and harmless to humans and animals. It's okay not to die. Ron looked at Selwyn, whose chest was still heaving, and nodded with satisfaction. He had controlled the power of the thunderbolt just now, otherwise Selwyn would have turned into fly ash by now. Use the wand to control some of the serious injuries on his body a little so that he won't bleed to death. Now the living sacrifice for Senior Tom's resurrection is ready. At present, only a little DNA is needed to perform the ninjutsu of reincarnation from the dirty earth. Thinking of this, Ron's eyes swept to Morris, who was standing dumbfounded. Is this the werewolf who needs the wolf poison potion? Hello sir, my name is Morris Carr. Seeing Ron's gaze, Morris said quickly. If you have nothing to do, I wonder if I can leave here? Of course, I didn't see everything that just happened. The scene just now had a great impact on him, for fear that he would be the same as Selwyn, who was lying on the ground if he was not careful. Are you a werewolf? Ron asked curiously as he looked at Morris, who had a flustered face. Yes. Yes, sir. I need the wolf poison potion to restore my senses on the full moon night. Morris gritted his teeth and replied in a low voice. He knew that the conversation between him and the Death Eater Selwyn had been heard by the person in front of him. There is no way to hide at all. Is that so? After Ron glanced at him, he turned around and put Selwyn's body into the cameo space. Seeing that body was gradually sucked into an unknown vortex, Morris had lowered. Come on, you should have a place to live in Nocturne Alley. Although it was an interrogative sentence, Ron's tone was very positive. Like these homeless and despised werewolves, they can only wander in the forest or in Nocturne Alley to find an abandoned, dilapidated house. Yes, sir. Plaza, follow me. Looking at Morris, who was leading the way obediently, Ron chuckled lightly and dispersed the golden thunder and lightning wrapped around his palm. Sure enough, in Nocturne Alley, only power is the root of everything. Passing through the deep road, passing a piece of collapsed houses. Finally stopped in front of a dilapidated two-story building. This is where I live. Morris pushed open the wooden door, trying to avoid looking into Ron's eyes as much as possible. He knew that he couldn't resist at the hands of this blonde wizard, and it was better to do as he said than to be killed. The environment is good. After Ron entered the room, he looked at the clean floor and furniture and said softly, "The wizard's house is basically not too messy. Because cleaning up the environment only requires the simplest magic spell, which is just a simple wave. I can help you restore your sanity after turning into a werewolf." After sitting on a wooden chair, Ron revealed his purpose this time with a smile. He had also learned about the high-level potion of wolf poison. The process of brewing this potion is very complicated, but it is not too difficult for Ron now. Especially under the extreme observational power of the kaleidoscope. Although his current potion technology is still a little far from Snape's, a wolf's poison potion can still be brewed. What's more, he wants to try it now, whether his horse charm can completely remove the werewolf curse in the wizard's body. But I don't have any Kim Galleon. Morris knows his current situation, he has nothing but a life. That's how he was tricked into doing things by Selwyn. Don't worry, we won't charge you any fees. You just need to do an experiment for me. If it succeeds, Ron said slowly, your werewolf curse will disappear completely. When Morris heard this, his eyes widened. Interpunct flowers interpunct Then what if it fails? He asked cautiously. Failure is nothing. Ron took out a glass of chocolate milk from his space and took a sip. The truth is exactly as he said, believe it or not. Then it's up to the other party. Anyway, whether this werewolf accepts it or not, he will use the horse charm to conduct experiments. But whoever named Ron was a polite little wizard. I agree to your transaction. Morris was silent for a while. then nodded with gritted teeth. If you can really get rid of the curse of the werewolf. Morris has had enough of being a werewolf in hiding and being discriminated against and feared by various wizards every day. Now even if there is only a ray of hope, he will seize it without hesitation. Wise choice. Ron said with a chuckle, then took out the horse charm on his chest and aimed it at Morris. The definition of the horse talisman is to cure all diseases, and the curse caused by any external force can also be lifted. But since the werewolf had never been tested, he didn't know whether it would work or not. With the horse spell, a soft white light was emitted under Morris' surprised eyes. At that moment, he felt as if his body had ascended to the sky, very comfortable. And many more. Morris quickly pulled off the black robe on his arm, looking at the skin without any scars. He was stunned for a while. The wound I got bitten by the werewolf disappeared. Would you like to try it? Ron also laughed. He picked up his wand and closed the curtains in the room. Before waiting for Morris, who was stunned, to answer, a full moon slowly rose from the wand. Werewolves have the habit of howling whenever they see the moon, even if it's not a real moon. No, 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 no. The curse is all gone. Morris stared at the full moon with wide eyes, and the desire that was left behind has now disappeared. Am I recovered? He whispered in disbelief. Then, he turned to look at Ron, who was sitting on a wooden chair drinking chocolate milk. Sir, please make me your loyal dog. Chapter 160, Tom, be my dog. How many werewolves are there in Nocturne Alley? Ron asked Morris beside him. And Morris, who just showed his loyalty, naturally accepted it. After all, the main purpose of his experiment with horse charms was for this group of wizards who were cursed by werewolves. This is definitely a powerful force. After hearing Ron's question, Morris, who was standing behind him, thought for a while and said, there are about a dozen werewolf groups, and they usually stay in the ruins at the northwest corner of Nocturne Alley. There are also a few werewolves who help those pure-blooded families. Yes. Ron nodded and pondered for a while. These werewolves are not his main purpose at present. The matter of recovering those werewolves should be waited for after the resurrection of Senior Tom, 740. He believed that with Tom's talent, it would be easy to help him manage Nocturne Alley. And after reviving Tom, it's time to practice Animagus. Thinking of this, Ron released Selwyn from the Shenway space and threw him on the wooden floor at will. You watch here, just don't let him die. Clear. Morris nodded quickly. There was still uncontrollable joy on his face. After all, he has been a werewolf for almost 2 years, but he didn't expect to turn back into a wizard today. This means that no one can hold back. Thinking of this, Morris stared at the back of Ron's departure with excited eyes. Leaving the dilapidated 2-story wooden house, Ron opened the compass on his wrist again. At present, we are only short of some of Tom's DNA. This time, the rotation time was very fast, and the pointer stopped at a certain position. Northwest location. The specific distance is not marked, which means that he needs to go to the northwest all the time to find it. Missed. Ron shook his head with a headache. He suddenly remembered that he might have to look for objects such as Tom's hair all over England. Even if he was given a vacation time, he couldn't finish it. It seems that this compass is not so easy to use. Do you want to experiment with Tom's soul body? Holding this compass, Ron stood on the spot and pondered. After thinking for a while, he took the diary out of the Shenway space. However, at this moment, the compass in his hand suddenly rotated half a circle. He pointed to the diary in Ron's hand. Journal? Ron was stunned for a moment. Does the diary have Tom's hair in it? This compass will not deceive him, which means that there is indeed something he needs in this diary. Ron took the compass and took a turn on the spread-out diary, and the pointer was always pointing to the left. Is there something I want on the left? Ron thought. He opened a few pages with his hands, until about the first page, when Ron saw a short curly hair. He took a look and first ruled out the possibility that it was Hermione and him. The first brother had brown long curly hair, and he had blonde hair. As for Lucius and Ron, it is even more impossible. After all, one is light blonde, and the other is genetic red hair. Exclude the owner of the diary, and then match the direction of the compass. I found you, Senior Tom. Ron's face flashed with joy. He thought he was going to look for it all over England, but he didn't expect to find one in his diary. After getting the hair, Ron quickly turned around and went back to Morris's hut. Master Gerald? Morris looked at Ron, who had returned suddenly, with some doubts, a little confused. Isn't he going to go out looking for something? I found something. Do you have a basement here? Ron said directly. Have. Morris nodded. You carry Selwyn to the basement, and I'll go with you. Ron looked at the curly hair in his hand, and the corners of his mouth could not be restrained. Senior Tom, we two will meet soon. After Morris carried Selwyn to the dusty basement, he was ready to clean up the dust with the wand in his hand. But it was stopped by Ron. Go upstairs first. Don't get close to the basement. Ron warned. Yes, Lord Gerald. Morris nodded respectfully, then turned around and left the basement without much talk. As a wise man, he knows what to ask and what not to ask. After the cell in the basement was closed, Ron used his wand to light up the dark space. Put Selwyn, who was still in a coma, on the floor in the middle. At this time, he had more air in and out less, and if he hadn't been sent to the hospital, he wouldn't be able to hold it for a few days. Ron put the diary in his hand beside him, and took off the cover of the book with the forbidden spell. After everything was ready, the ritual of reincarnation of the dirty soil began. After the seal was completed, Ron patted the dusty slate with both hands. Soon, the surrounding dust began to surround Selwyn's body. After a while, some light blue light appeared on the notebook beside him, like glowing fireflies, very conspicuous in the dark basement. These blue fireflies wandered in midair for a while, and then rushed into Selwyn's body. Are these souls? Ron, who had been observing with his kaleidoscope writing wheel, watched the scene curiously. I didn't expect the soul to be like this. The dust began to slowly change Selwyn's 5.5 body shape, hair color, face. This is a change from the inside out. About 3 minutes later, a tall and handsome young man with curly hair lay on the ground with his eyes closed, as if he had fallen into a deep sleep. I have to say that Tom still has some charm, otherwise it would be impossible to attract so many people. As his eyes slowly opened, Tom Riddle stood up and looked around in confusion. Where am I? He remembered that he clearly fell into a deep sleep in the diary. At this moment, a chuckle sounded that he would never forget. Senior Tom, be my dog. There have been some quality problems in the last few chapters. Calvin has been stuck for a whole day. I will adjust the state tomorrow. Chapter 161, You Devil Playing with Your Soul. Senior Tom, be my dog. A chuckle sounded that he would never forget, and Tom, who was sitting on the slate floor, instantly widened his eyes and looked up. That repulsive brilliant blonde hair was so conspicuous under the fluorescent wand. And that face that always kept a small smile, like a nobleman. Lord Gerald? Tom's face gradually darkened after seeing the familiar face. Although he didn't know what happened to him, he could hear clearly what Ron said to him just now. To be your dog? He, Tom Riddle, is the future Voldemort who wants him to be someone else's dog? What are you dreaming about, dog thing? Don't be so angry. Senior Tom in my impression is very calm. Ron walked in front of him, slowly squatted down and looked directly at Tom's grey pupils. How about it? Doesn't it feel good to be resurrected? Resurrection? Tom was stunned when he heard the word. Only at this time did he realize that his body had undergone some changes. With touch and taste, this is no longer the 22-body soul of the past. I was resurrected by Gerald. What do you mean, Gerald? Tom stood up slowly, his grey pupils staring at Ron. He doesn't understand. I don't understand why I was resurrected by Ron. And to resurrect a soul possessed by a diary. Tom really can't think of any magic spell that can revive a soul. This is simply a fantasy. Didn't I say, I want you to be my subordinate? Ron patted his shoulder and said softly. Of course, your answer is not important to me. Because you can't go against my will. I love you, Senior Tom. When the words fell, Tom sneered. Although I don't know how you resurrected me, do you think you can control me like this? Stop dreaming, Gerald. Ron didn't answer him, but threw Selwyn's wand to him. Okay, use the Avada life on yourself. Don't play. Tom caught it subconsciously, and before he could react, he saw that his hand had been raised uncontrollably. A gleaming green light burst from the tip of the wand. Boom! Under Tom's terrified eyes, the death suitor directly hit him in the head. But... All right? Tom opened his eyes wide and looked at the wand in disbelief. The green light just now was indeed a life-suppressing spell, and he even felt his hair stand up. It was a warning of danger. However, the life-threatening curse hit his head, but he did not die, not even a nosebleed. No, the focus is not here. Rather, why did he obediently obey Gerald's orders? Thinking of this, Tom finally realized something was wrong. What did you do to my body? He asked in a deep voice, but the trembling in his voice could not be concealed. It's just a means to make you obey. Ron said, took out a mirror from the Shenway space and handed it to him. Besides, you can be said to be an undead body now. Immortal body? Tom picked up the mirror suspiciously, and found a large irregular crack on his skin, like a burnt terracotta figurine. The most striking thing was the pair of black eyes and grey pupils, which seemed to be full of dead energy, without any agility. Is this me? A sense of fear rose in Tom's heart. In this body, only the soul residing in it belongs to him. You resurrected me just to let me do things for you? He looked up at Ron and asked. Otherwise, what about resurrecting you and making you a mascot? Ron picked up the fluorescent wand and opened the plank in the basement. Let's go, maybe we can go outside for a cup of black tea and have a good chat. To be able to make Tom surrender wholeheartedly, Ron knew that it was impossible. After all, when he was at Hogwarts, he really went too far with what Senior Tom did. However, now Tom can't get out of his grasp, so there is still room for negotiation. What Ron needed was Tom's intelligence and charisma, not an unconscious corpse. You devil playing with your soul. Looking at the unsuspecting back, Tom wanted to give him a shot of Avada, but he couldn't lift his hand. It was as if there were no arms. This kind of resurrection spell is really insidious. Gerald, you really are a true dark wizard. After thinking for a long time, Tom finally followed. He couldn't commit suicide, and he didn't know the counter-curse of this spell, which meant that he couldn't escape Ron's control at all. Master Gerald. Morris, who was waiting at the door, hurriedly shouted in a low voice when he saw Ron come out. Not to mention that Ron lifted a werewolf's curse for him, the power of 740 that did not need a magic wand at that time was enough for him to surrender. However, Morris was stunned for a moment after seeing the gloomy and handsome young man following Ron. Who is this? Tom Riddle. Ron gave a brief introduction. Morris nodded knowingly, but did not continue to ask. And Tom, who came out, took advantage of the situation and sat on the wooden chair opposite Ron. So, Senior Tom, do you still understand the situation in Nocturne Alley? Ron handed a cup of black tea and asked. You want to master this place? Tom sneered, he could hear Ron's undisguised purpose. This is nothing more than a gathering place for some dark wizards, werewolves and pure-blooded nobles. Although he was extremely resistant to answering Ron's question in his heart, he still said it involuntarily. "This damn curse." Tom cursed fiercely in his heart. "Don't resist so much, you are completely obeying me now. It's better to follow me well than to do those senseless resistances." Ron looked at the gradually distorted face, and a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. "I'm looking forward to it, you and Voldemort face off. It must have been fun at that time." Chapter 162, Nocturnally is up to you, Senior Tom. Bad guy. Hearing those soft whispers, Tom thought irritably. Like this kind of guy, going to Slytherin is a pity for him. Azkaban is the best place for him. But the most important thing now is that he has been completely controlled, and what he wants to do is no longer according to his ideas, but to obey Ron's orders. I really don't know how Gerald developed such a vicious spell. As the chat started, Tom also knew the purpose of the second-year wizard in front of him. Master the Dark Wizards and those werewolves of Nocturnally. Those werewolves aren't that easy to control. Tom, who had dealt with werewolves 50 years ago, sarcastically said. He knew that the group of werewolves didn't like wizards much, just like wizards disliked werewolves, and werewolves also distrusted wizards, and even rejected them. After all, many circuses like to catch some werewolves to perform. Don't worry, those werewolves naturally have a way for me. Ron smiled slightly and called Morris over. Morris Carr, if nothing else, he will be your assistant. However, just a few hours ago, he was a werewolf who was cursed for 2 years. A werewolf? Tom leaned back on the chair, frowning at Morris Carr, who was hidden in the black robe. He immediately grasped the main point of Ron's words. In other words, he is no longer a werewolf? Tom's tone was questioning. After all, over the years, he had never seen anyone who could cure the curse of the werewolf. Even the top potions masters can't do it. If Lorne really has a way to cure the werewolf curse, then he is sure that the werewolves in the British wizarding world who get the news will come over overnight. Because no one wants to become a werewolf and go crazy on a full moon night. You may even bite your own relatives. 50 years before Tom lived, such examples were not uncommon. Lord Gerald is right, the werewolf bite wound on my body has disappeared, and I don't have the instinct to howl when I see the moon. Morris turned to the young man who might be his boss. Here's the mark of the werewolf's bite also disappeared. Tom frowned and muttered to himself. The scars left by werewolves cannot be removed by any potion. This has become a recognized thing in the entire magic world. But now a man who has recovered from his wounds is just standing in front of him. No wonder he didn't believe it. Looking at Ron, who was drinking black tea, Tom's manic mood could not help but make waves. How old is he? A little wizard who was only going to the 3rd grade developed a resurrection spell to play with the soul, and now he has a way to get rid of the werewolf curse. And what was he doing in 3rd grade? Are you trying to infiltrate the circle of those pure-blooded families? Thinking of this, Tom felt a little ridiculous. Oh, if you can really do it, the Ministry of Magic will definitely award you the Merlin First Class Medal, he said with a sneer. Although Tom is now under control, it does not mean that he has surrendered to Gerald. If it wasn't for this damn spell, he would definitely aim the wand in his hand at Ron. Even if you can't beat it, this spell can cure the curse of the werewolf. Ron threw the horse charm on his chest to Tom, who looked bad. I'll leave you to take care of things in Nocturnally. I think you can handle this trivial matter, Senior Tom, right? Saying that, Ron looked at Tom and smiled. He has now set spatial coordinates in important places such as Hogwarts and Nocturnally, so currently he does not need a horse charm to cure his motion sickness. Understood. Tom looked even more gloomy when he looked at the horse charm in his hand. Ron can give him the precious spell with such trust, which means that he has great confidence in the control of this spell, and he is not afraid of whether Tom will get out of control. And Ron saw Senior Tom's appearance, and took a sip of black tea lightly. He is the only person in this world who can release the reincarnation of the filth. Even compared to his younger brother, Morris Carr, who had just taken in, Ron believed more in Tom Riddle, who was resurrected, and Lockhart, who was also reincarnated. Speaking of Lockhart, I heard that he has successfully gained a lot of prestige by virtue of his magical spell and his fearless behavior, and he can be regarded as a celebrity in the ERA organization. Lockhart is doing well at the Ministry of Magic. So do you have any plans now? After thinking for a while, Ron turned his head and asked to the contemplative Tom. His knowledge of Nocturne Alley is far less familiar than Tom's. At least he worked in the Borgin store in Nocturne Alley 50 years ago. Let's start with the Selwyn family. Their family currently has a lot of properties in Nocturne Alley. After listening to Morris's account, Tom decided to start with his most loyal Death Eater. Tom's thinking is entirely based on Ron's interests. As for Voldemort, I'm sorry, now he's just a 6th grade Slytherin student. Then let's start tomorrow. Tonight, you will stay here with Morris first, and by the way, have a good understanding of the current situation in Nocturne Alley, Zhao's situation. You know, it's not 50 years ago here. After Ron finished speaking, he turned and left the dilapidated cabin. Geralt, you are really not a person. Looking at the back of him leaving, Tom couldn't help but cursed in his heart. Although he didn't want to help Ron, he couldn't help but go to Morris to discuss Nocturne Alley under control. Looking at the gradually setting sun outside, Ron couldn't help but narrow his eyes. With the talent of Tom, the formation of Nocturne Alley's forces can begin. But before that, he was going to buy the potions shop he rented last vacation. It's like a place to stay in Diagon Alley. Help you don't let me down. Senior Tom. Ron walked slowly out of Nocturne Alley, the gathering place of dark wizards. Chapter 163, Animagus's Practice. As a shop in the golden area of Diagon Alley, it still spends a lot of gold galleons. Lorne spent at least half of his family property. However, these golden galleons are nothing to him, and when the Weasley brothers' shop gradually opens up, the money is simply insignificant. Holding the title deed certified by the Ministry of Magic in his hand, Ron walked into this familiar potions shop. Since it has been closed for nearly a year, a lot of dust has accumulated. He cleaned the whole house with a spell, and the familiar furnishings did not change in any way, just the same as last year's vacation. This also means that the original owner did not rent it out to others again. After finishing everything, Ron sat on the sofa in the hall with a thick book in his hand. It was a book about transfiguration from The Origin of Animagus. He leaned on the sofa and was stunned for a while. Sure enough, there is no Miss Hermione. I'm really not used to it. If it was normal at this time, Hermione would have put her leg on his and leaned against the edge of the sofa to study together. Without one person, the whole room became much deserted. Ron shook his head, throwing these emotions behind him. When did he become so sentimental? Interrupting these thoughts, Ron opened the book in his hand. This is a popular science book that introduces Animagus. It explains that the animals of each wizard's Animagus are different, such as Professor McGonagall's piebald cat and Peter Pettigrew's mouse. Animagus is limited to ordinary creatures in nature, such as unicorns, and magical creatures like fire dragons are impossible to transform successfully. The guess given in the book is that because the magic of wizards and magical creatures is different in the way they work, they cannot be deformed. After Ron studied it carefully for a while, he put the book down. Animagus's practice conditions are very harsh, and if you are unlucky, it may even take several years. The first step is the hardest, which is to hold a single leaf of mandrake in your mouth, starting from the first full moon and continuing for a full month until the next full moon. During the period, the leaves in the mouth cannot be swallowed or taken out. Once the leaf leaves, CCFF, open the mouth, it is necessary to reproduce the beginning. After completing the first step, the following steps are very simple. You just need to wait for the stormy weather to arrive, and at the sunrise and sunset, you have to point your wand at your heart and recite the magic spell. None of this is difficult, and even stormy weather can be simulated in the room of requirement. Thinking of this, Ron tilted his head and thought for a while. If he wants to practice animagus, he basically won't open his mouth for a month. As for the storm after a month, don't worry too much. He has set up a spatial coordinate in front of the House of Needs in advance, and possessing divine power is almost a blink of an eye. After explaining everything to Tom tomorrow, start practicing animagus. Ron picked up a mandrake leaf that had been prepared for a long time and watched with light blue eyes. I don't know what state his animagus is. As for the warning from the older cat lady, Professor McGonagall, he had long forgotten. Just an animagus, even Peter Pettigrew can practice it. Is it possible for him to fail? Even if that rat was done with the help of the other 3 predators. Early morning. Ron came to Nocturne Alley early and found Tom and Morris, who were studying the situation. I have to say that the ability to reincarnate in the dirt is still very useful. Good morning, Senior Tom. Ron smiled and said hello. But Tom ignored him directly and turned to find Morris to find out the situation. Tom, get yourself an Avada. Ron was not annoyed either, and spit out a few words with a chuckle. What's the matter with you? Before Ron could finish speaking, Tom interrupted him quickly, because he found that his hand had been raised uncontrollably. It's okay, I'll call you. Ron shrugged. He really has nothing to do, just come and listen to Tom's plan that needs to be implemented in the future. Gerald. Tom gritted his teeth and glared at him, but finally sighed helplessly. He can't do any damage to Ron now, and he can't even think of it. The power of this damn spell is comparable to the Dementor. Tom glanced at Ron with a smile, turned and put on the black robe. Now you should have a good rest in your room. Nocturne Alley is left to me and Morris. Having said that, Tom glanced at the horse charm in his hand. With himself and Morris as a wizard, it is still difficult to control a pure-blooded family. But after having this thing, everything love becomes simple. Those werewolves who are madly eager to become wizards will definitely use everything for him. Well, then I can wait and see. Seeing Tom's confident look, Ron chuckled lightly. It seems that Senior Tom already knows what it means to be unable to resist, so he silently accepts it. Really looking forward to the next meeting with Voldemort. Looking at the 2 figures hidden in black robes, Ron couldn't help thinking. We're going to gather those werewolves, Lord Gerald. Before leaving, Morris said in a low voice. This made Tom give him a dissatisfied look. Row. Ron nodded knowingly. Are you ready to start with that group of werewolves? This is a good start. After Tom and Morris went to the ruins in the north and south, Lorne turned around and prepared to go back to practice animagus. Since Senior Tom has taken care of everything, then in the next month, there is nothing to keep him busy. Having a subordinate like Voldemort saves a lot of hearts. Thinking so, Ron glanced at the emerald green mandrake in his hand, and then gently put it in his mouth. The preparations for the next month are about to begin. Chapter 164, Sirius in the Sewer. Tom's ability is still very strong. Only half a month had passed, and the werewolves in Nocturne Alley had all turned to him. Of course, there is no need to talk about personality charm and other aspects. Otherwise, he wouldn't be the second-generation Dark Lord. Diagon Alley? Oakley's Potions Store. Ron was sitting on the counter with his chin in boredom, looking at the Lockhart biography on the table. Beside him, there is a cup of herbal tea with a straw. Since there are still mandrake leaves in my mouth, I can only drink herbal tea with this straw. It has been about half a month so far. Tom and Morris occasionally come to the store to report the current situation, but they don't come often, because they usually live on the side of Nocturne Alley. Cuckoo. With the sound of an owl, the wooden door with the wind chimes in front of the potions store was pushed open. It was the owl that Ron bought with Hermione when he was in first grade. Woo, hard work. Ron took out a bag of owl special food and put it on a small plate. This was originally reserved for frog cubs, but just a few days ago, it went on a trip again. The photo has not been sent yet. After seeing the food on the plate, the white-feathered owl immediately threw the letter and daily newspaper on its feet on the counter in front of Ron, and then hopped over to eat the food. Ron picked up the 2 envelopes on the table and looked at them. One was from Dear Miss Granger, and the other was sent by Fred and the others. He had been writing and chatting with Hermione since the holiday. After all, there are no telephones available in Diagon Alley. Responding to Miss Hermione's thoughts with a quill, she turned to look at the envelope sent by the Weasley brothers. Their family has just returned from the trip to the pyramid, and now they are preparing to invite Lorne to come to the burrow to play together. After writing the 2 replies, Ron handed it to the owl after breakfast. As the wind chimes rang again, the owl left the potions shop with 2 letters. Ron took a sip of black tea, turned his head and glanced at the Daily Prophet, which was on the side. However, it was this sight that made him suddenly stunned. The first Death Eater to escape from Azkaban, Sirius Black, please be safe, wizards. Sirius Black. Ron took the straw out of his mouth and carefully looked at this issue of the newspaper. In the center of this issue of the newspaper, there is a picture of a man with a shaggy beard and messy hair. He was holding a sign with his name in his hand, and he kept drawing, and there were several errors around him who were blocking him. Below this dynamic photo, there is information about Sirius Black's life and what he has done. Did you blow up an entire street with a blasting spell, resulting in the death of the hero Peter Pettigrew? Ron said softly, and the mandrake in his mouth almost fell out. Then he threw the newspaper directly into the trash can. Ron, who had an impression, knew that Sirius Black was just wronged, and the real culprit had long since become an oily rat. Is this the consequence of Animagus not registering? Ron couldn't help thinking. If Animagus is registered, it is estimated that Sirius will not be able to escape. Ron also had a rough guess as to where Sirius could go. Privet Drive. After all, Sirius is Harry's godfather. Or, go and see? Ron couldn't help thinking with mandrake in his mouth. The last few days have been really boring, especially after Tom was resurrected. Originally expected to spend a vacation in Nocturne Alley, but I didn't expect Tom to do everything directly. As expected of Senior Tom. It is not without reason that he can become Voldemort in the future. What's more, he remembered that the main purpose of Sirius getting out of prison this time was to hunt down Peter Pettigrew. Maybe try to get in touch with Sirius Black. Ron took a sip of black tea and had an idea in his mind. Dash. Interpunct flowers interpunct 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 interpunct. 4 nights later. Privet Road, Little Whinging, Surrey. Ron covered his dizzy head and got out of the taxi. Perhaps it was because he had been wearing the horse charm for too long. When he first got into the taxi, he remembered that he was dazed by the transportation. No way, Shinway's ability needs a specific spatial positioning, and his horse charm is handed over to Tom to keep. So I had to endure it all the way. Fortunately, the distance is not too far. Ron leaned against a street lamp and calmed down his dizziness. Then he set his sights on this privet road. The surrounding buildings are all double-story detached cottages, which are not as big as his residence. On both sides of the tidy street, 2 rows of dimly lit street lamps illuminate the darkness around them. Ron even saw the 2-story house at No. 4, Privet Drive, where Harry currently lives. But he didn't have time to find Harry now. Turning on the compass on the wrist, the pointer quickly pointed to a direction, and the position was constantly changing. This means that what Ron is looking for is nearby. Because if the distance is too far, the object moves a small distance, and the pointer will not change too much. And swinging wildly like this now means that Sirius Black is nearby. Got you. Following the pointer's direction, Ron passed through a silent square. When he was near a sewer, he found that the pointer on his wrist had begun to float. In the sewer? Ron looked at this dark little water crossing and pondered for a while. Has Sirius been reduced to this level? He couldn't help but laugh. The scapegoat is hiding in the sewers, but the real culprit is the one who has a reputation and becomes a mouse to live comfortably. This is really taking out the wand from his waist. Ron slowly closed his eyes. Until he opens it again. Those pale blue eyes have turned into a kaleidoscope of scarlet scythes. Chapter 165, That Mouse, I Can Help You Catch Him. The scarlet sickle kaleidoscope is very conspicuous in the dark night. Ron didn't use his wand to cast the fluorescent flashes. Because the current Sirius Black is being hunted down, if he rushes in, he might let the other party escape in advance. The route of the sewers extends in all directions. Thinking of this, he lightly stepped on the muddy ground and walked towards this dark and odorous sewer. Just as he stepped into the entrance, Ron frowned and covered his mouth and nose involuntarily. It smells so bad. This rotten stench. It's hard to imagine that Sirius Black, the oldest and noblest pure-blood family wizard, would actually be reduced to such a level. I'm afraid even those at the Ministry of Magic wouldn't have thought of it. Following the dim stairs, Ron slowly walked into the unpleasant lower, 743, waterway. Without the illumination of the moonlight, the surrounding environment is pitch dark. This kind of dark environment is nothing to him with a kaleidoscope. At least you can see the vague outlines of something. Ron followed the direction of the compass needle to judge the position of Sirius. The branches in the sewer extend in all directions. If there is no compass, it is estimated that it will take a long time to find it. Are you near here? Ron looked down at the pointer on his wrist. It was already pointing in one direction. That means that Sirius Black has stopped moving. He was standing at the corner of a sewer, a pair of scarlet sickle kaleidoscopes looking in. With the blessing of the kaleidoscope, Ron saw at a glance the black dog crawling on the ground in front of him, blending into the darkness. The black dog seemed to be biting at something, and it whimpered from time to time. Sirius Black, I found you. Thinking of this, Ron's mouth curled up and he released his body from the cameo space. The reason she used cameo just now was to hide the sound of her steps. He took a step forward, exposing half of his body. This slight footstep sound is very recognizable in the narrow and hollow sewers. The ears above the head of the black dog that was crawling on the ground perked up, and it was obvious that he heard this small sound. Black dog. Or Sirius Black turned his head slowly, a pair of golden pupils staring straight at the figure at the corner. He, who had turned into a frightened bird under the chase, immediately bared his teeth and let out a low roar. At this time, Ron could see the black dog's appearance clearly. It was as thin as wood, its black hairs stood up like needles, and there were bright red bloodshots flowing from the corners of its mouth. He turned his head and glanced at the side of the black dog. It was a rat with a disembodied belly, and there were many tiny bones with minced meat around. Did he live in this environment? Ron couldn't help but look sideways. And Sirius has also realized that something is wrong. Looked at the blonde wizard with vigilance in his heart. Those scarlet eyes. At this time, Sirius also discovered the pair of red pupils that seemed to represent unknown. Under Ron's gaze, he couldn't help trembling in his heart. Is it Ira who came to kill him? What a bunch of ghostly mice! Sirius cursed in his heart. A low roar came out of his throat, then turned around and rushed into the depths of the sewer. Hell, his animagus was also exposed to the Ministry of Magic. Without thinking too much, the current Sirius just wanted to get out of the wizard's sight quickly. It's good to be vigilant. Looking at the black dog who had turned around and had already run a certain distance, Ron seemed unhurried. Since he made a noise on purpose, he was not afraid that Sirius could escape from here. As the magic in his body surged, Ron's entire body seemed to have turned into lightning, rushing towards the black dog at a very fast speed. The dazzling golden lightning made a crackling sound, and the entire dark sewer was illuminated. Sirius, who was running wildly in front, heard the sound behind him and couldn't help but look back. However, it was this look that made his pupils shrink to the size of pinpoints. At some point behind him, a golden lightning bolt suddenly appeared, and the blonde wizard had long since disappeared. The next moment, that lightning bolt came to the black dog at an extremely fast speed. Under Sirius' horrified gaze, those thunderbolts slowly turned into the appearance of a blonde wizard. How is this possible? He has been in prison for so many years, and there is already such a powerful magic outside? Sirius's heart was tumbling like waves. And Ron, who was standing in front of the black dog, showed a smile on the corner of his mouth. Elementalization of thunder is really a good ability. Whether it is dodging attacks or chasing them, it can be called top speed. Roar. Seeing that his path was completely blocked, Sirius knew that he could not escape today. The only way now is to fight to the death. The black dog's golden beast pupils were full of madness, and in the blink of an eye, it bit Ron. Are you not escaping? With the mandrake in his hand, Ron sideways dodged the black dog's pounce and snapped his fingers. The magic pattern ring on the finger emits a blue light. All petrochemical. In the next instant, Sirius, who originally wanted to continue attacking, was stunned in midair, and his petrified body fell to the ground. Petrification curse. Looking at the blonde wizard who took out his wand, Sirius felt a little sad in his heart. He swam here from Azkaban with all his might, but now he is going to be captured again. Harry Potter, My Godson 5.5. And also Peter Pettigrew. Thinking of the yellow-skinned rat in the newspaper, Sirius's breathing gradually became faster. His pupils were wide and filled with a strong hatred. The dust on the ground was blown up by the rapid exhalation. And Ron looked at the black dog lying on the ground and couldn't help shaking his head. He is now unable to speak with a mandrake leaf in his mouth, and is now preparing to use his wand to communicate with Sirius. Sirius Black. A graceful azure handwriting was very conspicuous in the pitch-black midair. After Sirius, who was lying on the ground, saw this handwriting, before he could react, the handwriting changed again. That mouse, I can help you catch it. Chapter 166, Sirius, you don't want Harry either. The blue font is very dazzling in the dark sewers. The black dog lying on the ground had trembling golden eyes, showing disbelief. Apart from the group of four, almost no one knows the state of his animagus. But the blonde wizard in front of him named his name at once. And that mouse, if Sirius was right, the wizard was referring to Peter Pettigrew, who wasn't dead. Thinking of this, Sirius' eyes were filled with a strong killing intent. But how did he know I was looking for that mouse? Go to sleep for a while. The environment here is not suitable for conversation. Seeing that the black dog lying on the ground gradually stabilized, Ron cast a stun spell. The location where they are now is already deep in the sewer, and the stench here is getting stronger and stronger. He couldn't stand talking to Sirius here. Looking at the black dog that fell into a coma, Ron used his wand to clean it up. The black 22 hair that was originally full of mud and the bloodshots on the corners of the mouth became clean under the power of the magic spell. Then, he threw the unconscious Sirius into the shinway space. With the whirlpool floating, the figure slowly disappeared into the sewer. In diagonally at 1 o'clock in the morning. Oakley's Potions Store. Ron threw the comatose black dog on the wooden board, and went to the potion store in the basement to get a bottle of sobriety. The potions in the basement were all made by him last year, and the potions have not expired. Poured the sobering agent into the black dog's mouth, and then Ron sat on the sofa waiting for him to wake up. About 3 minutes passed, and the pair of golden beast pupils opened in confusion. The warm lighting made him squint his eyes. There is a crisp wind chime ringing in my ears. It seems that since entering Azkaban, he has never seen such a warm scene. But after seeing Ron sitting on the sofa observing him, Sirius subconsciously stood up, and a low roar sounded from his throat. Ron reluctantly used his wand to write a black handwriting in the air. Sirius Black. The black dog was silent for a while, and its brain was still a little dizzy. The next moment, the black dog's body began to change. After a while, a man in tattered clothes with a haggard face stood on the spot. If you're talking about the prisoner who escaped from Azkaban, it's really me. Sirius stared at the wizard in front of him with a pair of sinister eyes. Where did you hear about that mouse? He asked in a hoarse voice. You mean Peter Pettigrew? Under Ron's control, the fonts in midair began to reorganize. After seeing this familiar name, Sirius narrowed his eyes and clenched his hands tightly into fists under the tattered sleeves. That's right, it's the timid mouse. He really couldn't understand. How did the wizard in front of him know the animagus identities of him and Peter Pettigrew, and how did he know that this time he escaped from prison to find Peter Pettigrew? Various questions appeared in Sirius' mind, which made him raise his head and look at Ron. Wait, the scarlet eyes are gone? Only at this time did he realize that the scarlet eyes he had seen in the sewer had turned pale blue, as if that scene was his hallucination. But Sirius knew very well that it was definitely not an illusion. He could feel the ominous eyes that were always exuding, just like Medusa's snake eyes, which had a deadly threat. The Marauder's Map. Ron threw a newspaper to Sirius, and then used his wand to draw writing in midair. Not being able to speak is troublesome. Sirius picked up the newspaper and glanced at it. It was a group photo of the Weasley family going to the pyramid, and the mouse was among them. It was because of this newspaper that he escaped from Azkaban. No wonder you know that the mouse is Peter Pettigrew. Seeing the handwriting in the air, Sirius nodded knowingly. As one of the founders of Marauder's Map, he certainly knew that the original name of Animagus was displayed on the map. So, what are you looking for me to do? Sirius skillfully sat on the opposite sofa and asked in a hoarse voice. He didn't believe that the wizard in front of him would be so kind to take in his stray dog. Everything people do has a purpose. I'll help you catch mice, and you help me do things. A smile rose on Ron's face, and his pale blue eyes looked at the stunned Sirius. He felt that if Senior Tom only used one assistant, his work efficiency might not be enough. Now there is just one ready-made, and it is very powerful. Oh, why do I need your help? After Sirius recovered his senses, he couldn't help but sneer. It is enough for him to catch that timid mouse alone. Where do you need other people to help? You want to kill Peter Pettigrew? 743 Ron asked rhetorically. I wish I could tear him to pieces now. Sirius said unabashedly with hatred. And then, being locked up in Azkaban again? watching your poor godson being bullied by Snape at school?" The corners of Ron's mouth twitched. He knew that when Sirius said this, he was hooked. "Think about it, I can help you restore your reputation. You can even ask Harry Potter to call you Godfather. And all you have to do is rely on me." Looking at the black writing in the air, Sirius fell silent. "After all, you don't want to see that Harry always thinks you are the murderer of the Potters." Sirius lost his voice, and even the sound of breathing almost disappeared. "I agree to your request." After a long time, he gave his answer. Every word of Ron's handwriting was like a sharp blade, cutting into Sirius' heart. He knew that he could not recover his reputation by himself, because he was a fugitive from Azkaban. Who would believe the words of a fugitive? Getting the answer he wanted, Ron chuckled lightly. "That's right." Chapter 167, Snape, the Dog. Looking at Sirius, who lowered his head, Ron chuckled lightly. "Trust me, I have a way of restoring you to the honor you deserve. By the way, do you want to eat?" After seeing the last sentence, Sirius nodded silently. After escaping from prison in Azkaban, he first swam across the sea, and then fled everywhere to avoid being traced, and the only food he could eat every day was the smelly rat in the sewer. Just chased with Ron again, and now he doesn't have much physical strength. Ron cleared a lot of notes on the table aside, and then took out some food that had been prepared a long time ago from the kitchen. Steak, pumpkin pie, rock crust, honey muffins. These are all things he learned to do. Looking at these rich dinners, Sirius unceremoniously picked up the silver fork from behind and started to gobble it up. The aroma of the food filled his taste buds, which made him narrow his eyes. Ron, on the other hand, was sitting opposite, sipping on a cup of black tea leisurely. There is also a thick biographical book in his hand. While eating the rich food, Sirius was also looking at the surrounding environment and the blonde wizard in front of him. Looking at the bottles and jars placed around, it should be a potions store, and if you open a store, you usually choose Diagon Alley. In other words, now he is very likely to be in Diagon Alley. Thinking of this, Sirius' chewing movement was a little slower. You must know that there is a long distance from Privet Road to Diagon Alley. Did you use apparition? And looking at the handsome face of this blonde wizard, he should be no more than 20 years old. Thinking of this, Sirius wiped the oil from the corner of his mouth with his dirty sleeves and asked, "Can you tell me your name?" Until now, he didn't even know the name of the wizard in front of him. Lorne Gerald. Beautiful black handwriting appeared in midair. "Gerald? Is it a Muggle-born wizard?" Sirius turned his attention to the robe hanging on the hanger, which was a green-bottomed wizard robe. "You're from Slytherin House. Muggle wizards actually enter Snake House?" His tone was a little suspicious. Slytherin is nothing, after all. The wizards in his family are all Slytherins, except him. But it's unbelievable that a Muggle-born wizard can enter that group of unscrupulous snakes. Sirius could even imagine how Ron was excluded in the Snake House. Slytherin, this year is the 3rd grade. BFFT. As soon as he drank the black tea in his mouth, Sirius spit it out in an instant, as if he heard something incredible. Cough. Cough. "You said you're only in the 3rd grade?" He widened his eyes and looked at Ron opposite him like a ghost. Mature words and deeds, a head shorter than him, and the use of magic spells. Is this really a little wizard in the 3rd grade? It's the 3rd grade this year. Ron snapped his fingers to clean up the stains on the ground, and then wrote this sentence in midair. Doesn't he look like a little wizard in the 3rd grade? If you don't tell me, I thought you had already graduated. Sirius said in a complicated tone. I didn't expect that he would be caught by a little wizard in the 3rd grade. He thought a little embarrassedly. So what do you want me to do for you? After filling his stomach, Sirius leaned on the soft sofa without any image and asked. Since he agreed to this little wizard's request, he naturally wouldn't break his promise. It's just that he didn't know what the wizard in front of him wanted to do. The current task is to master Nocturnally. WTF? When Sirius saw this sentence in midair, the wand in his hand was a little unsteady and almost fell to the ground. He even wondered if he was dazzled. But it turns out that there is no problem with the font in midair. Want to master Nocturnally? Nocturnally has existed since the establishment of Diagonally. In the history of hundreds of years, he has never heard of anyone who has mastered success. And now, a little wizard who is only in the 3rd grade actually wants to master a Nocturnally? It's just like gibberish. Sirius has a complicated expression. Sure enough, it's better to catch that mouse by yourself. You don't need to worry about how to master it. Someone will find a way. You just need to remember to follow me. After saying this, both sides fell silent. Ron was reading a book while thinking about what to do next. And Sirius didn't know what to say at all. Are you dumb? At this moment, Sirius suddenly raised his head and asked curiously. After all, since meeting until now, he has never said that the wizard said a word. I'm practicing animagus. After Ron glanced at him, he pointed his finger to his cheek. Animagus. A single leaf of the mandrake? Sirius suddenly realized. It turned out that the use of fonts to communicate is to prevent the mandrakes from falling out of the mouth. He had also practiced animagus, and he naturally knew how torturous the process of this most advanced transfiguration was. By the way, I remember that you seemed to say something. Snape. When Sirius mentioned the name, he couldn't help narrowing his eyes, and he asked softly, did he do something excessive to Harry? How is Yale? Speaking of Harry, he suddenly remembered that Ron seemed to know that he was Harry's godfather. Damn, how did he know so many secrets? Sirius gritted his teeth and thought. It always felt that the secret between them was as transparent in front of Ron, without any privacy. You mean Professor Snape? Ron raised his eyebrows and asked. Snape? Professor Liang? Sirius repeated a sentence. So that damn Death Eater went to Hogwarts to be a professor? It's nothing too much, it's nothing more than deducting points from class every day. That dog thing. Seeing the words in the air, Sirius couldn't help cursing. He could now imagine that Harry, who looked very similar to James, was being harassed everywhere in Snape's class. Chapter 168, People like you are only worthy of hanging street lamps. The next day, in the early morning, after Ron put on his clothes, he pushed open the bedroom door and walked to the hall on the 1st floor. Sirius, who was curled up and sleeping on the sofa, was awakened by the sound of going downstairs. He quickly took out his wand from his waist and subconsciously aimed at the entrance of the stairs. It is you. Seeing the handsome face walking down the stairs, Sirius only remembered that he was safe, and then heaved a sigh of relief. He put the wand back on his waist and stretched his waist vigorously. Since he escaped from Azkaban, his mental state has been tense, and he has never slept as well as last night. Even in Azkaban, he had to become food for those soul-sucking monsters every night, and he couldn't get a good night's sleep. Good morning, Kid Lorne. After Sirius learned that Ron was only a 3rd-year wizard, his attitude became more and more presumptuous. Ron looked up at him and said nothing. He is not the kind of person who cares about things, and he is basically not that strict about some common etiquette. Hey, shall we eat these 747 rock cakes in the morning? At this moment, Sirius stuck out his head from the kitchen and asked suspiciously. In his hand, he also held the K-Oya biscuits that he chose not to eat last night. Seriously, if he wanted to eat this biscuit, Sirius reckoned that he would have to use animagus to chew it. Is this biscuit eaten by humans? Looking at Sirius, who was picking and choosing in the kitchen, Ron's mouth twitched. Suddenly I wanted to give him a petrification spell. After a hearty pumpkin pie breakfast, Lorne went to Mrs. Malkin's clothing store to buy some summer clothes for Sirius. There was no way, let Sirius sleep on the sofa all night, and the whole sofa was ridiculously dirty. Plus Achilles Potions shop has 2 bedrooms with beds, one is his and the other is Miss Hermione's pink bedroom. So he could only let Sirius sleep on the sofa. I will send him to Senior Tom's place when he is properly organized today. The clothes are suitable. So when are we going to catch that mouse? Sirius, who put on new clothes, still misses Peter Pettigrew, the culprit? Wait for me to start school. It's not important to catch mice. The important thing is to prove that you are innocent. Ron took a sip of his bitter coffee and drew lightly in midair with the wand in his hand. Since Miss Hermione was away from him, every morning his drink had changed from chocolate milk to various teas or coffees. Maybe it's just a habit. Hogwarts starts in September, which means there is still about a month to go. Sirius suppressed his restless heart. He knew that what Ron said was right. Only after proving his innocence can he return to his goddess son. After Ron found him a black robe to put on, he was going to take him to Nocturne Alley to find Tom. According to Tom's recent reply, they are now preparing to attack Selwyn Manor. Almost all of the werewolves in Nocturne Alley chose to surrender under the power of the horse charm. No werewolf can resist the temptation to become a wizard. Nasty Alley. Looking at the alley leading to the opposite side of Diagon Alley, Sirius took the wand in his hand without hesitation. He had been to Nocturne Alley a long time ago, and he naturally knew that it was full of notorious dark wizards. Where did you get your wand from? Ron glanced curiously at the patterned wand in his hand. He remembered that any prisoner, CCFF, in Azkaban had their wand kept by the Ministry of Magic. Because of the existence of the flashback charm, every wand of the criminal becomes evidence in the hall. From a passing wizard. Sirius said disapprovingly. As a qualified fugitive, it is very dangerous if you don't have a wand. Someday, Anna will lead a team to come looking for him. After passing through the dark street, Ron took Sirius towards the northwest. Where are we going? After walking for a while with Sirius wearing a hat behind him, he couldn't help asking. The two of them were almost on their way to the suburbs. After walking a little further, we completely reached the boundary of Nocturne Alley. It's the ruins right in front of you. Ron held the address written by Morris, and looked at the ruins of the house in front of him with a pair of pale blue eyes. Not many wizards would choose to live here, only the homeless and even fugitives would choose to come here. Wait, the two got closer and closer, and Sirius clenched his wand with a frown. He felt that a lot of eyes were watching the two of them. Ron knocked on the wooden door when he walked to the door of a small second-story building. Squeak, a sour voice sounded, and it was Senior Tom, who had been working day and night in Nocturne Alley for half a month, who opened the door. You still have the face, Gerald? Tom gritted his teeth. Now, not only are the whites of his eyes pitch black, he even has a thick dark circle under the corners of his eyes. Under Ron's order, he can only rest for 4 hours a day, and the rest of the time is full of high-intensity work. Even the house elves were not squeezed so much in the first place. Gerald, you really should hang on the street lamp. Good afternoon, Senior Tom. Ron held down Sirius, who was about to take out his wand, and said with a smile. It's not for your health. I've found a good assistant for you. Ah! Tom sneered disdainfully. If he could commit suicide, he would have gone to the god of death long ago. Unfortunately not. Tom didn't bother to look at that annoying face, so he turned around and walked into the wooden house. Click the link to join the group chat, Fiction Exchange Group, https://jq.qq.com/question_wv1027 and die 4kz9 ags empty. white semicolon 6 colon 9 exclamation 8 comma 9 exclamation 25850. Internal. Group, 2 question 05 comma 23149 blank 698,925,850, who is he? Sirius, who was startled by those strange eyes, asked curiously. Tom Riddle. This is my right-hand man in Nocturne Alley. I believe you two will have a good time. Ron said with a chuckle. After all, he was a young Voldemort. Please ask for flowers, ask for tickets, ask for everything. Chapter 169, A Birthday Present for Harry. Getting along well. When Sirius heard this, he nodded thoughtfully. In other words, in the past few days, does he have to work with this young wizard? Ron pushed open the wooden door that was closed again, and then walked in with Sirius Wolfstar. It is noon now, and the weather in July is very hot, but after entering the house, a cool feeling hits instantly, as if you are in winter. Why do I feel that your people look at us in the wrong way? Sirius observed the wizards around him and whispered in Ron's ear. The eyes of those wizards were obviously not knowing him. There's nothing to doubt, after all, Tom has always been helping me. Ron chuckled and described it in words. He did speak just now, but he still felt uncomfortable, so he went back to the words. After all, that leaf had been in his mouth for nearly half a month. Then your relationship is really good. Seeing this sentence, Sirius Black sighed a little. Like this mutual trusting friendship. He couldn't help thinking of himself and James. Ron turned to look at him with a strange look. I don't know if Tom will kill Sirius after knowing this. If Senior Tom has someone who must kill, that person is neither Harry nor Dumbledore, but Lord Geralt. Master Geralt. At this time, Morris, who had been busy all the time, hurried over. What plans does Tom have recently? Ron waved the wand in his hand, and blue writing appeared in the air. Morris naturally knew that his master had been practicing animagus all the time. Mr. Riddle is going to gather these werewolves and prepare to attack Selwyn's Manor in a few days. Morris said respectfully, ignoring Tom, whose face was darkened behind him. After all, he has a clear distinction between primary and secondary. A werewolf? Sirius, who was standing aside, couldn't help but mutter to himself. His eyes hidden in the black robe looked at the wizards around him. Look at the number of dozens of people, this is the werewolf of the whole Nocturne Alley gathered together? How could these werewolves be so obedient? The doubts in Sirius's heart grew stronger and stronger. Could it be the wolf poison potion? Even in Azkaban, he had the habit of reading daily newspapers, so he naturally knew about the wolf venom potion that was researched not long ago. Just follow Tom's plan. Ron looked at the gloomy young man leaning on the chair with a smile on the corner of his mouth. As expected of Senior Tom, resurrecting him is really right. I am afraid that by the time I start school, most of the whole Nocturne Alley will be mastered. 3 days later. Inside Diagon Alley. A wind chime rang from the wooden door, and a white owl flew in, with several letters and the latest Daily Prophet tied to his feet. The black dog lying on the ground raised its head and glanced at it, then continued to crawl on the carpet and went to sleep. Considering that the shape-shifting spell might not last long, Ron let Sirius transform into the shape of Animagus and stay in the store. Recently, there have been quite a few raids in Nocturne Alley, and even some shops in Diagon Alley have been implicated. Ron opened the envelope from Miss Granger. The beautiful handwriting told of Mrs., and there were a few photos of the trip. Ron put these photos into the album on the side, then picked up the quill pen and started his daily reply. After stuffing the written letter into the envelope, Ron thought about it and picked up a blank piece of paper. He remembered that 7.31 seemed to be Harry's birthday, so he just wrote back together. After the enchanted birthday card was written, Ron walked up to Sirius, who was sleeping on the ground, and kicked him. Wow! The black dog raised his head and looked at Ron suspiciously, not knowing what he was doing. It's Harry Potter's birthday in a few days, you godfather doesn't say anything? As soon as Ron finished writing this sentence, he saw that Sirius had changed back from the state of a black dog. Harry's birthday? Sirius also remembered. He quickly picked up the hood and put it on, ready to turn around to buy a birthday present. Interpunct flowers interpunct 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 interpunct. It's just that one foot just stepped out of the door frame, and he took it back. That. Lend me some gold galleons. Sirius said softly with some embarrassment. In the past few days, he has been eating and drinking in this potion shop, completely forgetting that he has just escaped from prison and is currently penniless. Don't worry, when I return to Black's ancestral home, I will pay you back double gold galleons as soon as possible, he said with oath. Why does Sirius feel like a fraudster? Ron shook his head speechlessly, but still threw him a bag of gold galleons. There are about 300 or 400 in it, enough for Sirius to buy gifts. 0. Thanks. Taking the heavy purse, Sirius couldn't help but smile, and the thick beard on his face trembled with the smile. Ron sat behind the counter with one hand on his chin, watching the figure sneaking out of the potion shop. The corners of his mouth twitched slightly. Sirius is in much better condition than when he first met him. The eyes that were originally filled with tiredness and hatred disappeared, and even the demeanor did not have that gloomy and indifferent look. Especially when he heard Harry's birthday just now. His eyes were filled with excitement and joy. It's rare to have such a feeling of joy after being imprisoned in Azkaban for so many years. Peter Pettigrew. Thinking of the disgusting mouse, Ron couldn't help narrowing his pale blue eyes. Probably around the end of the evening, Sirius finally came back. He also held a newest magic broom firebolt in his hand, with an uncontrollable smile on his face. Sirius heard from Ron that Harry joined the Quidditch team in Gryffindor when he was in the 1st grade, so he will definitely like it if you give him the latest broom. Ron looked at the broom and was stunned for a while. This firebolt seems to have just been released recently. Thinking of this, he turned his attention to Sirius. It's over. Noticing Ron's gaze, Sirius took out his empty wallet and shrugged and said, Death. Chapter 170, The Storm in the House Upon Request. After sending the gifts that Sirius brought together, Ron picked up the Daily Prophet on the side of the table and glanced at it. The center of the daily newspaper is always the most conspicuous and most important. After seeing the headlines, he was slightly stunned. It was a beautiful manor burning with raging flames, and there were several dead wizards lying on the scorched land. Immediately afterwards, Ron saw the familiar Sirius Wanted notice in the lower left corner of the daily newspaper. This news actually suppressed Sirius's wanted order. You must know that in the past 2 weeks, whether it is the Daily Prophet, or other miscellaneous daily newspapers, the most headline position has always been the dynamic photo of Sirius roaring. It can be said that as long as Sirius is not hunted down for a day, then the popularity of these, 750, will never decrease. And now it's actually being headlined by a burning manor. The famous pure-blood family, Selwyn Manor, was attacked by a group of premeditated dark wizards. At present, the era of the Ministry of Magic has been involved in the investigation. Selwyn Manor? After seeing the name of the manor, Ron's light blue eyes widened. Isn't this the pure-blood family that Tom and the others are going to attack? It's only been less than 2 days in the past, I didn't expect Senior Tom to attack so quickly. Selwyn Manor? Hey, it seems that Nocturne Alley and Diagon Alley are going to be tossed by that short, fat ugly woman recently. Sirius walked over, glanced at it and said involuntarily, "A pudgy ugly woman?" Ron gave him a puzzled look. "Dolores Umbridge, Minister Fudge's confidant. I used to see her every day in Azkaban. That pink-skinned toad is related to the Selwyn family by blood. She claims to be the pure blood of the Selwyn family. Oh, and now the Selwyn family is completely destroyed?" Sirius explained with a sneer. After being locked up in Azkaban for so many years, he already knew the bottom line about that short ugly woman. Umbridge? Ron squinted his eyes halfway, and had some impressions in his mind. There may be a large number of us coming to investigate in the past few days. You try to keep scolding Animagus. He reminded Sirius beside him. I know. Sirius nodded in disapproval, then cast Animagus and turned back into a black dog. Fortunately, the Animagus forms of the four of them were not registered with the Ministry of Magic at that time. Otherwise, the current Sirius would have been brought back to Azkaban by those Dementors. I don't know what form Lorne's Animagus is. Crawling on the soft carpet, the black dog with a pair of golden beast pupils looked at the little wizard who turned to study and couldn't help thinking in his heart. This is simply the most diligent and best-learned little wizard he has ever seen. He is studying various things every day, either potions or alchemy, most of which he doesn't even understand or even hear about. Do the third-year wizards at Hogwarts know so much now? It was about half a month before the start of school, and the hot temperature gradually became a little cooler. A pure white owl flew in from the door and window, and sent a Hogwarts opening letter. Ron opened it and looked at it. It marked the books to be used for the next semester and a new crucible and potion materials. Is it time to start school again? Ron looked at the letter in his hand and whispered to himself. The mandrake leaf in his mouth was taken out last night on the full moon night and put into a small crystal vial, and the potion mixture needed in it was added under the illumination of the moonlight. Now it's time to prepare for a stormy weather. And Sirius, who was originally lodging in the Ickley Magic Pharmacy, has gone to Nocturne Alley with Senior Tom after the era's frantic investigation some time ago. Especially after learning from those werewolves that the handsome young man had a mysterious spell in his hand that could turn a werewolf back into a wizard, Sirius surrounded Tom almost every day. It seems that Sirius is also very interested in this magical spell. Ron looked at the name of the professor of the new Defense Against the Dark Arts class on the envelope, and couldn't help but smile. Remus Lupin. After putting this letter away, Ron was ready to go to the House of Requirement at Hogwarts first. He had put the potion from last night into the Shenway space, in a dark and silent place. I hope that the environment created by responsiveness can be useful. Otherwise, he would have to wait for a long natural storm. Before leaving, Ron locked the door of the potions shop, and then slowly disappeared in place through Shenway. The 8th floor of Hogwarts. As the space twisted into a vortex, Ron's figure appeared in an inconspicuous corner. The surrounding walls were covered with murals, and not far away was the Fat Lady, the portrait of the entrance to Gryffindor. Good morning, Fat Lady. When passing by the Fat Lady, Ron politely greeted him as he always did in school. Oh, it's you nasty little wizard again. Wait. The Fat Lady, who was sleeping, was awakened, and she blamed the blonde little wizard angrily. But in the middle of speaking, the Fat Lady stopped abruptly. Merlin's beard, it's a holiday now. She let out an exclamation, but Ron's figure had already walked 5.5 minutes away slowly. When he came to the portrait of the troll, he still meditated on the environment he wanted. Night, storm, silent forest. After walking back and forth 3 times, a smooth door appeared on the wall behind him. Ron pushed open the door and walked in. The moment he stepped into this door, he felt a cold wind blowing. When he entered the room of requirement, he found that he was already in a dense forest, like the forbidden forest of Hogwarts. The bright moon hangs high in the sky, and the dark clouds are still floating in the distance. Could the House of Requirement even simulate this scenario? Ron murmured softly. Chapter 171, Mr. Geralt, Guess Who I Am? After Ron walked into the room of requirement, there was a hint of amazement in his eyes. This room is indeed the most mysterious place in the entire Hogwarts, and the dark forest with the weather changes can be simulated. How was the House of Requirement made? As a self-taught alchemist, Ron couldn't help but wonder in his heart. It looks like time to take a good look at the composition of the House of Requirement. To be able to create such a large space out of thin air would be impossible without strong magic support. So where did these torrent-like magic powers come from? Now Ron is more and more curious about the unknown secrets in Hogwarts. But now is not the time to think about it. He put these complicated and attractive questions behind him, and then took out the prepared crystal vial from the Shenway space. The next thing to do is to put this bottle of mixture in a quiet, dark place. According to the book, The Origin of Animagus, the best way is to bury it in the ground. Don't look at it or disturb it until the next thunderstorm comes. This step is simple. Ron randomly found a sturdy old tree, dug a deep hole in its root and buried the small medicine bottle in it. Then he used his wand to make a mark on this ancient tree. All that needs to be done now is to wait for the storm to come in a week. According to Ron's conception of this space, a storm will begin to fall in a week, and it will be good to dig it out at that time. After finishing everything, he clapped the soil in his hands, turned around and left the forest shrouded in moonlight. All I have to do for the rest of the week is to hold the wand at the position of the heart and recite the mantra silently every day. Until the storm comes, the spell that needs to be recited is indispensable. After walking out of the room of requirement, Ron looked up and looked around. The originally bustling Hogwarts castle was very deserted at the moment, and even the portraits who usually chatted fell into a deep sleep. Now the only people left at Hogwarts are Filch, a few professors and a group of house elves. And Hagrid, who moved back to the Forbidden Forest. After a semester of investigation, Dumbledore did not find the dangerous creature that destroyed the Forbidden Forest, so Hagrid moved back on his own initiative. After all, he still has quite a few cuties that are kept in the depths of the Forbidden Forest. It would be bad if you starved to death. As the whirlpool turned, Lorne disappeared into the silent castle of Hogwarts. Although Shenway's ability is not limited by Hogwarts, it needs to set the spatial coordinates in advance, which is not as good as apparition. As long as a target land is reached, apparition can be activated. Would you like to go to Senior Tom to learn apparition? Ron, who returned to the Eclair Potions store, whispered to himself. After being silent for a whole month, it feels really good to be able to speak. He stretched hard and looked at the empty potions shop. After thinking about it, Ron was about to close the door and go to Nocturne Alley to see Tom. Anyway, not many people came to his potions shop during the whole holiday except for the dark wizards in Nocturne Alley. To tell the truth, this store is where Ron was playing. The real money-making business depends on the Weasley brothers' fairy tale. Those entertainment cards are the best choice for making money. I don't know what happened to Fred and his werewolf-killing research. Inside Nocturne Alley. So far, the dark wizarding force that Tom has in Nocturne Alley has not been underestimated. Especially after the last attack on Selwyn Manor. Some black industries have also been successfully controlled by him. Have your mandrake leaves been buried? Tom took a sip of butterbeer with ice cubes, and asked Ron, who was opposite him, with a blank eye. The transformation of Animagus will be possible in a few days. Ron said with a chuckle. After more than a month of getting along, Tom has almost accepted the current situation, At least he doesn't have any resistance now. Then your animagus form must be a dog. Tom sneered every day. Since the last diary incident has been frantically oppressing him. He cannot accept that Lorne's animagus is not a dog. Sirius, who was sitting at the table next to Morris, frowned involuntarily. He felt as if he had been offended. What happened to the dog? Did the dog eat your food? But he looked at the horse charm hanging on Tom's chest, and he didn't talk back after thinking about it. After all, Sirius is a friend who is suffering from the werewolf curse. Senior Tom, you haven't learned animagus yet, have you? In the face of Tom's ridicule, Ron obviously disapproved. It can only be said that he is used to it. I don't have time to learn that kind of boring stuff. Tom's tone was disdainful. In his opinion, animagus can only be turned into some ordinary creatures without any practicality, and it is not as easy to kill as his death curse. So, what are you doing here to find me in Nocturne Alley this time? Tom doesn't want to continue dawdling with this wizard any longer. He is a torment sitting here. When he saw Ron, he felt uncomfortable. What can I do? Seeing Tom's expression of disbelief, Ron shrugged and said, I just came to you to learn the apparition charm. Hearing the learning spell, Senior Tom's face turned dark. Come to scoop his wool again. From Nocturne Alley after coming out, Ron walked slowly in the evening sunset. Senior Tom's explanation ability is very strong, and there is a Sirius star on the side for guidance. So it took him only one afternoon to master all the theoretical knowledge. Looking at the Eclipse show shrouded in the dusk, Ron gently pushed open the wooden door with the wind chimes. Ding bell as the wind chimes rang, the vision in front of his eyes turned black, and the soft touch gently covered his eyes. Guess who I am? Mr. Gerald Tilda. Chapter 172, Miss Hermione is back. Guess who I am, Mr. Gerald? A sweet and light laughter came from behind him, and the familiar scent of flowers also moved the tip of his nose. The smell of jasmine was very strong. Hearing this familiar voice, Ron couldn't help laughing at the corner of his mouth. Different from the fake smiles facing Tom and Sirius, but a smile from the heart. Miss Beaver? Ron guessed softly, with a smile in his tone. No. Hearing the title of Miss Beaver, the figure standing behind him stomped his feet hard. But I know Miss Beaver with brown curly hair. Ron took the hands that covered his eyes with his hands, and the soft skin felt smooth. So, can dear Miss Granger let go? After taking those hands off, he turned around and hugged the other one around Miss Hermione's waist. With just a little force, and with an exclamation, Hermione was held in Ron's arms in a princess hug. Long time no see, Hermione. Ron brought his face closer, his eyes met, and the tips of his nose touched each other. Long time no see, Hermione's brown eyes flashed with joy, then she wrapped her arms around his neck, and slowly closed her eyes and moved closer. About 2 minutes passed. The two gradually separated. Did you miss me? Hermione squeezed Ron's nose with her hand and asked softly. I won't buy this store without you. Ron chuckled and put Hermione on the sofa, and the two of them leaned on each other. Then she took a cup of iced black tea and placed it in front of her table. You bought this place? Hermione asked with wide eyes in disbelief. She also worked in Diagon Alley for 2 months last vacation, so she naturally has a general understanding of the housing prices here. That's simply the astronomical gold galleon. But Ron bought it directly? This store will be handed over to Fred in the future. After all, Fairy Tale also needs a prime location. Ron explained as he touched his brown curly hair with his hand. If we want to buy a house to live in, we'd better choose a house from Hogsmeade or Autry San Catchpole. Actually, I personally like to go to San Catchpole Village. After all, Weasley and the others are there. Hermione opened her big brown eyes and looked at Ron, who was explaining to her in surprise. Has Ron thought of such a long-term place? So, do you like small lakes and gardens? Ron asked softly. Like. Hermione nodded vigorously. As long as she can be with Ron, she will like it wherever she is. By the way, are you here by yourself? Ron asked with some doubts. I told Dad and the others that I will work with you next time. Hermione said with a sly look in her eyes. Yes? Ron raised his eyebrows and glanced at the smiling Miss Hermione. It's still August, and although the weather is not as hot as July, it's still unbearable. So Hermione was wearing a black plaid shirt today, with a light white long skirt and a pair of black stockings on the lower body, looking very charming. Like it? Noticing Ron's gaze, Hermione happily stood up and turned around in front of him. The pale white dress danced for it, and even the brown curly hair tied into a high ponytail at the back of her head was scattered. As long as it's you, I like it. Ron looked at Miss Granger, who was dancing like a butterfly, and said in admiration. He hadn't seen each other for nearly a month, but he always felt that Hermione's height had grown a lot, much taller than before. I'll go help you clean up your room. Ron pulled Hermione with his hand and pressed her onto the sofa, then got up and walked towards the stairs. Today. Can I come with you? However, as soon as he took a step, the corner of his clothes was pulled out by Hermione. She asked softly with half-closed eyes. If it wasn't for Ron's 5 senses being strengthened, he could hardly hear this voice. This. Isn't it? Ron said hesitantly, but he turned around and walked towards the kitchen. Anything you want to eat tonight? After Hermione heard this, she couldn't help laughing. I want to eat hot pot. She had some fond memories of the dinner in the room of requirement. Hot pot? Ron was stunned for a moment. Although the season is not right, it is not impossible to eat. After all, the temperature in the room has reached about 16 or 17 degrees under the effect of the cooling spell, which is completely different from the sultry environment outside. 2 worlds. Wait a minute, I'll go get ready. After Ron turned his head and said a word, he walked into the kitchen. It just happened that the rest of the last time was stored in the shelving space, and it was not damaged. After everything was ready, Ron used a transformation spell to create a hole in the middle of the table with a lot of materials. This is not a room of responsiveness, so you can't use the cutting spell to get started directly. After I was busy with this set, the sky outside gradually became darker. The bright moonlight was blocked by dark clouds, and the dazzling moonlight could not be seen. What have you done and written this month? As the flames burned, Ron placed Jolie's table and chopsticks and sat opposite Hermione. And Miss Hermione, who was playing with chopsticks, looked a little unskilled. After all, she had never used this kind of tool to eat. For this, he also prepared a set of silver forks and spoons for Hermione. I've been traveling with me this month. Didn't I send you all the photos? Hermione looked at the chopsticks in her hand and gave up after trying hard. He turned to pick up the fork beside him. Have you been opening a shop in Diagon Alley this month? Hermione asked curiously. She remembered that Ron said that he was going to Nocturne Alley to do some work this holiday. Probably so, I occasionally go to Nocturne Alley to have a look. Ron chuckled lightly. Inside the potions shop, which had been quiet before, there was now a lively atmosphere just like last vacation. Chapter 173, Let's Sterilize This Black Dog. The hot evening wind blew the wind chimes hanging on the wooden pattern door, making a crisp sound. Inside the Ickley Potions pharmacy, the whole room became very cool under the blessing of the spell, and after eating, Hermione even put on a green robe of Ron and leaned on the sofa. Although she said she brought her own suitcase, she prefers to take one from the hanger next to her rather than her own clothes. The familiar smell made Hermione twitch the tip of her nose. It's like the smell of the love potion I drank in the basement last vacation. fragrant and charming. Ron, on the other hand, packed up everything he had eaten, and changed the table along the way. When he came out of the kitchen, what he saw was Miss Hermione in a daze wrapped in her robe. What do you think? Ron walked over with a smile and rubbed her brown curly hair with his hands. It feels the same as when we parted a few months ago. Thinking of you. A small smile appeared on Hermione's face, and she laughed softly, imitating his usual habit of speaking. It would be my pleasure, dear Miss Granger. Ron sat on the sofa and looked at the smiling girl, slowly reaching out and hugging him. And Hermione also took advantage of the situation to lie in his arms, and gently rubbed her head against Ron's chest. "Where's your spell?" Miss Hermione asked suddenly. She remembered that the charm depicting a horse was always worn on her chest, and she even met each other every time they hugged. But this time, I can't feel it. I gave it to a senior to go to Nocturne Alley, and it will be returned to me when the school starts. Ron explained. Really? Hermione raised her head and looked directly at those pale blue eyes she hadn't seen in a long time. The corners of her mouth curled up. She didn't continue to ask, because Miss Granger knew that he was deliberately keeping her from knowing what happened in Nocturne Alley. In other words, it is a kind of protection. I was just wondering what it would taste like if you drank a bottle of ecstasy. With curiosity, Hermione said the questions she was thinking about in a daze. After hearing this, Ron was stunned for a moment, and then he laughed a little dumbly. It turns out that Miss Granger has always remembered the bottle of love potion she drank on vacation. Up until now, I was still thinking about letting him take a sip. But the taste. Ron can guess even if he doesn't have to drink. It should be a strong jasmine scent. As for the rest of the scent, I don't know. Ron's answer made Hermione's ears a little red. Isn't the smell of jasmine the fragrance of her hair? I don't believe it, unless you take a sip. The girl couldn't help narrowing her eyes and whispered softly. This. Isn't it? Ron hesitated for a while and replied. Ecstasy can't be drunk indiscriminately. If he drank it, he would probably go to live in Azkaban with Sirius. Speaking of which, did Miss Hermione always want him to take a sip last semester? It's a thief who doesn't die. I miss you so much. Hermione couldn't help but leaned up and rubbed Ron's cheek with her small head. It's like being in a room of necessity. It's been a few months since she hasn't seen her, and when she sees this familiar and beautiful face again, she still can't control her behavior. Me too. Ron felt a little itchy side face, and hugged Miss Granger's waist with a chuckle. A young couple who hadn't seen for a long time wanted to hug each other. Bell bell. At this moment, the wind chime at the door rang. Approaching the carved wooden door, it was gently opened. A black dog? Hermione raised her head and looked at the door. I saw a larger black dog touching its head with its head. Opening the door, he walked into the potion shop's kitchen. She didn't notice the eyes of the young couple in the corner at all. Ron looked at the black dog who entered the kitchen with a helpless expression. Why did Sirius come to him to find food again? Is the food on Tom's side that bad? Do you still have pets? Hermione asked curiously. Although the black dog looks fierce, it is not unacceptable since it was adopted by Ron. Ah, that's right. Ron hesitated for a while, then nodded lightly. After all, I have always been in charge of eating and controlling. This black dog is indeed like a pet. Have you ever had a sterilization operation? Hermione asked immediately. No. Hearing this, Ron shook his head with a complicated expression. If this black dog is sterilized, I am afraid that Sirius will definitely use his wand to give him an Avada life. It just so happens that my father knows an excellent veterinarian. Why don't we take this black dog tomorrow? Hermione rubbed her head against Ron's cheek and made an offer. Hey Ron, why are there only rock crust cakes left here? At this moment, a slightly hoarse voice came from the kitchen, interrupting what Hermione was about to say, leaving her stunned. "Is it an illusion?" Hermione raised her head and set her eyes on the kitchen door. "I saw a middle-aged man with long hair and a full beard walking out with a rock cake in his mouth, complaining as he walked. Can't you eat something normal people eat? Is there not enough food for you in Tom's place?" Ron patted Hermione on the shoulder and said in a helpless tone. Hermione's eyes widened, and her brown pupils looked at this man incredulously. It was a black dog who just entered. Wait, it's Animagus. The wise Miss Hermione guessed it at once. But where did this face seem to be seen? She couldn't help thinking. TSK, I can't rob those werewolves. Sirius shook his head and walked over. But when he walked across from the sofa, he was suddenly stunned. "Well, isn't it time for me to come?" Sirius scratched his head and questioned. "It's really not the time." Ron shook his head. Sirius stared at the young couple leaning against each other with a complicated look, and took a hard bite of the hard rock cake. A creaking sound came from his mouth. "You are Azkaban's fugitive, Sirius Black." The frowning Miss Hermione finally remembered. Chapter 174, Hermione's Breakfast. Sirius Black. Since the holiday, this name has been occupying the headline position of the Daily Prophet. His evil deeds are almost well known. "Hey, little witch. Don't be nervous." Seeing Hermione frowning, Sirius hurriedly raised his hand to indicate that he had no malice. Seeing how the two were leaning on each other, he also knew that this little witch was probably Ron's little girlfriend. "Sirius Black, my friend." Ron thought about it and introduced it to Hermione beside him. "Friend?" Hermione muttered to herself in disbelief. She looked suspiciously at the helpless Sirius. "You must know that in the daily newspaper, this Azkaban's first fugitive made the entire wizarding world panic, and even Hermione, who was traveling abroad, had heard of this name. How did Ron become friends with this fugitive? And the fugitive is also an unregistered Animagos. He escaped from Azkaban in the form of a black dog. Sirius was wronged, and he was Harry's godfather. Ron glanced at Sirius, who was standing there with his hands raised, and began to explain to Hermione. The experience of Sirius is still very tragic. From being framed and imprisoned by Peter Pettigrew to now being imprisoned in Azkaban, he has endured the torture of Dementors for several years. Now escaped to visit his godson, Harry Potter. That's right, the purpose of Sirius escaping from Azkaban was to be uneasy about Harry's comfort, not to hunt down Peter Pettigrew's mouse. Listening to Ron's narration for himself, Sirius nodded quickly. Harry's godfather? After listening to Ron's explanation, Hermione also felt some sympathy for the haggard middle-aged man in front of her. "Well, if there's nothing else, I'll go to Nocturne Alley first." Sirius glanced at the little witch who was already convinced, and said to Ron next to her, "Tom asked me to go back early. He has been following Tom Riddle in Nocturne Alley for the past 2 weeks. For that handsome young man with dark circles under his eyes every day, he still has some admiration in his heart. So far, nearly half of the dark wizards in Nocturne Alley have entered Tom's position." "Wow." Ron nodded with a chuckle. He still sees Tom's efforts, and he has to say that letting him manage Nocturne Alley is definitely a correct choice. As the wind chimes rang again, a black dog left the potions shop in the dark. After watching the poor man leave, Hermione also came back to her senses. She looked suspiciously. Light looked at Ron and asked softly, "Who is Senior Tom?" She found that she hadn't seen each other for 2 months, and she became less and less aware of the affairs around her little boyfriend. "Tom Riddle, a Slytherin graduate, is a friend of mine." Ron took a sip of iced black tea and said, "Anyway, he already has enough friends, and this one is not bad." "Friends again?" Hermione glanced at him with smart eyes. I always feel like I'm lying. Forget it, anyway. Ron deceived her not once or twice. What time is it now? Finding a comfortable position in his arms, the little witch raised her head and asked. It's only 11 o'clock. Ron stroked his brown curly hair like a cat with a thoughtful expression. You are tired? A little. Hermione looked at Ron with wide eyes, but there was no sleepiness on her face. Looking at the girl in his arms, Ron's mouth curled up. He picked her up with a little force in both hands, then he waved the wand in his hand to extinguish the fire in the hall, and then walked up the stairs step by step. The bedrooms of the two were opposite, but at Miss Granger's request, the pink-colored room was not taken care of, so they could only sleep in his room together. Although for a good little wizard, cleaning up a dusty bedroom is just a spell. Putting Miss Granger with slightly closed eyes on the soft bed, Ron pulled the screen by the window, and the white moonlight fell on the wooden floor, making it look like a gauze. The two who haven't seen each other for a long time always have a lot to talk about. From travel to alchemy and finally to animagus. Speaking of animagus, Hermione suddenly remembered something. Interpunct flowers interpunct 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 interpunct. She pinched the tip of Ron's nose leaning against the wall with her hand, and asked curiously, "Didn't you say you want to learn the anima format during the holidays? Half of the study is already done, and now it's time to wait for the storm to come." Ron didn't answer her in secret. Anyway, animagus is not something that needs to be kept secret. After all, everyone's animagus is just some ordinary animals. This only represents the highest honor of transfiguration. You've been holding mandrake leaves for a month? Hermione quipped, "It looks like I'm here at the right time." "Yes." Laughing, Ron picked up a strand of loose brown curly hair with his fingers, and used it to gently stroke the tip of Miss Hermione's nose. Your bad habit hasn't changed at all." Hermione hurried away from him, rubbing the tip of her itchy nose with her hand and complaining softly. "You have become a little taller than before." Ron shrugged in praise. The next morning. "Get up, Miss Hermione." Ron yawned and sat up from the bedside position. He turned to look at Hermione behind him. In the end, nothing was seen. What about people? He thought with some doubts. If it wasn't for some long brown curly hair and that familiar smell on the edge of the bed, he would have thought yesterday was just a dream. After getting dressed, Ron pushed the door and walked down the stairs. A scent came from the kitchen. "Good morning, Ron." Perhaps she heard a soft noise on the stairs, and Miss Hermione leaned halfway out of the kitchen wearing a grey apron. "Good morning, Miss Granger." Looking at Hermione, who had put some English breakfast on the table, a hint of surprise flashed in Ron's eyes. "Didn't expect Hermione to make breakfast. I learned it from my mother when I was traveling. How about it?" Hermione hung her apron on the wall and smiled proudly. Ron sat at the table looking at the soup with a good color and some bread and bacon, and nodded with satisfaction. "Looks good. It tastes great too." Hearing these two sentences, Hermione happily sat across from him. Chapter 175, The Scarlet Potion Under the Storm. I have to say, Hermione's cooking skills are pretty good. After a simple breakfast, Ron was ready to take the books and crucibles needed for the next semester with him in Diagon Alley in Hermione District. The temperature was a little cloudy today, so when Hermione went out, she picked up the green-bottomed wizard robe on the hanger and put it on her body. There is a difference in height between the two, and the robe was like a trench coat on her. And Ron felt a little funny when he saw this scene. A little Gryffindor witch in Slytherin robes looks really out of line. Bell bell. The wind chime at the door rang, and Ron locked the wooden door of the potions shop. Then I was going to go to Mrs. Mokin's clothing store to buy the wizard's robes to wear next semester. After all, the two of them have grown a lot taller after a 753 year. Clothing, cauldrons, herbs, and the last needed books. Since there are elective courses after the 3rd grade, Hermione and Ron have already selected the elective courses before Easter, so the books that need to be purchased must also be purchased according to the elective courses. You also reported runes and divination? Seeing Hermione holding there was a thick stack of books, and Ron reached out to help pick up a few. However, after seeing the font above, he was slightly taken aback. Rune is another name for rune, and some of the magic duels made are engraved with this rune. This is the basic book of alchemy. But isn't Hermione not interested in alchemy? You must have reported runes and divination too, right? Facing Ron's doubts, the little witch showed a smile and said softly. The meaning of the expression is very obvious. I want to join you in the subject you're applying for. But I didn't report as much as you did. Ron glanced at the pile of books left in her arms and couldn't help saying. Because my goal is to beat you. Saying that, Hermione chuckled lightly, then turned around and went to pay. Isn't your goal to be the Minister of Magic? Ron shook his head helplessly. Thanks to him, Lockhart was sent to the reorganization of the Ministry of Magic in order to pave the way for Miss Hermione. Speaking of which, he recently saw a report on Lockhart in the daily newspaper. What is not afraid of death, holding the wand and rushing to the most dangerous position? It seems that Lockhart is running for the captaincy of the department. I don't know if he is successful or not. But with Lockhart's connections and fame, it's probably not a difficult task. Let's go, Mr. Geralt. Just as Lorne was thinking about it, Miss Granger had already stood at the door and shouted to him. I'm coming. After Ron came back to his senses, he walked to the counter of Lion Bookstore, and when he was about to pay, he realized that Hermione had already paid for his book. He turned his head and glanced at the little witch wearing a Slytherin robe standing in the sun. The afterglow of the morning light poured on her body, and her brown curly hair seemed to be glowing. Hermione also noticed Ron's gaze, and she slowly responded with a small smile on the corner of her mouth. Ron laughed. Let's go to the leaky cauldron to have something to eat. He came over and grabbed the little witch's little hand, and said softly, Hermione lowered her head shyly. No matter how familiar she is with Ron, she always blushes involuntarily. After wandering around for an afternoon after eating, the two of Ron returned to the potions shop in the evening. Amado, Animo, Animado, Animagus. After taking out all the things he bought today from the Shenway space, Ron picked up his wand and chanted a spell at his heart. And Hermione watched his movements curiously. Regarding Animagus, she also thought about practicing, but now the school is about to start, so she can only wait for the next vacation. The Monster Book of Monsters. This book looks like a spider. Hermione sat on the sofa and took out one of the most peculiar books among the many books. The cover of this book seems to be made of animal fur, with 4 pairs of wiggly eyes and a few spider-like legs on it. Looking at this book, she felt a little hairy in her heart. This book is a textbook for the Conservation of Magical Creatures class. Ron walked over to take a look and said, "It's not so much a book as a crazy animal with life. The book button next to it is its shackle. Don't undo it, or the books in this room will be torn to shreds." Hearing this, Hermione hurriedly shoved it into Ron's arms. "Hurry up and put it in your storage room. There are also quite a few books in my Shenway space." Ron smiled and shook his head. However, he still pressed the monster book under the table. Miss Hermione volunteered for dinner tonight, and Ron was cleaning up the small bedroom that belonged to her. After all, two people can't always sleep in the same bedroom. After eating, the two flipped through the textbooks to be studied this semester. Miss Hermione felt a little dizzy after reading a lot of content. For Ron, it was very simple. He had learned these contents during the vacation last year. Let's go, it's time to sleep. Looking at Hermione with a small head, Ron picked her up with his backhand. Some sleepy Hermione pushed her head into her arms subconsciously, as if she was looking for a suitable position. After putting Hermione on the bed in the room and covering it with a small blanket, he left. Ron looked at the clock hanging on the wall. The time had come to 11:36. Tomorrow is about half an hour away. This also means that 5.5 means that the storm in the House of Responsiveness will soon come. Thinking of this, Ron locked the wooden door with a wand, and then left the potions shop through Shenway. In front of the door of the room of requirement. Ron stood in front of the portrait and walked back and forth 3 times, approaching a smooth door that opened from the wall. As soon as he stepped in, he felt a violent gust of wind, even mixed with some fine raindrops. The surrounding trees swayed with the wind, as if they were about to rise from the ground. Lightning flashed across the sky, and a storm was coming. Ron hurried to the position he marked, and opened the small medicine bottle buried in the soil with his hands. At this time, the liquid in the vial had already changed color. This is a bottle of Vermilion Potion. Chapter 176, Red-Colored Thunder, Thunder Dragon King Form. Inside the house upon request. It was already 12 o'clock, and it was already the 3rd day of the coming storm. The howling wind was mixed with violent raindrops, and those sturdy trees were blown up and down at this time. Ron cast a protective spell to separate himself from the rain and the wind. He dug up the soil where the small medicine bottle was buried with his hands, and he picked up a bottle containing a vermilion liquid. Ron frowned and put the glowing wand next to his ear, then looked at the bottle of Animagus Special Potion. The turbid liquid had turned vermilion at this time, and some azure magic could even be seen surging in it. With the sound of thunder just now, this bottle of potion was ready to be taken. Only one step away from success. I don't know what kind of animal it can become. Ron thought expectantly. He took a deep breath and opened the cork of this vermilion potion. The azure blue magic particles instantly filled the air, as if they wanted to return to nature, and disappeared in a blink of an eye. The surrounding storm was entwined, whizzing past like sharp blades. Without too much hesitation, Ron 22 picked up the wand in his ear and pointed its tip to the heart, chanting a spell. Amado, Animo, Animado, Animagus. The voice read out was directly annihilated in the sound of the storm. Looking at the small amount of potion in his hand, he drank it directly. As the vermilion liquid was drank, some wonderful changes gradually emerged. His whole body began to hurt, and under Ron's strong perception, his heart began to beat violently. It won't take a while. The beating of his heart echoed, as if he now had 2 hearts in his body. Thump. Even though it was a pouring storm outside the magical protection, it still couldn't cover up the heartbeat that was beating more slowly and louder. Ron gritted his teeth. At this moment, there was a layer of sweat on his forehead, and the temperature of his body was also heating up. He knew what the sudden heartbeat was. That's what animagus transformed creatures have. What creature can have such a big heart? Elephant? There was no time left to think. The next moment, with the effect of the vermilion potion, a huge shadow of a creature that covered the sky appeared in Ron's mind. What kind of creature is this? Before Ron could judge, he felt it tear in his body, as if he was about to reshape this body. Pain filled the whole body. At this time, he already felt that his body began to undergo strange changes. Ron forcefully opened his light blue eyes and looked directly at his palm. This is the transformation of a magical creature. Pieces of golden scales have appeared on the originally white skin, and the palms have also become forepalms similar to sharp claws. Any transformation of magical creatures will have unpredictable consequences. Thinking of the records in the book, The Origin of Animagus, Ron's heart sank. From the shadowy figure in his mind and the sharp claws with scales, he knew that his animagus was definitely not an ordinary animal. Although he was a little flustered in his heart, once the transformation of animagus started, it would not end. What I can do now is to put away those unnecessary emotions and watch this change carefully. With the passage of time, the storm became more and more violent, the sky was covered with clouds, and golden thunder and lightning flashed from time to time, and the thunder sounded. Boom! A crisp voice sounded from Ron's ear, and he knew that the protective shield used to block the storm was broken. The icy raindrops and the biting cold wind hit him. The originally golden hair was blown backwards, and the pale blue eyes also turned into golden vertical pupils. Ron's body is constantly growing, and has undergone earth-shaking changes from the inside to the outside. The original wizard's robes melted into the skin and turned into golden scales. The surrounding trees became lower and lower, and in his vision, the originally tall ancient trees seemed to be small toys. The pain disappeared, and the changes in animagus stopped. Ron now only feels that his mind is full of confusion, as if he is going to devour his original sanity. Was it influenced by the changed beast instinct? After suppressing those chaotic thoughts, he would have time to observe his own changes. The originally tall trees turned into half-height weeds under his feet, and his arms also turned into sharp claws covered with golden scales, which were also wrapped with silky arcs. The howling wind hit Ron's body, and the wind that could have blown him away was painless at the moment. Roar! Looking at the cloudy sky, Ron let out a low roar subconsciously. Immediately afterwards, he saw red thunderbolts rolling in the sea of clouds. These red thunderbolts were very conspicuous in the night sky. This is definitely not an effect that ordinary creatures can produce. What magical creature have I become? Ron looked down at his huge claws and had a guess in his heart. If nothing else happens. He slowly turned his head and saw a pair of the bone wings that covered the sky slammed open, with golden thunder light on them. With the swing of the wings, a huge gust of wind swept across a dense forest in an instant. The form of the Thunder Dragon King. A low roar came from his mouth, and Ron could also speak that human language with this animagus body. Unexpectedly, the transformation into a magical creature was successful, and it was still in the form of a thunder dragon. This was simply beyond Ron's expectations. Crimson thunder surged on the clouds above, and a giant dragon shining with thunder and golden scales was standing proudly on the ground. At this moment, Ron seemed to have inexhaustible magic and power, and he even felt that his breath could easily destroy this space. Chapter 177, Miss Granger, do you want to go on a date on the clouds? Surging magic power surged in Ron's body. Just a slight exhalation was accompanied by a golden arc of thunder, sizzling. Is this the power of Thunder Dragon? Ron felt his animagus form, and murmured somewhat incredulously. This is the effect brought by the Dragon Slayer crystal. Thinking of the Thunder Dragon crystal in his body, he probably guessed why he became the Thunder Dragon. I don't know if I can change it back. After all, according to the records in that book, any attempt to become a magical creature will have more or less problems. Thinking of this, Ron took a deep breath. Now that he has completed the transformation of animagus, he is about to change back from the form of the Thunder Dragon to a human again. Suppressing the chaotic thoughts in his mind, he began to imagine his original body in his mind. Fortunately, what Ron was worried about did not happen. The huge dragon body gradually became smaller, and the huge wings wrapped around thunder and lightning retracted into the back. The original golden scales were replaced by a soaked wizard robe. The golden hair was messed up by the strong wind, and when he opened his eyes again, the originally indifferent golden pupils like God's also changed back to light blue eyes. Protection. Ron took out his wand from the divine space as soon as he changed back to his human form. With the appearance of an azure shield, he immediately isolated the storm from the outside. Looking at the changed hands, Ron showed a smile at the corner of his mouth. It worked. His animagus can already switch between Thunder Dragon and human forms. If nothing else, he is the first successful transformation of magical creatures in the history of the entire wizarding world. However, after changing back to the original body, the thick, seemingly capable of destroying everything completely disappeared. But Ron stretched out a finger, and the magic in his body began to surge. Lightning appeared at his fingertips. However, unlike the bright golden colors of the past, the thunder and lightning at this moment turned into crimson black at some point. This is a kind of magic that suddenly appeared in his mind after he became a Thunder Dragon. Red lightning. The power is much stronger than the golden lightning. On the 8th floor of Hogwarts. After coming out of the room of requirement, Ron was soaking wet like a chicken in soup. Using his wand to dry his clothes and hair, he was ready to go back to take a shower. After all, after the stormy wash, there was a sticky feeling all over. As the whirlpool turned, Lorne's figure disappeared into the silent castle. By the time I got back to the potions shop, it was already 3:30 in the morning. I didn't expect it to take so long. Ron hung his clothes on the hanger, then turned around and walked into the bathroom. The transformation of animagus is really tiring, both physically and mentally. Even though Ron has changed back to a human body now, there are still those chaotic thoughts in his mind. It seemed that he had to take a while to get used to it. The morning sun is very bright. Get up! Exclamation. The wooden door was knocked. Hermione frowned, her brown eyes looking at the unresponsive room. What's going on today? You must know that in normal times, Ron gets up early at this time. And now it's about 10 o'clock, and there is still no response. Nothing will happen, right? Looking at the locked door, Hermione took out her wand after thinking about it, and aimed the tip at the door handle. Her cave is open. He chanted the unlocking spell softly, and with the crisp sound of clicking, the door lock was easily opened. Hermione opened the door gently, and her little head poked in. The bright sunlight shone through the window and illuminated the whole room. I saw Ron lying flat on the soft bed and still sleeping. What time did you sleep yesterday? When she got to the bedside, Hermione couldn't help pinching her little boyfriend's nose and whispered to herself. It seemed that he felt the touch on his nose or heard this soft voice to himself. Ron half opened his eyes. The little witch sitting beside him was reflected in the pale blue eyes. "Good morning, Miss Granger," Ron said, reaching out and holding the little hand that was still pinching the tip of his nose, and yawned lightly. Although it is said that he has the physique of Thunder Dragon, after the torture last night, he is still a little sleepy. It's time for lunch. Hermione looked at Ron, who closed her eyes again, and reminded helplessly. It was the first time she saw Ron so snooze. "Well, I'll put on my clothes." After Ron finished speaking, he propped himself up and half sat up. Saw all over. But Miss Hermione, who was sitting beside her, was stunned, and her brown eyes flashed with surprise. Since his clothes were soaked through last night, and he went to bed in a daze after taking a shower, he didn't wear pajamas as usual. "What are you looking at?" Ron touched Miss Beaver's curly brown hair with his hand and asked with a smile. "No, it's nothing. I'll go downstairs and wait for you first." After Hermione faltered, she trotted out of the room. When leaving, Ron could clearly see the little witch's ears turning red. "Zhao Li Zhao?" They have been together for so long, but they are still so shy. After changing his clothes, Ron yawned and walked down the stairs. The confusion in my head is much better, at least not as serious as yesterday. Inside the hall of the potions shop, Ron sat opposite Miss Hermione with a rich lunch on the table. These were all made by Hermione. "What did you do last night?" Hermione took a small bite of the honey muffin and looked at Ron with some doubts. You know, this is the first time she has seen Ron so sleepy. "Miss Granger, do you want to go on a date on the clouds today?" Ron did not directly answer the little witch's question, but asked back with a chuckle. "Go on a date on the clouds? The holidays will end as quickly as possible, and I would like to thank the readers for their monthly tickets and rewards yesterday." Chapter 178, My Animagus is a bit big. Go to the clouds. On a date. Hermione was a little stunned when she heard this. She put the half-cut honey muffin on Ron's plate and asked expectantly, "Are we going to ride a broom today on a date?" The little witch can already imagine the scene of watching the sunset together on the sea of clouds. It must be very romantic. Broom? Ron chuckled and shook his head. Not really. The horse charm is still in Senior Tom's place. If he goes on a date with a broom, he'll probably have to lie in Miss Beaver's arms. What is that? Hermione was a little puzzled. If you don't need a broom, should you use a flying carpet? Ron took a bite of the honey-sprinkled muffin, chuckled and didn't answer. This made Hermione pouted and stared at him dissatisfied with a pair of brown eyes. Every time it makes people's appetite. Damn it, Gerald. Hermione stuck out her little tongue at Ron. Ron didn't care about this, and even took Miss Hermione's leftover muffins with a silver fork. It's too sweet, let him bear the tooth decay. "Ah, that's my muffin," Hermione exclaimed, then looked at him angrily. "Like a small balloon, very cute." "No way, 757's lunch is delicious." Ron shrugged and said. "One thing to say, this lunch table is worse than him, but it's still not bad compared to the house elves." After eating lunch, Hermione changed into a set of clothes for going out, a black shirt and white skirt, with the curly hair and a high ponytail. The whole person looked very capable and beautiful. Let's go to a place first." Having said that, Ron very gentlemanly bent down and stretched out a hand. There is no way to directly use the form of Animagus in Diagon Alley. There are too many building doors here. If one is not careful, several houses can be trampled. In addition, this is the main commercial street of the British wizarding world. If his Animagus form is discovered, it is estimated that the Brontosaurus will replace the picture of Sirius the next day. With a shallow smile, Hermione put her little hand in her little boyfriend's. "Then go." Ron chuckled, and then his eyes turned into a scarlet kaleidoscope of sickles. As the sickle slowly turned, everything around seemed to be twisted into the shape of a vortex. Before Hermione could ask, the two figures left the potions shop. When Hermione opened her eyes again, a vast green grass appeared in front of her eyes, and the fragrance of the grass smelled fresh with the breeze. Where is this place? The surrounding large lawns and the English-style huts where the smoke can be seen in the distance all prove that this is not Diagon Alley anymore. At the feet of Hogwarts. Ron smiled and pointed behind him. In the distance was a gorgeous castle sitting on top of a mountain. There is Hogwarts. The spatial coordinates of this place were marked as I had nothing to do last semester. Apparition? Hermione opened her eyes wide and looked at the familiar academy behind her in disbelief. The erudite she immediately thought of this high-level magic spell. Almost. Ron hesitated and nodded. He didn't know how to explain the existence of Camui, and it was not bad to be regarded as apparition. Fresh air, green lawns and blue sky. Hermione glanced at Ron, who walked behind him, and threw himself in with a smile. In his arms. This kind of weather and environment is really suitable for going out on a date. Then how do we get to the clouds? After holding Ron and turning around, Hermione raised her head from her arms and asked softly. You must know that neither of them prepared a broom. Anima, CCFF, Gus. Facing the question, Ron raised the corner of his mouth and said a word. Animagus. You succeeded? Hermione asked in disbelief with her eyes wide open. But there was no storm yesterday? As a scholar, Miss Hermione knows the training conditions of Animagus. Diagon Alley was very quiet last night, and there was no rain on the street even in the morning. Not to mention the storm. I went to the House of Requirement last night and simulated a stormy forest from it. Ron said it without concealment. Does the House of Requirement still have this ability? Hermione froze in Ron's arms. She has always regarded it as a cozy cabin for herself and Ron, and she never knew it had such a function. Well, so I slept late last night. Ron touched the girl's curly hair and said. Then your anima is a flying animal. Hermione nodded knowingly, then asked with sparkling eyes. Probably. If Brontosaurus is also an animal. You stay away first, my animagus is a little big. Having said that, Ron also opened the blur for himself to prevent accidentally hurting Miss Hermione. A bit large. Hermione wondered what kind of flying animal she was thinking about. However, at this moment, she was suddenly stunned. I saw that Ron in front of him had begun to change. Sharp claws covered with golden scales, gradually getting bigger. Under Hermione's stunned gaze, a golden dragon covering the sky and sun opened a pair of wings entwined with lightning, and those golden pupils were filled with indifference and indifference. Ron? Looking at the behemoth in front of her, Hermione shouted in disbelief. How is it, Miss Granger? A low voice resounded from the dragon's throat. Ron controlled the surging magic power in his body, and retracted all the golden lightning on the surface into his body. He slowly stretched out a paw and placed it in front of Hermione, who was stunned in place. At this time, Miss Hermione hadn't regained her senses, and she subconsciously took a step back when she saw the sharp claw. Not from fear, but from biological instinct. Anyone who sees this huge dragon will tremble with fear. This is the coercion from the Thunder Dragon King. Chapter 179, Hagrid, the giant dragon must be caught. How is it, Miss Granger? A pair of huge golden vertical pupils stared at Miss Hermione, who subconsciously took a step back. Is your animagus a magical creature? After Hermione determined that the huge golden dragon in front of her was Ron, she couldn't help but exclaimed. She touched the outstretched claws with her own little hands, and the sharp claws flashed with lightning, making Hermione numb. She had never seen the creature that Ron had turned into in any book. It's better to talk about it first, Ron said softly. Although the voice subconsciously softened, Thunder Dragon's body is very large, so the sound it makes is like a low roar. Hermione rubbed her numb palms and stood cautiously on the outstretched claws. Remember to cast a protective spell on yourself, Ron reminded. All right. As an azure light enveloped Hermione, he immediately waved his wings behind him. The whistling wind sounded under the wings, and the surrounding grass was blown into waves. With a vigorous leap of both hind legs, the wings slammed into the air. Boom! Under the action of the giant force, the ground was stepped out into a huge pothole, and the soil was scattered everywhere. And that behemoth had already flown straight into the blue sky, with a pair of golden wings flipping from time to time. It was getting farther and farther from the ground. It was also the first time that Ron used his animagus form to fly, and the wings behind him were natural and very easy to control. And Hermione, holding her paws, stared blankly at the distant scenery. So shocking. With the speed getting faster and faster, it broke through the clouds in just the next moment, and the huge wings made the Thunder Dragon's body stagnate in midair. The soft sunlight made Ron narrow his eyes, and he turned his back. Under his feet is an endless sea of white clouds, undulating like a wave. "It's incredible," Hermione whispered softly. "Whether it's the scenery in this scene or lawn behind him." She looked back curiously with brown eyes at this giant dragon with golden scales. Huge, majestic, golden scales look very noble. "Did your magical creature become a fire dragon?" Among the creatures that Miss Hermione knew, only those fire dragons had such a large size. "It's not a fire dragon, it's a thunder dragon," Ron said. Crackling golden lightning appeared on the other paw, on the azure back. "The scene is very conspicuous. Brontosaurus. This involves the blind spot of Miss Know-It-All. She has never heard of such magical creatures in the world. Not even Fantastic Beasts has any records. You can understand it as a creature in fantasy." Ron thought for a while and said, "After all, Thunder Dragon is not a creature that exists in this world." The long tail cut the clouds in half, and Ron and Hermione flew slowly above the sea of clouds. With a thick layer of clouds resting, no wizard would notice the two of them. It was said that it was a date, but in fact it was Hermione who asked curiously all the time, and Ron was in charge of answering. Dusk has come, the dusky sun hung far away on the skyline, and it seemed that it would fall in the next moment, and the surrounding clouds were rendered a fiery red. At this time, Hermione was already sitting on top of his head, and her eyes were looking at the clouds in the sky. It was the first time she watched the sunset from above the clouds. So did Ron. One person and one dragon soared quietly over the sea of clouds. As the setting sun slowly fell, Thunder Dragon's huge body also began to slowly descend, and the sea of clouds made waves. A golden figure began to descend from the sky. After chatting for an entire afternoon, the two returned to the vicinity of Hogwarts. Boom! The huge weight crushed the ground, and Ron slowly lowered his horned head, letting the little witch go down first. Hermione jumped on her nose and landed on the ground. Looking at the breezy lawn around her, she breathed a sigh of relief. "Although the scenery on the clouds is very good, I always feel a little uneasy in my heart." Interpunct flowers interpunct 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 interpunct. Indeed, the ground is still comfortable. Kane smiled and thought, and then she walked slowly to Ron, who hadn't raised her head yet. Under his suspicious gaze, Miss Granger reached out and touched her lying head. A little squeamish. After all, dragons don't have hair, so they can't be hugged and rubbed like a kitten. Ron smiled helplessly, and then returned to his original shape through animagus. Under Hermione's wide-eyed gaze, the golden scales gradually turned into a wizard's robe. The imagined scene did not appear, and the little witch shook her head in disappointment. "What do you think?" Ron walked over and touched her little head amusingly. I always feel that Hermione seems to be taking the initiative recently. "Let's go, it's time to go back for dinner," Ron said and pulled up Hermione's little hand. As the whirlpool turned again, all that was left was a messy ground. Several huge potholes remained in the ground, surrounded by splashes of soil. And in the Forbidden Forest at Hogwarts, Hagrid stared at the empty sky, and the iron bucket in his hand fell to the ground, but he didn't know it. What did he see just now? A giant dragon with scales as bright as gold. Hagrid, who was familiar with any magical creature, could swear he had never seen a dragon of this breed. It does not belong to any books and records. That's a new breed. Hagrid murmured in a low voice, with excitement and trembling in his voice. "Headmaster Dumbledore, I found a new golden dragon. Don't bother to feed the small animals in the Forbidden Forest, this must be told to Dumbledore. Even. It's very likely that it caused the thunder in the Forbidden Forest last time. It doesn't matter if it's a new breed, Hagrid just wants Dumbledore to catch it and not let it endanger those cute little wizards." Inside the Ickley Pharmacy in Diagon Alley, Ron, who was eating strawberry cake, was talking and laughing about life with Hermione. He had no idea that he had been targeted by Hagrid. Chapter 180, Captain Auror, Gilderoy Lockhart. Apparition. With a pleasant sound, Ron soon felt that the surrounding space began to squeeze towards him, which seemed to be very repulsive. However, the squeezing feeling disappeared in the next moment. In the open space not far away, the surrounding space had a sense of tearing, like a vortex of divine might. Immediately afterwards, Ron's figure appeared in that place. How could Ron master apparition so quickly? A look of surprise flashed in Sirius' eyes, who was standing next to Hermione. This is definitely the fastest wizard he has ever seen practicing apparition. It's just an apparition, I've learned it a long time ago. Senior Tom, whose eyes were full of darkness, laughed disdainfully. Without his teaching, how could Gerald learn so quickly? Just kidding. At this, 7 or 60 time, Ron came over from a distance. So far, he has mastered apparition. I have to say that the transferability of this spell is still very strong, as long as there is a purpose in mind. Teach me at school. The studious Hermione immediately hugged his arm and said, "No problem." Ron nodded with a chuckle. There are only a few days left in the current holiday season, and the start of school is coming soon. And recently, Sirius has been wandering the streets of Diagon Alley, just to take a look Harry Potter never seen. But so far it has not been found. This is for you. Tom took a sip of the herbal tea in the cup and threw the horse charm that Sirius had coveted for a long time to Ron. Now he doesn't need this spell anymore. Because of the development of this holiday, more than half of Nocturne Alley was completely in Tom's hands. The werewolves were also very convinced of him, and some of the werewolves who were loyal and reliable were cursed by the horse talisman. For those werewolves who have other thoughts, they use the wolf poison potion brewed by Lorne to control them. As expected of Senior Tom, his work efficiency is as convincing as ever. Ron took the horse charm and hung it around his neck with a smile. "If you could give me 4 hours of sleep a day, I might be grateful to you, Gerald." Tom sneered. He only slept 3 hours a day. If he hadn't been immortal, he would have died suddenly from overwork by now. "Then you should continue to hate me." Ron shook his head and said. He didn't let Senior Tom work 24 hours a day without rest, but he was already looking at the face of the diary. "Let's go, Miss Granger." Holding Hermione, who was curiously listening to the conversation, Ron was about to leave Nocturne Alley. If it wasn't for the fact that Hermione had been following along today, he wouldn't have brought the little witch to Nocturne Alley. "By the way, the Aurors will come to check here in a few days, you and Sirius should pay attention." At the corner, Ron suddenly remembered something and reminded him. Just yesterday, Lockhart, the captain of the Auror organization, sent him a letter. Said he had to temporarily close the potions shop, because the Aurors would have some big moves in the last few days. Thinking of this, Ron felt that it was a good idea to insert Lockhart into the Ministry of Magic. If something happens, I know to report it here. Diagon Alley. Inside Ickley's potions shop. Ding bell as the wind chimes hanging on the wooden door rang, the two pushed the door and walked in. Just sitting on the sofa, Hermione couldn't help but curiously asked, why should that Senior Tom pay attention to the Auror organization? She knows Sirius, after all, is a well-known Azkaban fugitive. But it was the first time the little witch had met Senior Tom from the Snake House. What impressed her most was the pair of jet black eyes. Senior Tom is doing black business in Nocturne Alley, or nothing is illegal in Nocturne Alley," Ron explained softly. "Yes?" Seeing Ron's hand touching the tip of her nose, Hermione couldn't help but narrow her eyes, and a smile slowly emerged from the corner of her mouth. "Ron, you big liar." "Ron," Hermione whispered. Ron tilted his head suspiciously, but as soon as he turned his head, Miss Granger threw himself on the sofa. "You're here again, Ron opened his eyes wide and hugged the little witch subconsciously with both hands. "Who told you to lie to me?" Lockhart's news is still accurate. After about 3 days, the ERA organization came to Diagon Alley and Nocturne Alley. "So, someone at the Ministry of Magic noticed Tom and the others?" Ron asked involuntarily, sitting behind the counter. "Tom? Are you talking about the Dark Wizard leader who attacked Selwyn Manor?" Dressed in gorgeous Lockhart, playing with 10 brand new magic rings on his fingers, he asked in a puzzled tone. "He is the captain of the ERA who led the search today, so he came to this potions shop ahead of time to find Ron to update the ring. After all, it is still very dangerous in the ERA organization. If it wasn't for his undead body, he would have died a long time ago, and even 2 rings would be left. But it was this spirit of always being on the front line that allowed Lockhart to successfully campaign for the position of the captain." "That's right, I'm an undead like you." Ron nodded and chuckled. "Today, Miss Hermione went shopping to buy ingredients, and happened to be staggered from Lockhart and the others." "Oh, like me?" Lockhart raised his head, with a schadenfreude smile on the corner of his mouth. "I don't know which unlucky one was resurrected. Come on, I'll take you 5.5 to meet you." The corners of Ron's mouth twitched, then got up and walked out. "Then I'm looking forward to it," Lockhart said with a shrug. When he entered Nocturne Alley, Ron discovered that many ERAs were inspecting some shops. Not even the Borkin store was spared. "Captain Lockhart." Several ERAs noticed this and greeted them with a smile. Well done." Lockhart seemed to like this title very much. He winked at Ron, as if showing off his current identity. "You did a good job." Ron chuckled lightly. After all, as long as Lockhart climbs up, it means that Miss Granger's ministerial position is one step closer. Next semester starts tomorrow. Chapter 181. You may have heard my other name, Voldemort. Hearing Ron's compliment, Lockhart's smiling mouth twitched. Yes. Here's now's eyes efforts are all paving the way for the little blonde wizard in front of him. But it feels good too. Lockhart looked at the 10 rings on his hand, and a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. At least he now has an undead body and a powerful magic spell. Let's go. Tom and the others should be staying in the northwest corner. According to the information given by Morris, Ron took the ERA team behind him to the northwest. There are not a few ERAs along the way. If Lockhart hadn't followed behind, Ron would have been questioned several times. After all, no normal wizard would come and hang out in Nocturne Alley. At the northwest corner of Nocturne Alley. This is a residential area, and the surrounding houses look very dilapidated. Ron knocked on a wooden door. And Lockhart, who followed behind, looked around curiously. This was the first time in his history that he had come to the depths of Nocturne Alley. Who made him a famous writer before? If he was photographed in Nocturne Alley, his reputation would be lost. Squeak, the sour sound made Lockhart cover his ears. The old wooden door was opened with a gap, and the door was opened by a middle-aged wizard who had lifted the curse of the werewolf. After he saw the blonde wizard who was walking very close to their master standing outside, he immediately opened the door. "Come in, Mr. Geralt." "Hey, it's really dirty here, it's like a sewer." As soon as he stepped into the door, Lockhart couldn't help muttering something behind Ron. "There are werewolves all around, so be quiet if you don't want to be beaten." Ron reminded. Werewolf? Lockhart couldn't help narrowing his eyes, and a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. They can't kill me. There was confidence and slight disdain in his tone. To be precise, no one in this world can kill Lockhart except Ron. Don't be so confident, maybe one day you will be sealed. Ron chuckled and shook his head. Although it can't kill these filthy reincarnations, it can seal them all. But so far, he hasn't seen a spell with a sealing effect in the books he has studied. Not seeing it doesn't mean it doesn't exist. After stepping on the creaking stairs to the second floor, he saw Senior Tom, who was sitting at the table busy. And Sirius was lying on the sofa board looking at a copy of the Daily Prophet. If it weren't for a large group of errors searching outside, he would have gone to Diagon Alley to find his godson by now. Good afternoon, you two. Ron smiled and said hello. Good afternoon. Sirius put down the daily newspaper in his hand and yawned somewhat boringly. In the past few months, his photos have been the headlines of the daily newspapers, and there is nothing to see. And Lockhart, who was following behind him, glanced in the direction of the voice. After seeing the figure lying on the sofa, he was stunned. Sirius Black? Lockhart murmured in a low voice. Lying on the sofa must be Sirius Black. He read this face on the front page of the daily newspaper for 2 months, and the news that Lockhart was promoted to Era Captain did not push him down. And Sirius is still the main target of their errors. Lockhart and the others are looking for him every day. I didn't expect to see it here. Sirius felt Lockhart's gaze and frowned slightly. I always feel that his eyes are very strange. If he hadn't followed behind Ron, he would have already attacked first. Why didn't you accompany your little girlfriend at home? Tom didn't look up at Ron. He was now recording the form of the various areas of Nocturne Alley. Although he didn't want to do it, his body didn't listen to his control. I brought the captain of the Era organization to let you know. If something happens in the future, we can help each other. Saying that, Ron pointed to Lockhart, who was smiling behind him. Gilderoy Lockhart just served as the Era captain a few days ago. Ah yes, his body is the same as yours. Captain Era and the same body as him. Are you still the poor puppet played by Ron's soul? Tom looked up at the gorgeous blonde man. His eyes did not become pitch black, but azure blue. It appears to have used a transfiguration or confusion charm. Captain Era? On the side, Sirius suddenly sat up and stared at Lockhart with wide eyes. Even the captain of the Era is from Ron's side? Nice to meet you, Azkaban fugitive. Lockhart extended a hand to Sirius with a smile. He also didn't expect Sirius to be from Ron's side. Hello. After Sirius hesitated for a while, he held the outstretched hand with a complicated tone. The development of Ron's power is really beyond his imagination. It turns out that not only Nocturne Alley but even the Ministry of Magic have been 760. Thinking of this, Sirius looked at Ron, who was chuckling lightly, with complex eyes. This little wizard in the 3rd grade is really scary. Tom Riddle, like you, is Gerald's puppet. Tom nodded. Puppet? Sirius was stunned for a moment. He knew that the next conversation was not something he could relate to. Let's talk. I'll go to Morris to discuss something. After speaking, he pushed the door and went downstairs. You were also killed by Lorne and then resurrected? Looking at those dark eyes, Lockhart stopped pretending. His azure blue eyes also became the same color, with black whites and gray pupils. Killed by him? Tom was stunned for a moment, then looked at Lockhart mockingly. I'm not the same as you. It turned out to be the poor ghost killed by Gerald. Lockhart heard the sarcastic tone, and frowned at the puppet who was also resurrected. Why do you feel that you have a sense of superiority? You may have heard my other name. Seeing that Lockhart was somewhat dissatisfied, Tom shook his head and said, What name? Lockhart looked for the name Tom Riddle in his memory, but he didn't have any impression at all. Voldemort. Chapter 182. You don't even want to call him Godfather. Voldemort. The corners of Tom's mouth were raised, and he said a name that no one dared to mention in the British wizarding world. The cursed name. Mystery Man? Lockhart's eyes widened and he couldn't help exclaiming. His dark eyes stared at the handsome young man sitting behind the table, his expression a little dazed. Voldemort. Lockhart really never thought that he could hear this name after more than 10 years of precipitation. What, you look surprised? Tom put down the quill in his hand and glanced at Ron, who was sitting on a chair with black tea, from the corner of his eye. If I wasn't Voldemort, how could I possibly be used by Gerald? Tom knew that the reason why Ron brought him back to life was entirely for the sake of becoming Voldemort in the future. After all, no one can raise a waste. Impossible. The mysterious man looks different from yours. Lockhart shook his head quickly, unable to keep a smile on his face. He is indeed Voldemort, or rather Voldemort 50 years ago. Ron, who took a sip of black tea, said softly. As his voice fell, Lockhart was completely stunned. The young man in front of him is really Voldemort? Lockhart opened his mouth, only to find that he couldn't say anything. What can he say? Now Voldemort, like him, has become a puppet that Ron plays with his soul and cannot control himself. Thinking of this, Lockhart subconsciously glanced at the blonde wizard who was drinking tea. Didn't you expect that even Voldemort didn't escape his control? What a terrible wizard. Okay, let's talk with you two. Ron glanced at the watch in his hand. It was 12:30. The little witch probably bought the ingredients long ago and went back. After all, Lockhart is also an era captain. You know how to use it, Senior Tom? Ron asked with a chuckle. Understood, you should go back quickly. Tom squinted his eyes and drove him straight away. He really didn't want to see Ron's face. It was uncomfortable, but he couldn't move. With the light creaking sound, Ron walked away slowly. Only Lockhart and Tom were left in the room. Looking at Tom's equally handsome face, Lockhart felt a little numb in his heart. This is Voldemort. Even killing him would never have imagined that one day he would do things with Voldemort. Don't be so nervous, I won't kill you again. What's more, now you are also immortal, right? Tom looked at Lockhart, who was frozen in place, and laughed softly. After leaving Nocturne Alley, Ron returned to the potions shop in Diagon Alley. The door that was locked when he left has been opened at this time. There was no doubt that Miss Hermione had returned. Ding bell, the wind chimes on the wooden door rang softly, and Ron pushed the door and walked in. A pair of pale blue eyes quickly saw the little witch who was writing a letter on the table. You're back. Hearing the ringing of the doorbell, Hermione turned her head and glanced at Ron, who was approaching, with a smile on the corner of her mouth. The long brown curly hair tied into a high ponytail behind her also swayed with the movement. Good noon, cute little witch. Ron sat beside Miss Granger and wrapped one arm around her waist. The scent of jasmine tickled the tip of the nose. You changed your name again. Hermione smiled and squeezed his cheek. It's really cute. Ron touched her little head and couldn't help rubbing it. Wait, I'll finish writing this letter first. Hermione took her hand off her head and picked up the quill that was on the table. She sent this letter to the Grangers, because the start of the school year was coming soon, and if nothing else happened, she would have to go home for a few days. After she finished writing the letter and put it in the envelope, Hermione handed it to the white owl who was waiting beside her. All right. After watching the owl fly out of the window, Miss Granger nodded in satisfaction. By the way, I saw Harry at the Leaky Cauldron this morning. Hermione said suddenly. Harry? How could he be breaking the cauldron? What about the bar? Ron asked with some doubts. He said he ran away from home yesterday, but he was sent to the leaky cauldron by the night bus. Should we tell Sirius this news? Recalling that recently, Sirius had been using the animagus form to find Harry in Diagon Alley, Hermione couldn't help but said with some sympathy. Is it Sirius? Ron thought for a while and nodded. Then I'll tell Sirius, you go and call Harry here. To say that the safest place in Diagon Alley is undoubtedly his potions shop. After all, there was an Captain Lockhart who walked up the back door. Huh? Hermione nodded. Dash. The trace of Sirius is still easy to find. After all, when he has nothing to do, he's squatting in front of Lion Bookstore all day long. Because every new wizard has to buy books for the next semester. A black dog was crawling in a shady place, with golden beast pupils paying attention to the passing crowd. Soon a shadow enveloped him. Ron? Seeing that familiar handsome face, Sirius raised his head in doubt. I don't know what he's doing. Harry estimates that he will be at the potions shop in a while. Will you go? Hearing this sentence, Sirius immediately froze. And on the other side? You mean? I have a fugitive godfather from Azkaban? Harry, who hadn't seen each other for a long time, was told the news by Hermione before he had time to catch up. That wanted criminal is my godfather? Harry was a little bewildered. J.R. Wang's, he had also seen that daily newspaper, and the attendant of the night bus told him that Sirius was the most vicious criminal. There was once a crazy act of blowing up a street. Didn't you say Sirius was wronged? Hermione reluctantly explained it again. Why didn't she realize that Harry still had the habit of selectively listening to people? Waiting until the end of the door of the potions shop. Harry's eyes were still a little confused. As the wind chimes rang softly, Hermione pushed the door and walked in, followed by Harry. Harry Potter? A hoarse and excited voice sounded. When Harry looked up, he saw the man on the wanted list. He subconsciously took a step back. Look, he doesn't even want to be called Sirius Godfather. Ron, who was drinking tea, said softly to the girl next to him. Chapter 183, Sirius, Severus is really mortal. Sirius Black. Looking at the man in front of him, Harry took a step back subconsciously. As for this man, he had heard of it before he came to the leaky cauldron. A fugitive from Azkaban who once used a spell to blow up an entire street. Harry Potter? Sirius Black noticed that he stepped back half a step, and he hurriedly raised his hand to indicate that there was no malice. I know your father and mother, we are best friends. He stared at Harry, who had a face similar to James and who inherited Lily's emerald green eyes, and it was difficult to suppress his inner excitement. He and the Potters are so much alike. It was like seeing James when he was a student. Harry looked at Sirius with complicated eyes, opened his mouth and didn't know what to say. In desperation, he could only turn to look at his two friends. He really couldn't imagine that the man in front of him could actually be his godfather. For Harry, who has lived with the Dursleys since birth, family affection is simply too much to hope for. Especially after running away from home a few days ago. Little Sirius 760 star was wrongfully imprisoned. Don't be so defensive. Ron said to the nervous Harry. Perhaps, you can try to call him Godfather. Godfather. Harry looked at Sirius and let out a soft cry. Although the sound was not loud, it was very clear in this quiet potions shop. Harry, can I call you that? Sirius walked over and squatted down, making himself meet Harry's emerald green eyes as much as possible. Have you received the birthday present I gave you? He grinned. That's the latest broom he specially bought after borrowing a huge sum of money from Ron. Birthday present. Harry remembered a large gift box he suddenly received half a month ago, and his eyes lit up. That firebolt is. That's right, I gave that one. Seeing the joy on Harry's face, Sirius also laughed. With the gift as the premise, the two finally opened the dialogue. Sirius seemed to be at his own home, took out some food and tea from the kitchen and put it in front of Harry. Why is he so skilled? CCFF, Miss Hermione couldn't help asking. Before you came, Sirius was sleeping in the living room. Ron touched the little girl's curly brown hair and explained softly. His pale blue eyes looked at the hot Sirius and Harry chatting over there, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help turning up. So good. Without his intervention, it is estimated that Sirius is still eating mice in the sewers, living a life of fear. Lorne and Hermione didn't bother the two chatting on the sofa. The two of them carefully discussed the knowledge of divination behind the counter. This subject is completely based on talent, and even most of the problems in it are impossible for Ron to understand. As for Miss Hermione, she was looking at the book of divination with blank eyes. Obviously she doesn't have the talent for this either. The bright sun was shining outside the window, and the whole potion store was not hot but warm, which was very suitable for reading and chatting. Harry, were you bullied at Hogwarts? Sirius sat opposite Harry and asked in a hoarse voice. Being bullied? Harry's first thought of Malfoy's face came to his mind, but he also thought of the scene where he sacrificed himself to protect himself in the Forbidden Forest. Thinking of this, Harry became a little complicated, but he still shook his head. I lived well at Hogwarts, and I made a lot of friends, but I heard Ron mention that Severus Snape was targeting you in potions class? Speaking of Snape, Sirius' eyes narrowed. Professor Snape, I don't know why he keeps deducting my points sometimes, it seems that I don't like you? Before Harry could finish speaking, Sirius interrupted him. After all, Lupin and James your father, bullied Snape when we were at Hogwarts. Sirius sneered, I think he wants revenge on you. Come back. Hearing this, Ron raised his head subconsciously. Did the quartet deliberately not mention Peter Pettigrew's name? That's right, after all, for that timid and abominable mouse, Sirius could not wait to swallow him alive. Did this actually happen? Harry's eyes widened, now he finally knew why Snape was targeting him. Unexpectedly, this is actually what his father left behind. Harry looked at the sneering Sirius with a complex face, not knowing what to say for a while. There is really no problem with the father's debt repayment. However, sometimes Snape is very nice to Harry. At this time, the dizzy little witch couldn't help but refute for Snape. Oh, when? Sirius was a little stunned when he heard this. How badly Snape was bullied by them back then, how could he still be nice to Harry? He wouldn't believe it if he was killed. It's what Harry turned into Harry after drinking the potion. Professor Snape gave Harry a passing grade. The voice fell, and Harry couldn't help covering his face. It was over. This matter that I didn't want to mention was exposed in front of the Godfather. Ron looked at the dizzy Miss Hermione and pinched her cheek with a smile. Are you dizzy from studying divination? Harry? Sirius looked at Harry opposite him with suspicious eyes. What kind of potion did Miss Granger mean? Well, a potion without a name that Ron brewed. Seeing that the matter was revealed, Harry didn't hide it any longer, and directly took out a small bottle of Nanguiquin from his pocket. That's it. Drinking it can change a person's gender. Change the gender of a person? And this magic potion? Sirius looked at the crystal-clear medicine bottle in disbelief, then turned to look at Ron, who was working with his little girlfriend. It was made by him. There seems to be nothing wrong with it. Can you take it? I want to see the effect. Sirius looked directly at Harry's emerald green eyes, and had a bad guess in his heart. ... Harry hesitated, then agreed to the request. He originally decided to never use it again, but who made Sirius his only relative? Along with a drop of Nanguiquin, it was drank. Her short hair quickly grew longer, and her face became feminine. After seeing what Harry looked like at this time, Sirius couldn't help but grit his teeth. Severus, you're so heartless. Chapter 184, The Train to Hogwarts, the New Semester. Seeing Harry, who looked like Lily, Sirius gritted his teeth. He finally knew why Snape gave Harry a passing grade. With this face, it's strange not to give it. What's wrong? Harry touched the tip of his nose suspiciously, and looked at the excited Sirius with some ignorance. No, nothing. Sirius shook his head and didn't tell Harry what happened before. It's better not to let him know too much now. Yes? Harry looked suspiciously at her godfather. I always felt that he was hiding something. Harry went back to the leaky cauldron as evening fell. Because her owl is still waiting to be fed. And Sirius also returned to Nocturne Alley because Tom had something to do. Hermione and Ron were left in Nuoda's potions shop. Dinner is ready. Hermione called upstairs. I'm coming. Ron dried his wet blonde hair, put on a pair of pajamas and walked off. Since Miss Granger came to the potion shop, she has basically given her the task of cooking every day. The cooking skills are also getting better day by day. After dinner, the two of them sat in the lounge area as usual to study various knowledge. As the lights went out, small blue constellations emerged from the wand in mid-air. It is the most suitable way to teach horoscope divination. Hermione, who was still a little sleepy at first, opened her eyes wide and regained her spirits. As the meaning of each constellation was explained, she also took a feather pen and carefully recorded it. He listened to Ron's explanation with serious expression. With the slow rotation of the constellations, the time also came to the middle of the night. Good night, my dear little witch. Ron and Hermione hugged gently, and then went back to the room to sleep. When he closed the door and was about to go to bed, there was a knock on the door behind him. Is there something wrong with Hermione? He thought with some doubts. As the door was opened again, Hermione was standing outside holding a quilt. Because she just took a shower, her brown curly hair looked wet and had a different kind of beauty. What's wrong? Ron asked suspiciously. After a period of study, it's almost 12 o'clock now. You must know that Miss Granger usually goes to bed very early. I'm going back tomorrow. Hermione looked at Ron's handsome face, and a light red appeared on her cheeks. Are you going back tomorrow? Ron was stunned for a moment, then he remembered the letter Hermione sent to the Grangers today. It seems that she really heard something from Miss Hermione. But Ron looked at Hermione, who was holding the quilt, and the corners of his mouth slowly turned up. He understands. So, why are you holding the quilt? He deliberately joked, with a hint of a smile in his tone. Hermione heard what he meant, her brown eyes half squinted. Hateful, and pretending not to know. I'm afraid of the dark. The little witch gritted her teeth and said. Well, I thought you would directly say your intentions. Ron chuckled and turned to the side, letting Miss Hermione walk in with the quilt. But that's a good reason. The lights in the bedroom were turned off long ago, and only the silk-like moonlight outside the window provided some illumination. As the door closed again, Ron picked up the wand on the table and cast a cleansing spell on the wet brown curly hair. In the blink of an eye, the wet curly hair became fluffy. Fortunately, the bed I prepared is big enough. After Ron said a word, he found that Hermione had run to the inside of the bed with her quilt, as if she was in a room of responsiveness. Seeing this scene, he couldn't help but laugh. The originally shy Miss Beaver became more and more active. Okay, get ready to sleep. After speaking, Ron lay flat on the outside and slowly closed his eyes. It's just that Hermione gently poked her cheek with her finger before she slept for a while. Interpunct 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 flowers interpunct 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 interpunct. Ron, are you asleep? She said softly. Ron looked at the girl who came over, and looked at her with a pair of light blue eyes. Before he could react, he saw Miss Hermione hug him sideways. Although it was summer, fortunately there was a spell in the room, so neither of them felt very hot, even a little cold. Taking advantage of the moonlight cast by the window, Ron could clearly see the little witch's crimson cheeks, like an apple. Makes people want to take a bite. What are you doing, Dash? The next morning, Hermione pulled the suitcase and ran away. The 5 days before the start of school has passed very quickly. Ron first went to Nocturne Alley to find Tom and Sirius and ordered some things, and then packed all the luggage he was going to bring in advance. The 5th day. This is the start date of Hogwarts. This year, a group of unfamiliar little wizards passed over the pillar with a hidden door in front of King's Cross Station. And Ron was waiting for the promised Miss Hermione. Happy new semester, Ron. The Weasleys arrived at the station with Harry. Good morning, Fred. Ron greeted with a smile. When the school starts every year, I always see them for the first time. Waiting for Ms. Granger again? Fred did not see the inseparable little witch, and immediately smiled knowingly. Then let's go first. Well, see you at the Hogwarts dinner. After saying goodbye to the Weasley family, Hermione finally arrived with a large suitcase. Goodbye. After saying goodbye to the Grangers, Hermione trotted to Ron with the suitcase. Let's go, the train will start in a while. After packing up the big suitcase, Hermione pulled her little boyfriend and ran into the pillar with a smile. The train to Hogwarts is slowly stopping in the train station. A new semester has begun. Death. Chapter 185, Summer is the most perfect for a Dementor. King's Cross Station. At platform 9 3/4. The incoming first-year wizards were bustling with anticipation and curiosity on their faces. The exclusive train to Hogwarts was parked quietly on one side of the platform at this time. After Ron put Hermione's salute into the divine space, the two crossed the crowd and boarded the black and red steam train. Since I got on the train late, there were people in the front carriages, so I had to go to the back of the train to find a seat. Lawn, Hermione? At this time, a voice came from behind Ron. When he turned around, it was Harry and Ron who came into view. The two of them were standing on the spot with their large suitcases. Didn't you two get in the car long ago? Ron asked with some doubts. 760. Why haven't you found the carriage yet? The carriage was too full, so Harry and I came out to find a room. Ron, whose hair was a little messy, said helplessly. Fred, George, and Ginny are just 3 people, and if you add the 2 of them, it becomes 5 people. A car can seat up to 4 people. In desperation, the 2 of them had to come out and find another room. Didn't you two find the carriage? Harry asked. We're going to take a look at the back of the car. Hermione raised her eyebrows and said softly. She didn't want to be in the same carriage with others, because then she wouldn't be able to do too much with Ron. Hey, there's only one person in this compartment. At this time, Ron, who had found a compartment in front, shouted to Ron and the others. Ron took Hermione's hand and walked over to take a look. In the corner inside is a man sleeping with a shabby coat covering his head, and there is a suitcase belonging to him on the luggage rack, with a name engraved on it, Remus John Lupin. Why didn't you two come in? Ron, who put down his luggage, questioned Ron, who was still standing outside the door. And Hermione, who was standing beside Ron, squinted her eyes and pulled his sleeve. Forget it. The 5 people are still a little crowded. Hermione and I will go back and look around. Feeling the movement of the sleeve, Ron instantly understood what the little witch meant. That's fine. Glancing at the young couple, Ron didn't say anything. After all, the 5-person carriage is really crowded. Perhaps there are a lot of little wizards this year, and there are more or less people in the carriages in front. Finally, an empty carriage was found at the end of the train. Ron sat near the window, while Hermione sat opposite him. He put some magazines and snacks on the table from the Shenway space to pass the boring time on the trip. The blue field scenery outside the window is really beautiful, but no matter how much you look at it, you will get tired of it. By the way, the Frog Cub went on a trip a month before the start of school. I haven't sent him a photo yet. I don't know which world I went to play again. After all, Frog Cubs have a wide range of friends, and there are many kinds of them, including snakes, electric mice, and even robotic cats. The man who was sleeping just now was Professor Lupin. Did you see that? Hermione picked up a Momotaro rice ball and took a bite, then said to Ron. The meticulous Miss Granger immediately saw the name engraved on the old suitcase, and it just so happened that they had a professor named Lupin next semester. I know, he is the new professor of defense against the dark arts. Ron took out the Hogwarts opening letter and placed it on the table. The above has introduced the position and origin of Professor Lupin. These are to reassure the parents of the little wizards. Professor Lupin? If I remember correctly, he was also a werewolf. It is also related to him that Sirius wants to get the horse charm. Thinking of Sirius, Ron didn't let him come to Hogwarts with him. One is that Tom needs help, and the other is that he doesn't want the mouse to escape in advance. The 4 predators are familiar with each other's animagus forms. Except Lupin, because he's a werewolf. This semester will be a professor of defense against the dark arts. Hermione looked at the contents of the letter and whispered. It's defense against the dark arts class again. The little witch couldn't help but say. This course basically changes a professor every semester. Thinking of this, Hermione couldn't help but think of the curse that Ron had said about this position. Ron, why are you saying Lockhart is okay? Hermione propped her chin up and looked at him with a pair of brown eyes. Gerald? Probably because of his early resignation. Ron was stunned for a moment, then chuckled. Lockhart was even worse than Professor Quirrell. At least the other beheaded one had rested, and Lockhart was resurrected and made a puppet by him. As the train slowly traveled on the rails, the bright sunlight outside the window was replaced by the setting sun. Well, it feels like it's going to rain outside. Hermione rested her head on Ron's shoulder and looked out the window with some hazy eyes. Halfway through the train, the little witch ran to his side. She couldn't help falling asleep when she got close. Just woke up now. The bright sunshine outside the window had been covered with overcast clouds. At this time, it looked dark, and the shrouded fog made it impossible to see any real scenery. Are you awake? Ron had seen the magazine in his hand on the table, and pinched the little witch's cheek, which was still a little sleepy. A little cold. Miss Granger nodded lightly, feeling the cold air around her. She subconsciously leaned into Ron's arms. The temperature of the whole cabin did drop. Ron looked at the dark sky outside the window with a thoughtful expression. As a pair of scarlet sickle kaleidoscopes emerged, he clearly saw those creatures hiding behind the clouds. They are the origins that cause all change. Dementor. Are you here to search Sirius? Ron quietly closed his eyes. But keeping a Dementor in summer is not bad. Feeling the growing cold around him, he couldn't help thinking. For flowers, for votes, for everything. Chapter 186, Successfully Capture the Dementor. Over time. The sky outside the window is also getting darker and darker, and the moon and stars can't be seen, just like a bottomless abyss, giving people a sense of fear that follows. Tick. The rain lightly knocked on the car window and splashed a small splash of water. It started to rain outside. Inside the Hogwarts carriage. The dim light dispelled the darkness. Hermione's brown eyes stared blankly at the pitch-dark scenery outside the window, and couldn't help but whisper. What happened outside? The little witch has never seen such strange weather. The guards from Azkaban are here. Ron touched her brown curly hair and replied in a relaxed tone. A keeper of Azkaban? Hermione repeated suspiciously. What she knew most about Azkaban was from the book and the description of Sirius, which is located in the middle of the waters of the North Sea, a wizard's cage on an isolated desert island. However, as for the keeper of this cage, it is obvious that she has not heard Sirius mention it or seen it in a book. No one wants to mention 20 to their names, not even Sirius. Ron seemed to see Hermione's doubts and explained. Those guardians named Dementors, their main food is human happiness, and those who are sucked out of happiness are left with only fear and pain. I came here this time, probably because of Fudge's order to search for little Sirius. Before Ron could finish speaking, the train made a loud noise. Immediately afterwards, the lights in the car went out, and the surrounding space became pitch black, and nothing could be seen. Fluorescent flashes. Hermione took out her wand and cast a small spell. Under the sparkling light, the carriage lit up again. What's the matter? The train has stopped. Hermione looked out the window, but did not see the familiar castle. Why did the train suddenly stop when the train hadn't arrived yet? The Dementor is coming. Ron looked out the window, and he could already see many figures dragging rags like ghosts. They were hollow and shapeless, and they were wrapped in black cloth. The window began to freeze, and even the black tea near the window gradually froze, emitting a biting chill. The surrounding temperature dropped suddenly. A shadow appeared on the frosted glass. It was a face like a carrion. The long pale hand pressed lightly on the glass, making a slightly visible handprint. Are these the keepers of Azkaban? Hermione looked at the figure outside the window, her body stiffened. An indescribable fear surged from the bottom of her heart, and her brown eyes were absent-minded, as if her soul would be sucked away if she saw it. Don't look at it. Ron lightly covered Hermione's eyes with his hands, then picked up the shining wand, and hung it upside down in the air with a floating spell to illuminate it. Dementor carrion-like faces have no vision, they only use emotion and happiness to find their targets. After just a while, the Dementor lying on the glass left, leaving only a frozen window. Ha! Miss Hermione, whose eyes were released, let out a soft sigh. She just glanced at the monster, and she felt a lot of sad memories emerging in her mind. Is this the ability of a Dementor? Are they gone? The little witch asked Ron softly. No, they have come to the train now. Ron shook his head, then pointed to the door of the carriage with his hand. One after another tall and floating figures passed by the train aisle, as if they were looking for something. Headmaster Dumbledore actually let them on the train? Hermione leaned against Ron's arms and whispered in disbelief. Although there was the light of a wand in the carriage, it was not enough to make the little witch feel at ease. Only Ron by her side can give her some warmth. It's not necessarily what Headmaster Dumbledore meant, it could be Fudge. Ron looked at the Dementors passing by the door, and couldn't help narrowing his eyes. The icy cold air permeated the entire Hogwarts train, and all wizards dared not. He made a little noise, for fear that he would attract these blind, soul-sucking demons. The sound of the rain outside the window is getting louder and louder, and the moon sky is not visible. Squeak! There was a soft sound from the carriages of the pulley, and a long hand that was dry and rotting like a branch came in through the crack of the door. The next moment, the door of the carriage made a creaking sound, which was very harsh in the silent space. Do you want to come in and investigate? Ron and Hermione switched positions, letting the scared little witch lean against the window. And behind him, Miss Granger couldn't help but pull the corner of his shirt. As the door was fully opened, a Dementor wearing a tattered cloak slowly floated in. That face without facial features, like it was fished out of water, was slowly approaching Ron's side. It felt those delightful delicacy. Dementors are still a kind of magical creatures after all, and they can't control their strong desires at all. Putting the arrests out of his mind, it now just wants to have a good meal. Ron couldn't help frowning when he saw the approaching Dementor. He could feel that the memory of being alone a few years ago had already appeared in his mind involuntarily. And this feeling is getting stronger and stronger. "Ron!" Hermione exclaimed, and pointed her wand, gleaming in her hand, at the Dementor. Divine might. Before Miss Hermione could take action, Ron opened his scarlet eyes first. A vortex twisted in midair, and the Dementor was sucked in before it could react. Ordinary magic spells are useless against Dementors, only the Guardian of the Gods can do it. However, Ron did not learn this powerful defensive spell. And they themselves are not visual, so the control of the kaleidoscope cannot be used. In the end, there was only one divine power left. As the Dementor was sucked into the divine space, Ron used his wand to close the compartment door again. These creatures have research value. Chapter 187, I'm Gryffindor, not Slytherin. After sucking the eyeless Dementor into the cameo space, Ron closed the sliding door of the carriage. In the corridor, Dementors wandered one after another, like the soul-sucking death god in the Dark Knight, and the cold air poured into the carriage through the crack of the door. Ron covered Hermione with his Slytherin robes and cast a temperature-stabilizing spell with his wand. After stabilizing the temperature, he put his eyes out of the window. At present, the train has completely stopped, and it is estimated that it will arrive at Hogwarts around 11. Under the orders of Fudge, those Dementors really dared to break into the train rashly. Thinking of this, Ron remembered the one he had placed in the divine space. It's just good to use it to practice the Guardian of the Gods. At this moment, a burst of pure white light suddenly erupted in the corridor, very dazzling and very gentle, and the darkness brought by the Dementors disappeared. That is? Hermione opened her eyes wide at the light outside. This soft pure white light dispelled at least half of the fear in her heart. What kind of spell is this? Call God to protect. Ron listened to the sharp howls outside, and probably guessed who used this high-level defense spell. Remus John Lupin, the new professor of defense against the dark arts. Boom! As several Dementors flew out fiercely, a middle-aged wizard with a shining white light appeared in the corridor. The sorcerer had grey hair and was wearing a tattered robe full of patches. Her face also looked haggard and tired, as if she hadn't slept for a few days. Because last night was a full moon night? Ron couldn't help but guess. Like these wizards infected by werewolves, they will uncontrollably turn into hairless werewolves on a full moon night, and they usually lose their minds and attack anyone. Under Ron's somewhat suspicious gaze, Lupin pulled open the sliding door of the carriage they were in. And when Hermione saw Professor Lupin long ago, she was leaning against the window in her Slytherin robe. After all, in front of outsiders, the little witch is still a little shy. With a creaking sound, a hurried and tired voice sounded. I just saw a Dementor walk into your car, are you two okay? It turns out, I was worried about the two of them, so I came here to have a look. Don't worry, Professor Lupin, we have nothing to do here. Ron looked at the worried Professor Lupin, chuckled and shook his head. Although he is a werewolf, he is still the professor of defense against the dark arts this semester. But the people looked good, not like Quirrell and Lockhart. How do you know me? Lupin was taken aback for a moment. He remembered that he had never mentioned his name and occupation. because I just saw your name in your carriage." Hermione, who was leaning against the window, said softly. "And it's marked in the Hogwarts Professor Directory you teach defense against the dark arts." After listening to the little witch's words, Lupin was slightly surprised. Are these two little wizards so meticulous in their ability to observe? Well, this is something I didn't expect. This little witch of Slytherin. Lupin saw the green-bottomed robe on the other side, shrugged and said, "No, I'm not from Slytherin." She shook her head and retorted, "Although I really want to be in the same academy with Ron, it's a pity that Miss Hermione is not." Immediately afterwards, Hermione returned the green robe on her body to Ron, who was still wearing his shirt, revealing the scarlet robe inside. "I'm from Gryffindor. Lorne is the Wizard of Slytherin." Ron took the robe and put it on his body, smiled friendly at Lupin, and said hello. "Gryffindor?" Lupin was stunned for a moment. Gryffindor and Slytherin. A young couple? Thinking of this, he looked a little weird. This is really strange. "Forget it, you two stay in the car. Well, I'll go to the captain to ask about the situation." Shaking his head, Lupin put those complicated emotions behind him, and then reminded the two wizards. The most urgent task now is to make the train move quickly, and the guards of Azkaban were obviously given instructions. Otherwise, they wouldn't dare to come out casually. "Are you here to capture Sirius?" After closing the door, Lupin couldn't help thinking while looking at the deep and dark corridor. Perhaps Lupin's professorship is somewhat useful. The lights in the train were quickly restored, and the Dementors all left one after another. Looking at the gradually recovering temperature around her, the girl took down the one that was still hanging upside down. "I feel that Professor Lupin and Lockhart are different." Thinking of that soft light, Hermione subconsciously held Lockhart for comparison. No way. After all, Lockhart left a deep impression on him. He reads from the book every day, and occasionally teaches some useless little magic spells. He is simply a big parallel. And she also heard from Ron that Lockhart had been promoted to captain of the ERA organization. Seriously, if it wasn't for the Daily Prophet's report, she would have almost believed what Ron said. How on earth did Lockhart become the captain, and also the ERA organization? During that time, the little witch frowned and thought about this matter. That hand-calling guard just now is really good. It seems that this semester is not so boring. Ron nodded in agreement. The sound of rain outside the window gradually subsided. It may be that the group of ghosts that sucked the soul left here, and the dark clouds in the sky also dissipated a lot of land. By the way, where did you get that Dementor just now? Thinking of the whirlpool just now, Hermione looked at Ron curiously. "In my storage room." Ron thought for a while and said, "Shinway space is unbreakable, unless it has another god kaleidoscope, but obviously this is impossible. However, keeping it in it all the time is not the way, after all. He has to store all kinds of things. Looks like it's time to make a cage." Looking at the gorgeous castle silhouetted in the distance, Ron thought. Chapter 188, Luna, "Good evening, Mr. Geralt." The originally dark sky outside the window has now revealed the bright moonlight. Through the glass, Ron saw the gorgeous castle reflected under the stars at a glance. After a night of ups and downs, Hogwarts finally arrived. With the loud chirping sound of the train, it quickly stopped. Since it was still raining lightly outside, Ron turned his wand into an umbrella in advance, then took Hermione's little hand and got off the train. After standing on the slate-paved floor, Hermione breathed a sigh of relief. "No way. I was attacked by a Dementor on the train." Most of the people were panicked, and even a few young wizards who had just entered school were scared to cry. On the other side, Lupin was helping the dizzy Harry walk down, followed by the worried Ron. "Has Harry been attacked by a Dementor?" Ron walked over with an umbrella and asked softly. Looking at Harry, who was covering his head with an unsightly expression, he probably already thought of the reason. Harry was just sucked by a Dementor, but his color improved a lot after eating a piece of chocolate. 767 Ron, who was standing aside, quickly explained. When he thought of those creatures with pale skin and rotting complexions, he couldn't help shaking his body. It seems that those Dementors left Ron with a deep sense of fear. Ron? Lupin, who was supporting Harry, looked at the blonde little wizard from Slytherin, who he remembered was his name. Didn't expect him to be so familiar with Harry and the Weasleys. He wouldn't be too surprised if he just fell in love with the little witch of Gryffindor. But he actually knew so many lion cubs, and he seemed to have a good relationship, which was puzzling. When will Slytherin and Gryffindor mix? Speaking of this, he couldn't help but think of the slug. Severus Snape. Back then, their group of little lions was incompatible with the group of snakes in the quagmire. I don't know what's going on now. Hey, Potter, I heard that you were kissed affectionately by a Dementor, is that true? At this time, Malfoy in Slytherin robes and his two servants came over, and there was still a trace on his face. Ridicule. What, are you being scared, stupid? Seeing Harry lowered his head and didn't answer, Malfoy leaned closer and smiled sarcastically. But where he couldn't see, Harry gritted his teeth. Malfoy, wait for me. Malfoy, don't go too far. Ron gritted his teeth and squeezed his fist, wanting to punch that ill-fated face. Well, it's still the same as it was back then. Looking at Slytherin and Gryffindor who were about to fight, Lupin breathed a sigh of relief subconsciously. He really couldn't imagine that the two academies would coexist peacefully. But looking at the two people who had drawn out their wands, Lupin couldn't help frowning. Dementors are not a joke. What's more, it's not polite to laugh at your classmates. Hearing this, Ron's mouth twitched. Back then, the campus abuser would actually say such a thing, and I don't know how Snape would feel when he heard it. Who are you? Malfoy frowned at the gaunt man with his wand. His patched shabby robe was even more conspicuous. This is Professor Lupin, the new professor of defense against the dark arts. Ron introduced it to his close friend. Gerald? Malfoy was taken aback. Why is he here too? Maybe he was thinking about Harry all the time, so he didn't pay attention, CCFF, to Ron who didn't speak. Good evening, Gerald. Malfoy put away his wand, then turned and glared at Ron. Today, for Gerald's sake, I'll let you go. No, you don't need to look at. Before Ron could finish speaking, he saw that Malfoy and the others had already left. HMPH, thanks to Malfoy running fast, or else I'll have to let him try the taste of slugs. Ron raised the new wand in his hand and said disdainfully, "Poof." After hearing the slug, Miss Granger, who was holding Ron's hand, couldn't help laughing. She remembered the last wand accident again. Ron was throwing up slugs all day. Miss Jackie, what are you laughing at? Ron said with a blushing face. It's nothing, I just think of funny things. Hermione shrugged and chuckled, she didn't want to fight Ron. With that time, it's better to learn something from Ron. Professor Lupin, let's go first. Ron glanced at the first-year wizards who had already boarded the ship, and said with a light smile, the dinner party will start soon. After saying goodbye to Lupin and Harry, Ron and the others came to the place where Thestral was pulling the carriage. Hermione, like last year, looked curiously at the empty carriage. Can I touch them? Miss Hermione asked curiously. You can try it. Ron took her little hand and pressed it on Thestral's wings. Hard bones and thin wings like bats. Hermione's eyes widened, she didn't expect that she could also touch this magical creature representing unknown. From Ron's point of view, the Thestral that was being touched tilted his head and glanced at them, but he didn't act too radically. He looks smart and sensible. After all, these Thestrals were all raised by Hagrid, so they naturally had some training. Let's go, it's time for us to get in the car. After Hermione touched it, Ron lifted the curtain that was covering it. However, what surprised him was that there was actually a little blonde witch inside. His long golden hair reached his waist, strange ornaments hung from his ears, and a pair of grey eyes were staring at Ron in a trance. "Good evening, Miss Luna." Ron smiled and said hello. Hermione, who was behind her, also walked in when she heard the title, and saw Luna, who was holding the Quibbler, at a glance. But that magazine is the opposite. "Good evening, Mr. Geralt." "Well, and Miss Granger?" An ethereal voice like a lark resounded in the carriage. Chapter 189, This compass will point to what you think in your heart. "Good evening, Miss Luna." Hermione also lifted the curtain and sat in. She looked curiously at Luna, who was sitting across from reading a magazine, with a pair of brown eyes. It was the latest release of The Quibbler, and she also had a strange magazine like this in her hand. But what makes the little witch a little strange is that the magazine in Luna's hand is held upside down, and she herself reads it with great interest. It was only after entering the carriage that he realized that the little blonde witch was the only one in the carriage of new odor. "Looks lonely. Don't mind us, sit here?" Ron asked with a smile. "Of course I don't mind, Gerald, Mr. Lorne." Luna put down the magazine in her hand and answered in an ethereal voice. Her expression always seemed to be in a trance, as if she was born. "That. Doesn't your magazine affect your reading?" Hermione couldn't help but pointed to the magazine she was holding back and asked softly. "It's impossible to read a book that is upside down." "No, it doesn't matter." Hearing this, Luna glanced at the magazine in her hand, then shook her head and replied. She was used to reading like this a long time ago. "Yes. Hearing this answer, Hermione nodded lightly and did not continue to ask. After all, everyone has different preferences. Maybe Luna likes to read like this. However, if my memory serves me correctly, she seems to be able to see the Thestrals outside. Hermione had heard Ron tell the story of this little Ravenclaw witch on the lawn before, and she couldn't help feeling a little sympathetic. Thinking of Thestrals, Miss Granger couldn't help but turn her head to look at the empty head of the carriage. There was a Thestral who was in charge of pulling the cart standing in that open space. Although he couldn't see it, with the help of Ron, Hermione also touched it. Unlike ordinary horses, their temperament is very gentle, and they will not resist the friendly contact of the little wizard. "Can you also see those Thestrals outside?" Luna noticed Hermione's gaze, and it was the black Thestral who was in charge of pulling the car outside the car, which made her a little curious. Unexpectedly, besides Geralt, there are people who can see the existence of Thestral just like her. "I haven't touched death, so I can't see them." Hermione shook her head under her curious gaze. "But I just touched this Thestral, and their wings feel like bats." Thinking of the feeling of stroking ye Thestral, she whispered. "Then you are really lucky." Luna looked at her with some grey eyes, and said in a voice like a lark, "Are you lucky?" Hermione looked at Ron, who was leaning beside him, and Luna, who was stunned outside the car. Both of them could see the messenger representing death. Only she can't see it. Yes, it's really a lucky thing to not see Thestrals. Miss Hermione remembered the introduction to this magical creature in the book. Only those who have witnessed death can see them. Luna is because of her mother, and Ron is because of witnessing other people's deaths. It's not a good thing to see Thestrals, Miss Beaver. Ron, who was sitting next to the girl, touched her brown curly hair with his hand and said in a soft tone. At this moment, the carriage began to move, and the creaking wheels walked across the muddy and wet ground, leaving 2 deep marks. The Thestral slowly pulled the carriage from the dense path to the Hogwarts Auditorium. Because Professor McGonagall finds young wizards who have just entered the school every year, and spends a lot of time teaching them some common rules and commandments. Therefore, those of them who set off late in the carriage are not afraid of being late. Inside the car, Ron opened the curtain and looked at the stars emerging in the sky. It was not as dark as he saw on the train. He subconsciously remembered those Dementors. The weather was very dark at the time. Harassing the horsefly, Luna said suddenly. Her voice was light and ethereal. Harassment of horseflies? Hermione looked at Luna, who was looking at her, with a puzzled expression. She seemed to have some impressions of this name, which was like some kind of magical creature. This seems to be Luna's own fantasy, right? Granger still clearly remembers the content of the chat when they first met on the Hogwarts train. Although I can't see it, I can feel some harassing flies buzzing in your ears. Interpunct flowers interpunct 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 interpunct. Luna's tone was full of affirmation, as if they really existed. Hermione touched her ear subconsciously, but there was nothing. And while Ron looked at the little witch who was sitting opposite and was still in a trance, he suddenly thought of something. Miss Luna, are you sure the harassing horsefly exists? This sentence immediately attracted the eyes of the two little witches. Of course, Mr. Lorne, Luna said softly. Although I don't know why there are no harassing horseflies around you, I am sure of their existence. For this blonde wizard who was always smiling and polite, Luna didn't feel those annoying buzzing sounds from him. It's strange, because it's the first time she's seen it. As if there were no worries. You can't see them, why do you think they exist? Ron took off the compass on his wrist and used the enchanted ring on his finger to return it to its original size. It's better to let this compass tell you the answer. Having said that, he threw the compass to Luna, who was a little dazed. This compass? Luna took the somewhat old compass and looked at Ron with some doubts. Before she could ask, she heard his explanation. This is a compass that can point to the target you want in your heart, and it is very precious. After all, it was his frog cub who brought it back to Captain Jack under the pursuit of him. Moreover, Ron also wanted to know whether the fantasy creatures like harassing horseflies really existed. A compass pointing to the goal I have in mind? Luna opened the octagonal compass suspiciously, and the originally fixed pointer began to rotate rapidly. It was looking for the target the holder needed. Okay, then you just need to think in your mind where the harassing horsefly is. Ron raised the corners of his mouth and said softly. The rotation of the hand takes a long time, but in the end it is still. He stopped and slowly pointed to the sluggish Miss Hermione. Even Ron was taken aback by this result. Do harassment flies really exist? Death. Chapter 190, Miss Granger with fried hair. Are there really harassing horseflies in this world? Even Ron was slightly taken aback when he saw the pointer of the compass. Instead, Luna's eyes lit up, and there was a smile on her dazed expression. She said happily, "Look, they really exist. Is this compass fake?" Hermione looked at the pointer pointing to her, and glanced suspiciously at Ron beside her. How could there be such a magical compass in this world? There are even props to let people go back to the past. Why can't a compass to find a target appear? Ron said with a chuckle. If he remembers correctly, there is a pocket watch for changing time in the Department of Mysteries of the Ministry of Magic. Return to the past? Hermione opened her eyes wide and muttered to herself, 770, incredulously. Can magic even do such a thing? No surprise, there are so many things you don't know in this world, Miss Know-It-All. Ron couldn't help joking looking at the little witch. Knowing everything. Hermione narrowed her eyes subconsciously, and the little tiger teeth couldn't help biting. I really want to give him a bite. And Luna, who was sitting opposite, was holding a compass. Her face was thoughtful, she didn't know what to think. At this moment, the needle on the compass began to rotate slowly. The sound of the compass turning was very clear in the carriage, causing Ron and Hermione to look sideways. Did Luna change her target again? Ron thought while looking at the frantically turning pointer. This time, the pointer rotation time is a little long, so long that it is very likely that Luna will not find the target. Are you looking for some fantasy creature again? Looking at Luna, who was looking down at the compass, Hermione asked with some doubts. No, it's not. Luna sighed slightly as she looked at the frantically spinning pointer. Sure enough, the dead can be recovered. Before she could finish thinking, she saw the pointer suddenly stop. Seeing the pointer, several people present were stunned. Because it points to where Ron is. Perhaps. The thing you are looking for is in my direction. After all, the compass's search scope is the whole world. Ron looked at the pointer pointing to his position and explained. Speaking of which, he even switched places with Hermione. Look at the pointer. Before Ron's words were finished, he saw that the pointer pointed to him again at some point. After Luna saw the compass, a pair of silver-grey eyes stared at Ron subconsciously. What goal did you just think of in your mind? Hermione opened her brown eyes wide, looked at the Ravenclaw little witch in front of her, and asked a question subconsciously. Why does the compass point to Ron? What do you want to do to my lawn? I'm thinking. Luna's thoughts were a little confused, and her mouth was a little vague. But it was her appearance that gave Hermione a sense of vigilance. With this look, Luna wouldn't want to rob Ron with her. Thinking of this, Miss Granger froze. Squeak with a soft sound, the swaying carriage finally stopped. Going to the auditorium of Hogwarts, there are already many little wizards around, talking and laughing about the topic, and it looks very lively. And those first-year freshmen were still floating on the Black Lake in small boats. This year's guide was the familiar Hagrid. Goodbye. After Luna got off the carriage, she returned the compass to Ron under Hermione's complicated eyes. Then, holding the opposite, the Quibbler, magazine, he ran into the auditorium with his head down. She just wants to be quiet now. You said, what does she want in her heart? Hermione looked at Ron, who was holding the compass, and asked softly. Ron opened the compass, and the needle inside slowly pointed to Hermione. I only know what I want in my heart. Looking at the compass handed over by Ron, Hermione tilted her head and glanced at him. A smile appeared on the corner of her mouth. Then she stretched out her little hand and picked up this magical compass, and the pointer pointed to her little boyfriend without a doubt. Me too. Ron looked at the compass in the little witch's hand and pinched the tip of her nose with a smile. My only treasure in this world is probably the girl in front of me. After making the compass smaller and reaching it on his wrist, Ron and Hermione's little hands were clasped together, just like when they were on a date. However, at this moment, a familiar voice came from behind. Hey, Ron, here and here. When he turned around, he saw Fred and George, who were jumping off the carriage, and Ginny, the little witch who had become a second grader. Long time no see, 3. Ron looked at the 3 red-haired people who came over and said hello with a smile. You didn't come to play with us during the holidays. After getting close, Fred complained. During the holidays, the two brothers wrote a lot of letters to Ron, on the one hand to communicate about the production of Werewolf, and on the other hand to invite him to the Burrow as a guest. But Ron had been in Nocturne Alley at the time. I was busy with work, so I didn't go. Sorry, this holiday is a bit busy. Ron shrugged and said, but I will definitely go next holiday. Because if nothing else happens during the next vacation, he plans to open a shop with these two brothers in Diagon Alley or Hogsmeade Village. After all, After buying a potions shop in Diagon Alley, he doesn't have much in Galleon now. Real? 5.5 George's tone was suspicious. Real? Ron nodded helplessly. Next holiday, I think we should officially open the store. By the way, how's the werewolf killing of the two of you? Thinking of the werewolf killing last semester, he asked suspiciously. It's almost there, but, let's go to the auditorium to talk, it will be closed in a while. Free interrupted the conversation. There were not many little wizards around, and the new students were about to row. Okay, let's chat in the auditorium. Ron nodded, then led Hermione and a few people into the auditorium. Bright candles illuminated the entire ornate auditorium. The long tables of the 4 colleges were filled with wizards. Chapter 191, Harry Should Need Maternal Love. After passing through the patterned door, several people walked into the auditorium of Hogwarts and walked towards the long table of Gryffindor. Because they came in relatively late, the 4 long academy tables were filled with wizards. So you can only sit at the end of the long table. The long tables of Slytherin and Gryffindor are next to each other, and Ron is wearing a green bottoming robe, which is not too conspicuous. The professors sitting in the front haven't come together yet. Professor McGonagall is in charge of guiding the freshmen. The new Professor Lupin should be with Harry and the others. To Hermione's surprise, Hagrid was actually inside the professor's long table, and he was sitting next to the well-dressed Professor Flitwick. With a body like a giant, it is very conspicuous in the ranks of professors. Ron saw it too. Hagrid is going to be a professor too? He also had some doubts. Because Hagrid's position was not written on the Hogwarts notice, not even his name. Wouldn't it be to teach us to protect magical animals? After all, Hagrid's research on magical animals can be said to be the most familiar in Hogwarts. And Professor Kettleben, who protects fantastic beasts, didn't come, you might guess right. George glanced at the professor above and guessed it in an instant. After all, they had also taken Professor Kettleben's class. Hagrid will be our fantastic beasts professor this semester? Hermione asked with wide eyes. Miss Granger still agreed with Hagrid's knowledge. Because she once got a manual for the records of magical animals from Hagrid. The content recorded on it is very comprehensive. It can be said that it is simple and easy to understand, without any technical terms. Ha! Several people tonight. At this time, Harry and Ron also entered the auditorium. And Professor Lupin, who was with them, also walked to the professor's position with a worn-out leather suitcase. He's our defense against the dark arts professor. Ron introduced his 2 brothers and sisters. Professor Lupin is different from Lockhart. He even drove the Dementor back on the train and saved Harry's life. Harry bowed his head in embarrassment. He and Ron were attacked at the same time, but he was the only one who fainted in the end. SHH, the sorting ceremony is about to begin. Miss Hermione reminded. I saw that Professor McGonagall walked quickly to the center of the auditorium, where a wooden chair was placed, and on the chair lay a shabby-looking wizard's pointed hat. The most anticipated sorting ceremony of each semester officially began when the first curious little wizard stepped forward and put on the sorting hat. This year, there may be a lot of new little wizards, so the sorting ceremony didn't end until about half an hour later. As the last freshman was assigned to Hufflepuff, the banquet was about to officially begin amid the warm applause of the little badgers. Clang! As the silver fork struck on the silver cup, everyone turned to Headmaster Dumbledore, ready to listen to his speech this time. First of all, welcome everyone to the new school year at Hogwarts. Before the rich dinner is about to start, I have 2 more words to say. The first is Professor Lupin. He has accepted the position of Professor of Defense Against the Dark Arts, which means that he will teach you next school year. Good luck, Professor Lupin. Dumbledore said with a smile. Hearing this, Harry and Ron looked at each other with a smile. Finally a reliable defense against the dark arts professor. If they were still like Lockhart, they couldn't imagine how they would spend this semester. Professor Lupin also stood up with a smile, bowed and greeted the little wizards. However, Ron clearly noticed it, and Snape, who was sitting next to him, tilted his head and showed a sarcastic smile. Seeing his dean's expression, Ron narrowed his eyes. An idea involuntarily appeared in his mind. Thinking about it, he turned to look at Harry, who was looking very happy. If it does, it will be interesting. Ron's mouth couldn't hold back the curved arc. I guess Harry wants maternal love too. Okay, there's another news. Professor Kettleburn of the Fantastic Beasts Protection Course has retired due to a limb defect. But luckily, Rubeus Hagrid will take his place in the future. As Dumbledore's voice fell, there was warm applause in the auditorium. Although most of the little wizards thought it was incredible, they still applauded him. Professor McGonagall, who was sitting next to Hagrid, clapped while poking at the still somewhat dazed Hagrid with his elbow. Ah, hello everyone. Hagrid stood up quickly, his huge body almost overturning the table. Professor Flitwick, who was eating, was also taken aback. It sure is Hagrid. Miss Hermione raised the corner of her mouth and smiled. Hagrid actually became a professor? 770 Lee widened his eyes and exclaimed in surprise. When Ron and the others were discussing just now, Harry didn't come, so he didn't know about Hagrid. No way, I heard that Professor Kettleburn's leg was bitten off by a fire dragon, so I had to retire. Fred, who has the grapevine, said. Finally, at the request of the Ministry of Magic. Headmaster Dumbledore squeezed his palm, making the voices in the auditorium as quiet as possible. There is still disturbing news. Hogwarts in the last few days will welcome a group of guests from Azkaban, the Dementors. Until Sirius Black is caught. I believe you have all seen them on the train. Although the Ministry of Magic has guaranteed that they will not harm anyone, try not to provoke them. Also, please take care of your own safety. After this sentence was finished, the auditorium fell silent. Harry covered his head even more, remembering the painful memories and the screaming of the woman. Okay, the banquet officially begins now. I wish you a happy meal. As the last paragraph fell, rich and delicious food appeared on the table one after another. The third-year dinner has officially started. Chapter 192, This semester, I must win you. After a sumptuous dinner, under the leadership of the prefects of each grade, the new wizards all returned to the dormitory they were going to. And Ron followed Malfoy back to the bedroom in Slytherin. Well, a familiar hue. Looking at the green window, Ron lay directly on the soft bed that had been made. After Malfoy and Crabbe packed their luggage, they left the bedroom and went to chat in the hall. In the silent bedroom, Ron threw the earphone in his hand aside, then closed his eyes and thought for a while. At present, his and Hermione's suitcases have not been taken out of the Shenway space, because there is still a wandering Dementor in it. I don't know if other abilities other than God's Guard can harm it. Thinking of this, Ron was going to go in and have a try. Anyway, a Dementor that can attack mentally cannot be as powerful as his Kaleidoscope. Kaleidoscope should be able to resist. As his body slowly inhaled into the vortex in midair, his figure disappeared into the bedroom. When he opened his eyes again, he was already in a dark space with many irregular squares. This is the interior of the Shenway space. There are also some plants, luggage, daily necessities, and some strange things brought back by frogs from other worlds on those irregular boxes. There is also a Dementor looking for a way out in midair. Saw you. After Ron put his light blue eyes on it, the Dementor reacted quickly, with a corrupt face without facial features, staring at the outsider who suddenly appeared. It felt a delicious emotional taste that was the breath of joy. In the next instant, the Dementor who was floating slowly in the air quickly approached Ron. Looking at the flying figure, he slowly stretched out a hand. Let's see if lightning has any effect on it. Thinking so, with the surge of magic power, golden thunder and lightning roared in the palm of the hand, and the originally dark space was instantly illuminated. A hissing sound came from the face without facial features. It seemed to be very afraid of golden thunder and lightning, and hurriedly backed away. The Dementor slowly floated in midair, looking at the food discharged below, and did not choose to continue to retreat or move forward. Are you afraid of lightning? Ron looked at the golden arc in his hand with some surprises, and powerful and turbulent magic was surging inside. It turned out to be fear of this magic power. He found the reason. The magic power inherited from the Thunder Dragon Slayer crystal is not comparable to ordinary wizards. Interesting. The corners of Ron's mouth raised, and the magic in his body exploded instantly, and brilliant golden thunder suddenly appeared in the surrounding space. It was like a cage that completely controlled the Dementors. Can you understand what I said? He raised his head and asked the Dementor, who had gradually become flustered. It is impossible for such a group of creatures to survive by relying on human happiness to be easily controlled by the Ministry of Magic, but it would be different if they could hear and understand wizards. Have wisdom and lack of wisdom, the meaning of which is not the same. It's just a pity that after hearing his words, the Dementor didn't give any response. It is now dodging the thunder and lightning wandering in the air in a panic. Seeing this scene, Ron couldn't help shaking his head. I don't know how the Ministry of Magic communicated with them. It seems that Lockhart needs to ask about it when he has time. Before this, Ron looked at the Dementor in midair, picked up the wand around his waist and aimed it at it. Transfiguration spell. With a dazzling white light from the tip of the staff, the panicked Dementor turned into a solid black statue. The golden lightning turned into a cage and tightly covered it. There are a lot of herbs and precious potions in the Shenwei space. If you let it wander around in it, you may damage how many things. After doing all this, Ron turned around and went back to the bedroom. Malfoy and his henchmen haven't come back yet, and they are probably still outside chatting about their dreams with the group of pure-blooded wizards. Putting the headphones in his ears and listening to the rhythmic music, Ron lay on the bed and went to sleep. The second day of school day. The bright sun fell on every corner of Hogwarts, and the early morning mist began to disperse under the golden sun. When Ron got up, it was only about 7 in the morning. Malfoy and Crabbe were still sound asleep in bed, and they didn't know when they got back last night. He tidied up his clothes, then put on Slytherin's custom robe, put his wand in the divine space, and was ready to go to the auditorium for dinner. Walking on the long steps of the slate, the surrounding sides are full of emerald green grass, which looks full of vitality. The shadows of the surrounding trees swayed, and the reddish leaves fell on the ground to form a carpet. Professor Snape, good morning. When he arrived at the entrance of the auditorium, a figure in a black robe appeared in his sight. It was Snape, who had finished his breakfast. Unexpectedly, Snape would actually eat in the auditorium. This is really rare. Ron greeted politely. Well, Gerald. Snape squinted at the blonde wizard who had grown a lot taller in front of him, the corners of his mouth slightly raised. The potion has been doing well recently. Come to my JJ's office when you have time. From the first time he saw On until now, he knew that he was not wrong. All the talents of this little wizard are surprisingly good, except for the history of magic class. After complimenting Ron, Snape hurriedly left John. Are you free to go to the office? Ron looked at the figure who was leaving, and the corners of his mouth gradually raised. After waiting in the auditorium, at a glance, he saw the petite figure with brown curly hair in front of the Gryffindor dining table, and there were a lot of books placed in front of her. These are all elective and compulsory courses. Waking up so early to work hard? Hearing the familiar tone behind her, Hermione turned her head with a smile and said, "This semester, I must beat you. Sorry, there are exams this week, so the update time is erratic. Just wait until this week." Chapter 193, You Two Are Really a Natural Pair. Looking at the books on a table, Ron picked up a few books beside her, flipped through them, and glanced at them. The knowledge in it is almost all he has learned by himself in the last semester, so the content of these semesters is not difficult for him. But with so many subjects, have you taken all the courses as electives? Ron had a guess in his heart. Although the elective courses were selected in advance last semester, Miss Hermione at that time did not show him the elective list. If you choose all of them, do you have so much time to study? Aren't you the same? Hermione glanced at him, tilted her little head and said. She ticked according to Ron's elective list, mainly because she could be with him for a longer time. Hearing his little girlfriend's answer, Ron shook his head with a smile. You must know that many of these courses are conflicting. For example, if you go to Hagrid's class on the protection of magical animals, you can't take the rune course. All of his choices were purely based on research on these knowledge, and he was confident that he would get an excellent score in the final exam of the last semester. And a time turner. Thinking of the time changer that could go back to the past, Ron couldn't help but narrow his eyes. As long as there is a conflict in the curriculum, he may be able to apply for one from Headmaster Dumbledore. If I remember correctly, Hermione once got a time turner with the help of Professor McGonagall. As an excellent alchemist, he is naturally interested in this alchemy product that can affect time, and he doesn't know what the principle of its operation is. If you can understand it, you will be one step closer to grasping the mystery of time. A honey muffin, do you want it? Hermione put the book beside the table and asked Ron while ordering a breakfast. Well, here's one. Ron, who came to his senses, nodded. Let's have another cup of black tea by the way. Now he has no desire for chocolate milk in his heart. Maybe drinking tea used to it. It could also be that Miss Hermione was beside her and subconsciously didn't order one. Today is the first day of school, and the two of them don't have any courses, because the timetable for this school, CCFF, period has not been handed out. On the first day of school, you two got up too early, didn't you? When Ron was halfway through eating, Harry and the others came over yawning, looking sleepy. Why are there so many books? Ron looked at the books on the desktop and blinked in surprise. In his arms he was holding a sleeping pet mouse. Peter Pettigrew. Ron looked at the mouse, which he hadn't seen for a long time, with a thoughtful expression. It seems that I have time to settle the matter on Sirius Black's side. Didn't the two of you choose electives? Hermione asked with a frown. Elective courses? Harry and Ron looked at each other, not knowing what to say for a while. There are not so many books for elective courses, right? Is this your book? Harry asked cautiously. No, all of these belong to Miss Granger alone. Ron shook his head and replied. All by one person? How many courses have you taken? Ron couldn't help exclaiming. At this moment, sheets of parchment floated in midair, and were slowly distributed in front of every little wizard. It clearly records the courses of each day, which is from the unique timetable of third grade students. The timetable is here. Harry picked up his timetable and glanced at it. Most of the above content is blank, except for some necessary courses. His elective courses are all selected according to the minimum. This made him feel very satisfied. Ron and Harry next to him have exactly the same timetable. After all, these two were selected together. On the opposite side, Ron and Hermione had the same timetable, but compared to the blank, they were full. There are even several conflicting courses in it, listed in the same position. For example, tomorrow morning's divination course and Muggle studies course, the two of them are destined to choose only one course. You You chose all the classes? Harry glanced curiously. The content above made him stunned for a while, and he shouted in disbelief. The dense courses above made him dizzy. Compared with them, his blankness seems to be a kind of irony from scumbags. Some of the courses above are conflicting. How do you solve them? And it's like a course like Muggle Studies, you two don't need to study it. Harry's little brain can't imagine the thinking of a scholar. These two people are simply too terrifying. Well, there is another letter? At this time, Miss Hermione also found a letter sent to the table with the parchment scroll. On it is the signature of Professor McGonagall in elegant cursive font. It was sent by Professor McGonagall. Hermione said to Ron with some doubts. Why did Professor McGonagall send them letters at this time? Ron probably guessed it. If nothing else, the timetables of the two of them have been known to Professor McGonagall and also told to Dumbledore. Then next, it's the time converter from the Ministry of Magic. I can only get that thing, and then Ron has another research goal. As the envelope was opened, the contents on it were presented in front of the little witch. Professor McGonagall asked the two of us to visit her office. There is only such a short sentence on a piece of pure white paper. Let's go then. After Ron ate the remaining muffins, he said goodbye to the two who were still in shock. The two of them are a perfect match. Looking at the back of the couple leaving, Harry couldn't help murmuring, "Is this a scholarly couple?" Hearing Harry's words, Ron nodded in agreement. Compared to these two, the two of them are just trash. Chapter 194, Remember Not to Play with Time. Walking out of the auditorium of Hogwarts, all the way to the direction of the main building. Inside Professor McGonagall's office. Bang bang. With the knock on the door, Professor McGonagall's slightly hoarse voice sounded from inside. "Please come in." Before Hermione opened the door, she saw that the door opened automatically. The mottled window shadows fell on the desk in the bright sunlight. Professor McGonagall, the Dean of Gryffindor, was sitting at the desk, writing something with a quill in his hand. Seeing the two little wizards who came in, Professor McGonagall put down the quill in his hand and looked up at them. Lorne Geralt, a talented little wizard from Slytherin, even Professor Flitwick wanted to drag him to outlaw. Flitwick, who was too drunk, said it that day at the party at Three Broomsticks. Although he is a Slytherin, Professor McGonagall doesn't mean too much. After all, Ron sat at the Gryffindor table every day to eat, and he was very close to Harry, Fred and the others. He didn't look like an arrogant and conceited little snake at all. And her favorite lion cub, Hermione Granger. She is also a diligent and studious little witch. Only I saw the course selection form for the two of you. You filled out all the courses, didn't you? Professor McGonagall took out 2 sheets of paper from the neatly organized files on one side, and the contents of their course selections were marked on them. There is a tick at the back of each course, and a piece of paper is full. That's right, Professor, we just want to take some more courses to supplement our knowledge. Before Ron could speak, Miss Hermione nodded quickly in response. Supplementary knowledge? Professor McGonagall looked at the brown eyes looking directly at her and couldn't help shaking her head. There is no such thing as supplementary knowledge. You must know that several of the courses they have chosen are in conflict with each other, let alone study. I am afraid that they may not pass the final exam. You have to know that there are conflicting courses like this. You can only choose one to take the class. This will make you feel tired instead of expanding your knowledge. A person's energy is limited, Miss Granger. There was a hint of helplessness in Professor McGonagall's eyes. Although she looks like such a studious little witch, she also appreciates it. But if you try too hard. But Professor McGonagall, it doesn't say that you can't choose all the courses. Ron said softly. And I believe time will always make up for that knowledge. It's just a matter of spending more time. After speaking, Ron looked at Professor McGonagall standing in the sunlight like broken gold with light blue eyes. He is now waiting for the older cat girl in front of him to tell the alchemy tool. Yes. That's right, time always makes up for it. After being silent for a while, Professor McGonagall answered slowly. Her slender fingers slowly crossed on the table, and a pair of elderly but energetic eyes looked at these two young lovers who were pursuing knowledge. Seriously, in all those years at Hogwarts, she had never seen anyone so thirsty for knowledge. Looking at the two in front of him, Professor McGonagall took out a golden chain from the lower drawer of the desk after thinking for a while. At the end of the chain was a transparent hourglass that could be turned, and there was azure blue inside. Of sand. It is the best expression to represent time. Actually, I've been hesitating whether I should give this to you too? Professor McGonagall said softly. She looked at the hourglass she had applied for from the Ministry of Magic, and her expression was still a little hesitant. The risk of using this thing is high. If it is not used properly, a life will be lost for no reason. After all, time is the most difficult thing to master in this world, and it is also the lifelong pursuit of wizards who study time. This hourglass. Seeing what was in Professor McGonagall's hand, Ron subconsciously came up with a name. Time Converter. What is this, Professor? Hermione opened her eyes wide and asked suspiciously. Interpunct flowers interpunct Time changer. It can make people go back to the past, Miss Granger. Professor McGonagall picked up the hourglass in his hand and placed it in the air. The bright sunlight reflected a reflection on the ground through the hourglass. This is what I have specially applied for you two from the Department of Mysteries of the Ministry of Magic, and of course, Headmaster Dumbledore. Can make people go back to the past? Hermione couldn't help exclaiming when she heard the explanation. Then, as if she had remembered something, she quickly turned to look at Ron beside her. The little witch clearly remembered that he once talked about this kind of prop in the carriage. And Ron's expression was also a little surprised. Although he knew it was one thing, seeing it with his own eyes was another. Zero, of course, it's just that this time converter can only let you go back 5 hours ago. When it came to the usage requirements, Professor McGonagall's face gradually became serious. She didn't want the two little wizards she was most satisfied with because of this. And face death. If it exceeds 5 hours, then the time will no longer be stable. Don't try that kind of thing, because someone has tried it before. The witch aged several decades in an instant, and finally died in Street Mungo's Hospital for Magical Injuries and Injuries. She was only 20 years old at the time. Hearing this example, Hermione couldn't help but glance at the hourglass pendant floating in midair. It would be so terrifying. But don't worry, if you only control it for 5 hours, this kind of thing won't happen. Seeing that the example he gave seemed to frighten the little witch, Professor McGonagall said with a smile. Then now, this time changer will be handed over to Mr. Gerald for safekeeping. After speaking, Professor McGonagall used the levitation charm to send the time converter to Ron's hands. Please remember, don't play with time. Otherwise, it's you who will be played with by time in the end. I'll keep that in mind, Professor McGonagall. Ron held the hourglass pendant in his hand and responded with a chuckle. There are 2 more chapters to come, which will probably be finished by 12 o'clock tonight. Death. Chapter 195, I heard that Dumbledore raised her for decades. Okay, now the time converter you have applied for has been handed over to you. Since you can only apply for one, the two of you will use it together. Professor McGonagall looked at the two with a smile and said involuntarily, "After all, the two of you study together every day, so be careful not to tire yourself out too much." After speaking, Professor McGonagall sat back at the back of the desk and picked up the ink-stained quill to continue the unfinished writing. After pushing open the carved wooden door, Ron and Hermione walked out of the office. Is this a time converter that can make people go back in time? As soon as he walked out of the office, Ron took out the hourglass pendant from his pocket, and stared at the hourglass curiously, looking left and right, but in the end he couldn't see any difference in 770. There is no depiction of any inscriptions, and there is no magic surging, just like an ordinary decoration. If it wasn't given to him by Professor McGonagall himself, Ron even thought it was a fake. With this, the two of us will have enough time to go to class. Miss Granger, who was also curious, leaned over and chuckled. Great pursuit. Ron laughed a little dumbly, and he pinched the tip of Miss Beaver's nose involuntarily. He got this time converter mainly because he wanted to study it well through his alchemy. Maybe we can make a copy. But on the surface, this hourglass pendant doesn't have any runes, and I don't know how to control time. It seems that the Department of Mysteries of the Ministry of Magic is also not to be underestimated. Even the time aspect is involved. The Ministry of Magic was much deeper than he had imagined, and he wondered if Lockhart would be able to quickly climb to a high position in the last few years. If it doesn't work, maybe you can help him. Thinking of this, Ron couldn't help thinking of Peter Pettigrew. This is a good prey. The recipient of the Merlin Medal, a dead hero, turned out to be a traitor and turned into a rat. This is something that can stir up the entire British magical world. Don't pinch my nose. After breaking free of Ron's fingers, Hermione rubbed the tip of her little red nose, and gave him a sullen look with a puffed mouth. This nasty bastard knows how to pinch the tip of her nose every day. After coming out from Professor McGonagall, Ron glanced at the blue sky and didn't know where to go for a while. The weather is nice today, why don't you go to the Quidditch pitch to watch Harry and the others train? On the first day of the new term, Harry and his twin brothers were dragged by Wood to practice Quidditch. Prepare to continue suppressing Slytherin this year. I want to go to the observatory to see. Hermione wasn't interested in Quidditch, she wanted to go somewhere untraveled. For example, near the Forbidden Forest, there is an abandoned tower. I heard that it was used by Hogwarts professors to observe the starry sky for divination, but it is now abandoned. Row. Anyway, Ron was not interested in Quidditch, so he just listened to the advice of the little witch. Near the Forbidden Forest at Hogwarts, the little witch with brown curly hair bounced on the moss-covered stone steps, the low ponytail and grey-pleated skirt tied behind her also swayed, and her snow-white shirt stood out against the emerald-green background. And Ron followed behind her, holding a red-bottomed Gryffindor robe in his hand, which belonged to Miss Hermione in front. Although it is summer now, the weather has not become too hot. Tall pine needles stand in the depths of the forest, and the crimson leaves spread on the ground like a colorful carpet. Ron could also see birds with dark blue feathers flying in the woods. By the way, we will have a divination class tomorrow. Miss Granger, who was walking quickly in front, slowly turned around to look at Ron, her pace was still receding. I know that the divination class was taught by Professor Sybil Trelawney. Ron nodded, and had some impressions of the professor who taught divination. If I remember correctly, the opponent's divination ability is good and bad. I always feel that divination is so difficult to learn. Hermione couldn't help complaining when she remembered that she was studying with Ron during the holidays. Now, apart from practicing alchemy and divination, she can get top grades in several other subjects. Divination requires talent, and even I have a hard time learning it. Ron shrugged and said. He has also studied divination, but so far he can only understand some simple prophecies. And he is still inaccurate. Unfortunately, he doesn't have the talent for this. Isn't Professor Trelawney very good? Hermione asked involuntarily. Trelawney? If it's great, it's really great. But, in normal times, she is like an old witch who deceives food and drink. He heard this sentence from Fred and the others. I heard that Dumbledore has raised her for decades. Maybe she's very good. Ron said softly with the corners of his mouth raised. If it wasn't great, it wouldn't have been raised by Dumbledore for so many years. Yes? Hermione heard the sarcasm in Ron's tone. It seems that this professor is really not very good. In front is the dilapidated 5.5 tower. Lawn looking at the grassy slope with a spire exposed in the distance, he said softly. Astronomy is also the main course of this semester. Under his teaching every night, Miss Granger has been familiar with the outlines and positions of all the stars and the meanings they represent. Although she is not interested in divination, Hermione is still very happy to learn about the stars in the sky. Perhaps you can use the constellations for divination. Ron just knew where there were professional professors in this field. The centaurs in the depths of the Forbidden Forest, each of them are masters of divination who watch the sky at night. If it wasn't for you, I wouldn't like divination. Hermione looked at the abandoned tower and whispered. My pleasure. Ron chuckled and took her little hand. Chapter 196, Romance and a Bright Future. There is a fortune-telling class at 9 in the morning, and a Muggle Studies and Union class in the afternoon. Hermione looked at the new semester timetable in her hand and turned to Ron, who was drinking tea. Looks like we're going to be busy in the afternoon. So are you two going to give up the Muggle Studies course or the Runevin course? Harry, who was sitting opposite, couldn't help asking. Looking at the relaxed expressions of these two people, it didn't look like they were anxious at all. Why give up? Hermione smiled and asked him back. With the time switch, they have enough time to study, and they don't have to worry about which class to take. It is equivalent to 5 hours more than others' 24 hours. Thinking of this, Hermione touched the golden chain hanging around her white neck, and there was a circulating hourglass lying quietly under her underwear. The time turner was originally held in Ron's hands. However, considering that he still had a horse charm hanging on his chest, Ron gave it to Miss Hermione for safekeeping. It's the same no matter who you put it on. Do you want to go to the room of requirement tonight? Ron leaned over and asked softly in her ear. Hearing the room of requirement, Miss Hermione's eyes lit up and she nodded hurriedly. I will go with you. She was more used to being in the room of requirement with Ron than in Gryffinder's bedroom. After all, she didn't know the people in the dormitory very well, even if it had been 3 years. The two of them are really not panicking. Looking at the young couple who were chatting and laughing, Harry turned to look at Ron and shrugged. Now that he has taken 2 courses, he feels that time is getting more and more urgent. Harry couldn't imagine how these two would spend the rest of the semester. Is this the world of a scholar? So horrible. The divination classroom is not in the main building of Hogwarts, but in the North Tower. Ron and Hermione have been here for 3 years, and this is the first time they have gone to the North Tower. Thank you, fat lady. Hermione smiled at the portrait of the fat lady at the door of Gryffindor. It's all right, the two of you hurry away, the nasty little couple. The fat lady waved her hand in disgust. But the two of them didn't care, and followed the direction given by the fat lady, heading towards the stairs of the North Tower. Since she didn't close the door last time, Mrs. Fat seems to have completely remembered the two of them. Although she was a little disgusted, she still chose to tell the 2 little wizards the direction to go to the North Tower. Following the winding stairs that changed positions from time to time, Ron finally found the stairs leading to the North Tower. Harry and Ron, who were following the two of them, were about to faint. The classrooms in the North Tower only have a divination classroom and an office. They all belong to Professor Trelawney. The fortune-telling classroom is a small classroom. There are probably dozens of round tables arranged irregularly, and the windows are slightly covered with curtains, making it look a little dark. Among the various bottles and jars placed inside, the most conspicuous are some crystal balls. These things are the basic props needed for divination. As soon as he stepped into the classroom, Ron saw the woman with thick lenses hidden in the corner. Sybil Trelawney. But apart from him, no one else found out about Ron. It was the story, and he sat on a seat at a round table. The professor of divination class hasn't come yet? Harry looked around suspiciously, but did not find the professor. You know they were just a few minutes late. No, she's already here, just in that corner. Following Ron's gaze, Hermione also found out. She pointed her finger at the corner and said softly, "Nice to see you in the material world." When the crowd was almost there, the woman slowly walked out from the corner of the shadow. Shocked many little wizards who didn't discover her existence. "I'm your divination professor, Sybil Patricia Trelawney." Trelawney wore round glasses with thick lenses, various decorations on his body, and a robe that looked a little messy. His long pale blonde hair looked like an afro, and he was covered with a headscarf. Covered. Her eyes looked very neurotic, as if nervous. "Is she really our professor?" Ron said suspiciously. He was taken aback just now. "Red-haired, oh, I saw something unknown on you, remember to be careful recently." Trelawney cast a glance at Ron, who questioned her, and gave him a prophecy. Many little wizards didn't dare to make a sound for this kind of babbling prophecy. After all, being a professor at Hogwarts is definitely capable. Ron looked at this crazy old witch and couldn't help but narrow his eyes. He really didn't see any difference in Trelawney. As if 773 is a magic stick pretending to be a ghost. Why do I feel like she's a fake? Hermione thought for a moment and said, "Like Lockhart. I feel the same as you." Ron nodded in agreement. This class is destined to not be boring, because Trelawney has already begun to make a prophecy to many little wizards. For example, Neville will smash a cup. The next moment, under the tension, a cup really shatters in his hand. This caused the people present to panic, for fear of becoming the next target. "Miss, I feel your fate is a bit strange." At this moment, Trelawney suddenly stopped in front of Hermione, and she scrutinized this cute little witch carefully with her chin. "Your fate seems to have changed. I have never seen you like this." Her tone was different from what she was talking about at the beginning, but rather low and serious. "What fate?" Miss Hermione asked nervously. Romance and a bright future," Trelawney whispered. "But originally your destiny didn't belong to this." Chapter 197, Teacup Prophecy. "But, your original destiny was not like this." Trelawney's deep voice echoed in the silent classroom. Her eyes lost the madness, and her expression no longer looked strange. Before Hermione could be happy, she heard this. The original fate? The little witch looked at Professor Trelawney, who had a serious face, and asked in confusion, "Then what was my original fate?" Although he wasn't interested in divination, these words still attracted Hermione's curiosity. And Ron, who was sitting on the side drinking tea, stared at the witch in the green robe with a pair of light blue eyes. "There is something. How could you even see something like fate?" It seems that he underestimated Trelawney's strength. "No, how do I know your original fate?" Trelawney shook her head, and the chain hanging on her body collided with a crisp sound. She just felt it suddenly. This kind of prophecy will appear from time to time. And those prophesied images will soon dissipate. It was like a flash of inspiration. Okay, let's talk about the divination content." Trelawney clapped her hands under Hermione's stunned gaze, and shouted loudly to the little wizards around her. "Can this kind of professor really teach people? Why do I feel like she's talking nonsense? Hermione lowered her head and said softly to Ron. Especially in the scene when he just walked into the classroom, pretending to be a ghost in front of a group of little wizards, and almost scaring Neville to tears. Divination is like this. Ron nodded in response. After all, no one can guarantee that their divination is accurate, so it seems inevitable that there will be some confusion. However, Trelawney's bloodline still has some abilities, especially the prophecies made by Miss Granger. Destiny has been changed. Doesn't this refer to his arrival? Dumbledore didn't raise her for decades. Before teaching this class, there are some things you must know. Trelawney glanced around with her thick-lensed eyes. Neville and Lavender Brown, a Gryffindor girl, looked away in fear, not daring to meet her. Because just now, Trelawney made a prediction to Lavender that the rabbit she kept would die on October 16th. Lavender's rabbit looks healthy. I think if Ron's mouse is dead, her rabbit will not necessarily die. Hermione propped her chin a little bored and said. She and Lavender share the same dormitory. Last night, she also saw the cute little rabbit. It looked very lively and did not have any disease. How can you say that you will die when you die? It must be a trick. It's impossible to say such a thing. Ron picked up a huge crystal ball and placed it on the table, and some pictures gradually emerged on it. It was a dead rabbit. But the date is on the night of October 15th. It seems that my talent is still good. Ron couldn't help thinking. Divination class needs talent, innate talent. This kind of mysterious thing cannot be learned by ordinary people. If you are responsible, you will gain nothing in my class. Trelawney pushed her eyes and said with half-squinted eyes. Her tone was no longer serious, but returned to the way it was at the beginning, which sounded out of place. She said the same thing as you said. Hermione couldn't bear it. Living kicked Ron, who was still observing the crystal, with her little foot. She remembered that her little boyfriend often said this. Divination relies on talent. Ron felt the movement under the table, and reached out to hold the calf that was swaying again. Soft, smooth. It was very hot today, so Miss Granger only wore a knee-length pleated skirt and a white shirt. When Ron grabbed her fair calf, Hermione's ears instantly turned red. Let go. There were many people in the classroom, and everyone was listening intently to Trelawney on the stage explaining the mysteries and usage of divination, so Hermione didn't dare to use too loud a voice. Don't let it go. Ron responded with a chuckle. At this time, Trelawney's basic content has been explained. Next, it's time to start the first divination prediction. Ron had tried many times in the potion shop, but only one or two really succeeded. The efficiency is simply ridiculously low. As the patterned teacups were placed on the table, Trelawney's figure shuttled around the classroom, and the voice sounded at the same time. Now, all you have to do is to open the prophecy in the book and follow the steps inside to make the teacup prophecy. Two people in groups, watch each other. As the voice fell, the little wizards went to find their little friends. Ron and Hermione didn't move. The two of them were at this table near the corner. Does this really work? Hermione touched her slightly hot face, looked at the steaming teacup, and asked softly. Just when the teacup was handed out, Ron let go of her calf. Otherwise, I will be caught and tickled now. Thinking of this, she gritted her teeth. This revenge must be returned tonight. Some of Trelawney's words, you can treat her as nonsense, but this teacup prophecy is true. How? Ron picked up the teacup and blew the heat, then took a slow sip. Hurry up and drink, the two of us will exchange later. Seeing Ron sipping tea slowly, Hermione poked his cheek with her finger and said. Her tea had leftover residues, and she was only one step away from checking the prediction results. What's the hurry? The tea is very hot. Ron looked unhurried. The taste of these teas is unexpectedly good. It seems that Trelawney is also a person who knows how to enjoy. You're lying again. Hermione rolled her eyes at him. The temperature of this quilt is just right. How can it be so hot? If you don't believe it, you can try it. Ron chuckled and handed the tea to Miss Hermione. As soon as she took a sip, she stuck out her little tongue. So hot. Chapter 198, Ron, what? I am green. It's so hot. After drinking a sip of Ron's hot tea, Hermione couldn't help sticking out her little tongue. It's too hot. It warmed up a little. Ron chuckled and took out the wand hidden in his sleeve, and there was still a glittering light on it. The tea just now was casted on a heating spell. I hate ghosts. Seeing the wand that was still glowing, Hermione also understood that the tea had been used by Ron. Wait, sooner or later I will come back. Thinking of this, Miss Hermione remembered the bottle of pink love potion again. The smell of parchment and Ron's body seemed to tug at her heartstrings all the time. Even after a long time passed, it still reverberated in her mind. But looking at the steaming tea, Hermione took out her wand after thinking about it, and pointed it at the teacup lightly. Get cold quickly. As the light flashed by, Ron, who was sitting across from her, could feel a chill. On the teacup, there were some small crystal ice particles, which looked like they were taken out of the refrigerator. 773, Here you are, dear Mr. Granger, and be careful of the heat. Hermione blinked mischievously, then returned the teacup. Looking at the frosted teacup, the corners of Ron's mouth twitched. The cold air replaced the boiling heat. Hot tea has also become cold tea. However, in the hot season of summer, it is still very good. After drinking, Hermione picked up his teacup and looked at, poke the fog and see the future, looking for a corresponding explanation. The same is true for the other little wizards. They look at each other's tea leaves in groups of 2 to make predictions. Ron also picked up Hermione's teacup, and the tea leaves left in it couldn't tell what shape it was. Judging the prophecy based on the shape of the tea leaves may sound a bit bizarre to muggles, even Ron's first divination. This kind of prophecy can be successful 3 times out of 10, it is not bad. What prophecy did you see in my teacup? The curious Miss Granger turned her head and asked. I don't have enough talent, and I can't see it. Ron flipped through a few pages of the book, but there were no corresponding shapes for comparison. Me too. Hermione also brought over his teacup, and the tea leaves spilled in it couldn't form a proper shape at all. It seems that the 2 of them are indeed not born with divination. Talent to come. Oh, my God, you are unknown. At this time, Trelawney let out a sharp exclamation, attracting everyone's attention. Ron also raised his head suspiciously. I saw Trelawney holding a white teacup, looking at the shape inside in horror, and in front of her stood a flustered Harry. Professor Trelawney, is there anything wrong with the shape of my tea leaves? Harry asked hastily. This gentleman with a scar on his forehead. You will be betrayed recently, your friend will leave you, and face death and approval alone. Trelawney held the teacup with trembling hands, and there was panic in her tone. Am I going to be betrayed? Harry's eyes widened, looking at this crazy witch in disbelief. Approaching him, he turned his head and glanced again. Ron was also sluggish beside him, and Ron and Hermione were behind him. There weren't many people in Harry's school, and these 3 were the only ones who got close to him. Harry, don't be nervous, maybe her prediction was a mistake. CCFF. After recovering, Ron comforted. However, this sentence completely annoyed Trelawney. She hated the most when someone said that her divination was useless, even if it was really useless. Redhead, give me your teacup. Trelawney sneered and snatched the teacup from Ron's hand. It's also a bad sign. Pay more attention to your friends, and be careful that people who like you are taken away by others. Saying that, she slapped the teacup heavily on the table, leaving only Ron, who was stunned holding the mouse. "What do you mean, I'm going to be green? But, who would like me?" Ron thought in confusion. "The two of them are too miserable, aren't they?" Hermione said sympathetically. "If the prophecy is true, then these two are really troubled brothers. Have you found something?" Ron played with the girl's brown curly hair and asked softly in her ear. The heat exhaled made Hermione's petite body stiff, and her face couldn't help turning red. Hermione hurriedly pushed Ron, who was leaning on her shoulder, away, looking angrily at the chuckling boy. "What did you find?" The cups in Ron and Harry's hands were exchanged. Although she was pushed away, it was worth seeing the shy little witch. "You mean, the prophecies of the two of them are opposite?" Hermione's eyes lit up and she guessed it right away. "That's right." Ron looked at the two Harry in front of him and nodded. "Ron is the one who will be betrayed by his friends, and Harry is the girl who likes him is taken away by his friends. The girl who likes Harry is not." Hermione and Ron looked at each other, and a name came to mind subconsciously. Ginny Weasley. Ron said the name they both guessed together. If the prediction is accurate, that means Ginny is looking for Harry's friend to be her boyfriend recently? If Trelawney's prediction is correct. Ron responded. "This prophecy has been solved, but now there is one left. Ron will be betrayed by a friend, and this friend will face death and approval." Miss Granger said softly to herself, frowning. She had no idea about this prophecy. In the face of death and approval, most likely it refers to prisons and courts. Looking at Hermione, who was thinking hard, Ron hid an answer in his heart. Ron's friend is Peter Pettigrew. Chapter 199, Time begins to look back. Professor Trelawney has been making various predictions to the little wizards throughout the divination class, especially Harry and Ron. This led to the two people holding the book just after class, looking dejected. It can be seen that Trelawney's nonsense had a great influence on them. Ron. Harry listlessly looked at the two lovers who were holding books and chatting and laughing, and hesitantly called out. "Well, what?" After Ron, who was teasing Hermione, heard the call, he turned his head and asked Harry. "You say, is Professor Trelawney's prediction accurate?" Harry hesitated for a moment, then asked softly. After all, out of the four, Ron was the most knowledgeable, and even Miss Know-It-All couldn't compare. He must know these divination things, right? Predicting this kind of thing requires talent, and no one can tell. Ron explained to Harry and Ron, after all, no one would believe that picking up a teacup and shaking it twice and looking at the shape of the tea leaves in it can be done. Predict the future. For things like divination, he has no talent. And, Ron remembered about these two teacups, and didn't know if he should tell them. And what? Hearing half of the words, Harry's curiosity was immediately attracted. Even Ron, who was still thinking about whether he was green or not, approached him. "Furthermore, didn't you realize that both of you have each other's cups?" Hermione sighed helplessly and reminded the two little lions. "Why are these two people so stupid? The opponents?" Harry and Ron were on the stairs stunned. The two of them looked at each other, and finally had some impressions in their minds. It seems that the teacup holding this is indeed the other party's. In other words, I will not be betrayed? Harry thought of this, and finally a look appeared on his listless face. Wait. Bertrand's prophecy? Will the girl who likes me be taken away by my friends? Ron and Harry's thoughts came together. His expression suddenly became a little complicated. Since it is a good thing to say that you are not green, but your friends will betray you and face death and judgment? It seems that even if it is replaced, there is no difference. Ugh. Two helpless sighs sounded on the empty stairs. By the time the two of them came to their senses, Ron and Hermione had already descended the stairs. Wait for us. The stairs kept changing, and the two figures were getting further and further away from Ron and the others. For them. The afternoon course is a double course, a Muggle Studies course and a Rune language course, which cannot be taken together. That said, it's time to use the time converter. Which class do you want to take in the afternoon? Touching his brown curly hair, the scent of jasmine was very pleasant, Ron asked Hermione, who squinted like a kitten. Well, Runevin class. Hermione replied. Runen is another name for rune, which is usually a rune carved on alchemy tools. Hermione used to study with Ron for 2 months during the vacation, so she was relatively familiar. Row. Ron nodded. Anyway, for him, it doesn't matter which course he takes first. The Ancient Rune Study course is a must-learn basis for alchemy. For example, Harry and the others basically chose this course. On the contrary, there are basically not many candidates for Muggle Studies courses. Recently, most of the wizards have come from the Muggle world, and there are not many pure-blood wizards who are interested in Muggles. Walking into the spacious and clean classroom, the first Ancient Rune lesson officially began. The professor of this class is a young witch, Bathsheba Babrin. Her youthful appearance looked like she had just graduated from Hogwarts. Ron mastered the basic knowledge of Runevin's course by self-study during the vacation, so most of the knowledge he explained made him a little bored. On the contrary, Miss Granger, who was not interested in alchemy at first, listened with great enthusiasm and kept writing with a quill in her hand, as if she was taking a class on the history of magic. I have to say, the serious Miss Hermione looks really charming. At least in this class, Ron kept his head up and stared at the little witch who was listening carefully. During the period, Professor Babrin, who was in charge of teaching the Lunaven course, also frowned and called Ron up, asking some difficult knowledge. Interpunct flowers interpunct What surprised her was that the blonde little wizard actually answered all of them, and the answers were particularly profound. You know, some of the esoteric words even she couldn't understand. Perfect answer, Mr. Geralt. Professor Babrin gave him an admiring look. 10 points for Gryffindor then. Gryffindor? Ron was stunned for a moment, and then he remembered that he was only wearing a white shirt today, not a robe. But Miss Hermione beside her was wearing Gryffindor's red-bottomed robe. Mr. Geralt of Gryffindor. Hermione couldn't help laughing, teasing her little boyfriend next to her. Professor Babrin, I'm from Slytherin. Ron squeezed Miss Hermione's little hand, and then said helplessly to Babrin. Are you from Slytherin? Babrin looked at Lorne sitting in the middle of a group of little lions in disbelief, and then turned to look at another part of the classroom. There were all Slytherin wizards in green robes. Yes, that's right. Geralt is our Slytherin. Malfoy shouted from the crowd. He is quite willing to testify to himself about the extra points, not to mention that he has a good relationship with Ron, unlike other pure-blood wizards who look down on this betrayal. Malfoy is indeed my best friend. Ron smiled and thought to Malfoy, who spoke up for him. In this class, it is no surprise that none of Gryffindor, Ravenclaw, and Hufflepuff wizards competed for Ron alone. It can be said that Slytherin crushed the audience. Those questions are too simple. Walking out of the door, Ron said lightly. I will too. Hermione muttered. It's just that her thinking wasn't as fast as Ron's, so she didn't grab it. Thinking of this, she couldn't help pulling on Ron's tie, and pulled him over with a little force. Then he put the necklace of the time converter hanging on his chest around the necks of the two. It's time for us to go to Muggle classes. There should be another chapter before 12 o'clock, probably. The exam is over, and the normal update will resume tomorrow. Also, ask for tickets and flowers, dead. Chapter 200, Do You Want to Play Werewolf? Wait. After walking out of the classroom, Hermione took out the time converter on her chest. Since there was only one, the two of them had to wear them together. Come on, we're going to a Muggle Studies course. Saying that, she pulled Ron directly over and put the golden chain around his neck. Due to the small range of the chain, the two of them were almost face to face, and they could even hear each other's breathing and heartbeats. It's the scent of jasmine. Ron gently kissed her cheek and said with a chuckle, "Do you not like it?" Hermione blinked her beautiful eyes, raised her head and asked with a slight smile. To maintain this scent, she uses the same shampoo every day. "No, I like it very much." Bet, chi, and fondly touched her little head, and then turned the hourglass of the time converter 3 times in a row. As the hourglass gradually began to turn, he could clearly feel that the surrounding time had begun to regress rapidly, the space became gradually blurred, and a sense of dizziness came from his mind. Everything in front of them disappeared in their eyes, as if the whole person was outside the world. However, this feeling only lasted for about half a minute, and soon, his feet touched the ground made of slate, and all the surrounding buildings began to stabilize. Hermione looked around curiously. She was still in a corner of the 8th floor, but the sunlight coming through the window had changed a bit. It had already reached the dusk of evening, and it was as bright as noon at this time, which proved that they had returned to 3 hours ago. It's a magical tool. Hermione sighed involuntarily. The props that can affect time are really magical. Ron couldn't help thinking of the props in the world of Doraemon. The same is to affect time, but one is magic, and the other is science. I don't know when the Frog Cub will come back, and I haven't sent a single photo recently. Thinking of the Frog Cub who had been away from home for nearly a month and a half, Ron missed a little. After all, it has been raised for 11 years, and I haven't even seen the shadow a few times since I entered school. Every time I come back for a day or two, or hibernate for a period of time, I go directly to travel. Ah, that's us. Just when Ron was thinking about his Frog Cub, Hermione pulled his sleeve and whispered in his ear. Ron looked up and saw himself and the other Hermione who were walking on the stairs with Harry and the others. Quick, quick, let's hide first. Hermione remembered Professor Mike's warning to them, and hurriedly dragged Ron to hide in a dark corner. Watching himself and the other Hermione leave, Ron felt a little interesting. Now at the same time, I have myself and another self, and I don't know what will happen if the two meet. However, it is better not to be provocative in terms of time. He also can't guarantee that something unexpected will happen. It looks like we came early. It should be the end of the divination. Get out of class now. Ron looked at Ron and Harry who were sluggish on the stairs, and immediately knew the time. At this point in time, they should be heading to the auditorium to prepare for lunch, about an hour before the next class. Let's go to the Muggle class and wait in advance. Ron said and dragged Hermione to the stairs leading to the 2nd floor. Muggle studies classrooms are not very big. There were 2 people who came earlier, so they found a place near the corner. It is convenient to catch fish during class. Of course, it is only limited to lawn. Miss Hermione wouldn't do anything like fishing. No matter what class she was in, she would work hard to pick up a brush and record all the useful knowledge. As time passed slowly, some little wizards gradually came to the classroom. Most of them wear azure and yellow robes, the wizards of Ravenclaw and Hufflepuff. As for Slytherin, Ron has never seen one. Fewer people came to Gryffindor. Unbelievable, Slytherin didn't come alone. Hermione also discovered this situation. She couldn't help pulling Lalorne's sleeve and said, "I'm not that." Ron shrugged and said, "Fortunately, he was not wearing a Slytherin robe today, otherwise he would definitely be the most conspicuous one in the classroom." As the class bell rang, a Professor Eerie Boobaji, wearing a black robe with a kind smile, pushed the door and walked in. She glanced at the little wizards sitting in the classroom with gentle eyes, and a gentle voice sounded. "I'm your Professor of Muggle Studies, Caridi Boobaji. This semester, I will be in charge of teaching you how to have a relationship with Muggles and live in peace." Speaking of which, Professor Boobaji's tone became a little more serious. "You have to remember that we are not much different from Muggles. Of course, there are those werewolves." Professor Boobaji said it well. After listening to this kind professor's first class, Hermione knew she had chosen the right class. "Indeed, I also think what she said is quite reasonable." Ron nodded in agreement. In comparison, the wizarding world is bloody at every turn. In the United Civil War, the technology of Muggles outside can be described as rapid development. Such as 5.5 planes, tanks, etc. These are completely beyond the imagination of pure-blood wizards. Not to mention there are more powerful area damage weapons. Miss Hermione seems to like this class very much. Ron chuckled lightly. In this class, Hermione answered questions very actively and scored about 10 points for Gryffindor. After walking out of the classroom, it was evening. Now it's time to go to the auditorium for dinner. Inside the Hogwarts Great Hall. "Good night, my friend. Would you like to have a tense and exciting werewolf kill?" Fred asked enthusiastically when he saw the young couple coming over. "The werewolf killing by their twins is ready. It was done before 12 o'clock. Cheers."